The Nudie Australian Boardriders Battle is a reconnection with grassroots surfing at the most primal level. It is the sickest coming together of all the core surfing communities for a weekend competitive pro surfing smash fest with every single division that you can possibly imagine. From the upcoming Groms, to the women, to the A-list core lords and underground chargers, to the old fossilised relics, everyone plays their part in trying to take their club to #1 in the country.
So good to be back in Newcastle. This is our favourite event on the calendar.
It's always a great weekend here at Newey, and the weather's turned it on, the waves have turned on, and it's an awesome crew down here, and yeah, nothing better than representing your club.
This is sort of the backbone of every generation, and just to know that we can all come together in a good positive way and push each other and have a laugh and have a cheer and have an awesome weekend.
The depth of talent in Australian surfing is just massive. I mean, local punters at the beach can go out and get a 7 or 8 on you, so it's incredible. It just means so much to just surfing for your whole town and your whole region. It's amazing.
The teams are so good. Like, you get to see all around Australia how good the level is, so it's kind of gnarly.
I just love this grassroots Australian surfing, all the shredders you haven't seen for years, or guys without stickers on their board just belching the crap out of it. The talent's so deep in Australia, and I love watching all the different guys and girls from the different clubs.
If you want to know how important Australian Boardriders clubs are to the culture of us as a surfing nation, just look at all the success we've had on a global scale thanks to starting off with these grassroots institutions. Mick Fanning, Steph Gilmore, Rabbit Bartholomew, you can pick a world champ from any era and guaranteed they started their journey in club heats.
Just so proud of this team, so proud of our club and where we're from. It's grassroots surfing at its best, and it just gives you such an incredible platform for a whole surfing career, and this is where it all began, and I'm just so proud of these guys. How's this team?
Good morning and welcome to Series 9 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. My name is Jimmy Miles and welcome to Coolum Nation Country here in Victoria and to Urban Surf Melbourne for the Victorian State qualifying round of the Australian Boardriders Battle. I'm joined by my mate Nathan Riverland. Nathan, welcome mate. What a huge day here in Victoria and very un-Victorian weather at the moment. We're going to see the first ever ABB finals held in a wave pool in Australia. We've got an incredible format, which we're going to run through in just a second. But aside from the format, Rivo, what it's all about today is these grassroots clubs. And boy, oh boy, there's some big clubs and big rivalries here in Victoria. Tell us a little bit about some of the clubs that we're going to see today.
Yeah, cheers, Jimmy. Like I was saying, absolute pleasure to be here. Not a very Victorian type of weather day. Beautiful and sunny. I think it's almost going to get to about 30 degrees. But in Victoria, got some amazing rivalries in the Boardriders battle sense, and also with the teams titles that we run every year. Sort of big rivalries, I guess, to look out for today would be Torquay and Phillip Island. Definitely back and forth, first and second the last couple of years.
Phillip Island, obviously one of the clubs up in Heat 1, and as part of this unique format, we've got a coin toss. We're going to head down to Chris Enover, who is there for the coin toss to decide which side the first heat's going to be held on. Chris.
Yeah, boys. I'm down here with CEO of Surf Victoria and contest director for today at the Urban Surf Australian Battle of the Boardriders, Adam Robbo. So tell us a bit about what's going to happen, mate.
Yeah, so we're about to start Heat 1 in the pool. We've been able to use our partnership, Surfing Victoria's partnership with Urban Surf, to utilise the pool for the ABB today here in Vico, and we've got a 30-degree day and waves are good.
Yeah, forecast is looking great. It's going to be pumping all day. And one exciting thing is that we do have a coin toss to kick things off for everyone at home. So Adam's going to flip a coin. Heads is the right, tails is the left. That's what we're going to be surfing for the whole of the first round. Very important tactics here with teams being able to submit multiple teams for the left or the right. So go it away.
Tails.
There we go to the left. All right, boys. It's we're heading left today for the first round, and it's exciting. And obviously, Robbo, one more thing. You guys of Surfing Victoria have had a great partnership with Urban Surf, and great opportunity for all your surfers down here to to train in the pool. And how is that dynamic? And tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, look, currently, like from what I'm sort of seeing with the kids is I think training in the pool, you definitely get those improvements really, really fast. And sort of from the data that myself and Kale have been sort of gathering is within a day's surfing here, you sort of get about a month's better, if that makes sense, for the kids. So yeah, we can really jump hurdles really fast and hone in on those technical aspects of each kid's performance, and hopefully we can just keep moving forward in the future using the facilities that we're sort of lucky enough to have the chance to use.
Yeah, it's epic. Well, thanks heaps for that. And Victoria, Surfing Australia, everyone is pumped to be here at Urban Surf. First ABB in the pool. It's going to be an exciting day, and, well, the waves are going to keep firing, that's for sure. Throw it back up to you, boys.
Cheers, Chris. And as you mentioned, we're heading over to the left, Rivo. Now, mate, you've spent a fair bit of time here as a surf guide, which is a quasi-coach, quasi-safety person. Tell us, do you prefer the left or the right? Is there much a difference between the two?
Being a goofy footer myself, Jimmy, certainly love going left, and especially being from where I am, we're both from down on the surf coast in Jan Juk. There's not a heap of left to go, so certainly love going left here. Really enjoyed my time up here working at Urban Surf, and like you, we got to do a few hours in here, and you're still enjoying those benefits.
Still enjoying the benefits. Look, and it's a real tactical point of this. I mean, a lot of people have said, will we lose that, that luck, that tactic that comes through in Boardriders, as we see, I think, the first burner set about to come through now.
Exciting.
But, teams are able to submit a team for the left and a team for the right. So what we're going to see now, you can see the competitors on the shoreline, ready to go. We've got Phillip Island, one of the real powerhouses of Victorian surfing. We've got Point Lonsdale, and we've got Otway. Great to see Otway Boardriders back in. So this set's going to run through, and then as soon as the set finishes, the guys are going to start, and you can see them walking down towards the water. They're going to start a paddle battle. They're going to head out to a designated spot halfway along the wave generating machine. It's a big wave garden sign there, so this is obviously a wave garden cove facility. And when they get there, the order they get there is going to determine priority. So here we go. You can see the in the red, Phillip Island, in the white, Point Lonsdale, and of course Otway. The Otway Panthers. Should we call them the Otway Panthers?
Otway Panthers. I know there's a basketball team down Otway called that. But, very exciting first heat. Like you were saying, really good to see Otway back in the ABB. I think it's their first one ever, actually, and they've got a really strong team to enter. And I know in previous teams titles and all that, they've usually gone with a youthful lineup, but good to see they've got a couple of older veterans, I'd call them, that have, really sort of starred back in Victoria on the surf coast, like James Sinclair and Dylan Schultz. So looking forward to that.
Schultz is about a 15-time Otway Club Boardrider champion. You'll see a stark resemblance to Ryan Callanan. You'll think you're watching Merriweather in this event. Interesting to see Point Lonsdale, one of the older clubs around since 63 and 64. Their big day as they are going to get priority here. So it'll be, this is basically how the format works, is we're going to have 9 wave sets with these 3 team heats, and we're going to have 15 sets. And so basically the easiest way to think about this is you've got 15 sets to get through your 6 surfers, including a power surfer. So 5 surfers in a team, someone's going to surf twice, and that'll be the power surfer. Now, the open men, the juniors, and the masters are all scored on a male scale, and then the female scored on a female scale. So what's going to happen here is they're going to paddle out. A set of 9 waves is going to come through. The second wave is going to be ridden by the surfer in priority number 1. That's going to be Point Lonsdale. Priority number 2, I think from the screen there, will be Phillip Island. They're going to surf wave number 5. Actually, it looks like Otway. Looks like Joel Kerr there is going to be wave number 5. And then wave number 8 will be, of course, the Phillip Island surfer. And they have led off with a powerhouse, former Victorian champion Carl Wright. So we'll see the first wave coming through here. It is going to be for Point Lonsdale Boardriders. We're using the T4 fast setting, or basically the middle component of the advanced turn setting here. And we'll kick off the event with Point Lonsdale. Bit of pressure on the shoreline here. Here we go, up on his backhand. What the judges are really going to look for here is the middle section of this wave. So surfer coming undone there. It'll go straight back out, and we'll be watching the surfer from Phillip Island. So there's only 2 waves in between each of these competitors. Busy day for the judges today, Rivo.
There's a bit going on.
We'll see Carl Wright.
Otway. We've got Otway up on this one. So this is Joel Kerr on his backhand as well. So we've got a lot of, early days, we've got the natural footers taking on the lefts, like we were talking about earlier. It's something that most of the teams might go for.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of backhands, Carl Wright's a really sharp surfer in his backhand, honed on the beach breaks of Phillip Island. A lot of power there. You can see him draw out that first turn, wait for this one to stand up. A little bit of a patience game. He gets the section there. He tags it beautifully. This is a nice wave for the surfer from Phillip Island. He finished that off on the inside. Now, what's going to happen here, the surfers will come around. He's got the choice here if he can go in, and that's going to give more waves to the other surfers in his team.
Looks like he's going to do so.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to do so. A mid-range score probably there for Carl Wright, but he's going to make that decision to, look, one wave, I'm going to come in, I'm going to hand over to my other competitors, and that's going to give them more opportunities. Looks like Otway and Point Lonsdale are going to head back out, and they're going to have 15 sets to get through, 5 surfers plus a power surfer. So that means that Phillip Island now is going to have more opportunities at it.
Awesome, mate. And yeah, it looks like as we've got them passing the wave guard and sign on the machine in the Urban Surf Lagoon, Point Lonnie going to have pole position here with priority, and then followed by Otways, and we'll have a changeover with Phillip Island's next surfer, who we'll see paddle out to the lagoon shortly.
And of course, this is new for everyone. You know, we saw there with the camera angles, even trying to figure out how to shoot this. Everything new. First time we've ever had an event like this in a surf pool. Not the first event held here at Urban Surf. We've previously had the Surfing Victoria pool party. I think that was 3 days before the world shut down pre-COVID.
Yes.
Yeah, I blame Surfing Victoria for that. And then, of course, we had the Rip Curl Grom Search won by Lennox Smith. Unbelievable performance. Just one of the most dynamic surfers we've seen here in the pool, the young South Coast New South Welshman. And, of course, we had the Surfing Vic last year held their virtual pool party where surfers surfed their waves, they were filmed, and then the judges went back and analysed it afterwards. So I think Joe Van Dyke took that one out. So
yeah.
Really, really exciting to see the different format. And look at this. Action aplenty. Straight back into it, Rivo.
Back into it. So we'll have Point Lonnie starting off this one. And here we go. Wave 3. Point Lonnie on his backhand again. Nice whack off the top to start off with. Looks like he's connecting with this one a little bit better than his first one. Almost put the moz on him and thought he was going to go down, but he's done really nicely to ride through this onto the inside. Looks like he's going to come in as well. So we'll have Joel Kerr for Otway on this next wave.
Yeah, but you can see the first scores dropped in there for Phillip Island as we see Joel Kerr up and riding. The biggest 16-year-old you'll ever see in your life comes from Anglesea down on the surf coast of Victoria. And he, again, has really found his rhythm on this one. Some strong turns there from Joel. So as we said, Otway, a bit of a sleeper here. Really powerful club. Haven't made the drive up the Great Ocean Road too often, but with surfers like Dylan Schultz on the left, Lukey Layla dropped to 10 recently in the Vic Tradies Challenge. And here we go, the second surfer for Phillip Island. And again, straight into some strong surfing.
Did well to get out the back too.
Yeah, that's again, these are the strategies, you know,
thing,
like you've got to get in and out really quickly. I can see Lonnie have made their transfer. We can see, we're looking through the back of the booth here at the pool, and you can see that Otway as well, handing over to Bella Day, their female surfer. So again, you know, how much opportunities are you giving the juniors and the surfer? Something we've seen a lot in ABBs over the years is the juniors in particular have just sort of been used as sacrificial lambs. If a team's running out of time, throw the junior out there, get a whitewater, they get a 1 and away they go.
And some of these like younger type of teams, like 13th, pretty much the whole team is youngsters. So
yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, like you were saying, it's going to be great to see them get their opportunity because in prior ABBs at the beach, you know, So it looks like we're going to head down to Chris Enever down on the lagoon floor. We'll take it over to you, Chris.
So I got turns for a bit, but I was riding this board. All right, guys, we're down here with one of the foremen of Phillip Island Boardriders Club, Carl Wright, power surfer as well. He just went out, had his first round out on the left. So talk us through it, mate. How is it down here at Urban Surf?
It's a very surreal experience, even waking up in the city this morning and drive 20 minutes and then you're coming here to have a surf. Still getting used to that idea, but the wave's a little bit hard to surf, but other than that, it's pretty amazing setting for a competition and very new format. So yeah, just trying to figure it all out.
Yeah, right. And mate, it's cool. Obviously, the grassroots. You know, you've been a big part of Phillip Island Boardriders Club for a long time. You got your team here. Any tactics going into it, and how is it with the grassroots and, you know, bringing the girls and the groms and the juniors and everyone together for the club and surfing in the Battle of Boardriders?
For myself and the club personally, we love this event. It's such a good concept, so many people involved and easy to get behind even if you're not a surfing member or into surfing that much. And as for in the pool, we're still trying to figure it out a bit. It's like counting how many sets will have gone and that type of thing. So very new concept, but it's fun.
Epic. And if there's one team you've got your eyes on, who do you think it'd be?
It's always nice to stitch up Torquay, so see how that goes.
That's it. That's the best part about the Boardriders battle. We always have those little fine details going on, the rivalries with other clubs. And we're down here. This is the check-in zone, or the changeover zone where the surfers paddle out. You're on the left right now, heating up, and round one's underway.
The board. Thanks, Chris. And no love lost between Torquay and Phillip Island. They really have been the dominant clubs here in Victoria over the last couple of years. But it was actually 13th in Torquay, who were the first finalists in the original ABBs back in Cronulla back in the day. And 13th, they've got a young team, but performing really well at the moment. So, there's 9 teams here today, and I think there's probably 6 or 7 that could take home the bacon and find their way up to the Hyundai finals up in Newcastle, Rivo.
Absolutely, mate. And good to see some first-timers here. Like I was saying, Otway Boardriders, first time in an ABB for them. Port Fairy, newly formed Boardriders Club, as well as Urban Surf Boardriders Club. And it seems like we might have a little break between waves. Did you want to tell us a bit about Urban Surf Boardriders? I know you're involved in some aspect, Jimmy.
Yeah, we'll just have a look at this replay of the surfer from Otway. Sorry, not from Otway, from Point Lonsdale. You'll see the intricacies of the Urban Surf wave. Carl was talking about it there. The first section allows you to sort of do a nice drawn-out turn, and then you get 2 really steep sections in the middle there, and that's where the judges are focusing. And you can see that second turn there from the surfer from Point Lonsdale. Again, you can see here from Phillip Island, a little of a slower turn there, and there's the section that the judges want to see, and that was beautifully tagged by the surfer from Phillip Island, and they've been rewarded with that score, 4.33. They just got a little messy at the end there. But as we see the scores start to drop in, we're seeing some really good mid-range numbers, and that's setting the platform for these clubs as we sort of get through these 15 sets. We've seen 3 sets so far. We've seen changeovers from Phillip Island, Point Lonsdale and Otway, and really interesting to see this strategy play out. We were talking about the Urban Surf Boardriders. It's a really interesting one because Urban Surf is obviously a company, and Urban Surf Boardriders is a Boardriders club that exists as we go to the next set here.
And looks as if we've got the surfer in white up on this one on his backhand. So Point Lonnie really utilising the natural footers thus far in the first 10 minutes of this first heat of the inaugural ABB at Urban Surf in the lagoon here. Absolutely stoked to be here, and I just can't believe this weather, mate. It's unbelievable.
It is very un-Victorian. Bella Day up and riding there, comes undone. What I really liked about the surfer from Point Lonsdale, really big body torque there, which, putting everything into those 2 major turns in the middle, had shades of Bonnie Hill's favourite Darren O'Rafferty there with the upside down look. I really enjoyed that wave there. We're waiting now for the surfer from Phillip Island. They're up and riding here.
It's
nice.
like Sage Goldsbury.
Yeah, Sage Goldsbury, former winner of the Hyundai Pro Junior up in Queensland. Very talented. She's 18, so on the verge of transitioning from junior to the regional QSs, but she will drop a good number there, Sage Goldsbury, and she's going to be deadly for Phillip Island today. A few of the big-name women missing. Obviously, India Robertson surfs for Jan Juck now. They haven't got a team in here, but she just qualified for the CT. Congratulations to India Robertson. Great to have another Vico. And then, of course, Ellie Harrison not here today.
Sophie Fletcher.
Sophie Fletcher not here for Phillip Island. So we do have, the likes of Bella Wilson and Ange Ball, really good surfers from Torquay. But Sage Goldsbury, probably that surfer that's on the Pro Juniors, on the cusp of the QS and really starting to get some results. And that'll be a big advantage because obviously the women scored on the women's scale. So waiting for that number to drop in. Yeah, you were asking about Urban Surf Boardriders Club. So essentially the great thing about these guys is they've banded together and started to really build a culture here at the lagoon because you're building a culture where one hasn't existed before. And there's been a couple of our foundation members who through the first event that we had, and we see Sage up and riding on her forehand here. Really nice, stylish surfer, Sage. You can see, again, here's the section that the judges want to see, and that is a really, really dynamic 2-turn combination. Finishes that off well on the inside, and that's going to be a big number for Sage. We'll see that start to fall in now. At the moment, we've got two scores for both Phillip Island and Point Lonsdale. So Phillip Island out in the lead at the moment. Otway, two surfers have been in the water waiting for that second score. But at the moment, it is Phillip Island, and we're seeing that number start to drop in now for Sage Goldsbury, and it is an impressive number, as expected. Really was great surfing from the young lady from Phillip Island.
Looks like, yeah, it may have gone into close to the excellent range here. But we're going to have Otway with priority out here in the lineup. Bella Day had a fall on her first one, so fingers crossed she can have a bit of better luck on this one. And up out the back. So Otway's female surfer here. Otway opted to go with just the 5 surfers and then obviously used one of those for the power surfer. So seen with some of these other teams bringing 10, 11 people like Torquay, like Phillip Island, bringing big teams to throw on the left and the right. But Bella Day getting a little bit of a better one there, finishing that one up on the shore. It looks like she's going to come in, but throwing it out the back to Sage Goldsbury.
Wow. Sage Goldsbury ditching the fins, and that is going to get the judges' attention. Looks like she's going to get another section on the inside here. Say that like that's the ocean. She's getting another section. Yeah. Of course she's getting another section. It's always there. So, yeah, really great performance here from Sage. She's going to give Phillip Island a pretty solid lead here early in round 1, heat 1 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Club. And great to have Hyundai behind. It's doing some great things, obviously, in the e-vehicle stage. We see Lucy Naylor up and riding here now. She's a young lady, been very prominent on the Victorian Open Series, and a man that spent a lot of time on the Victorian Open Series over the years. He is a former 7-year president of Torquay Boardriders Club, the co-host of the Lipped podcast, and the star of spreadsheets through the latest Challenger Series, Cowbell Warren with Chris Enever.
Here with the man himself, Torquay's finest, Cowbell Warren. We just saw a great wave surf by Sage Goldsbury there. And, well, Cale, give us a rundown. I know you've been a big part of, you know, the urban surf Victoria combination that's going on. And talk us about the benefits and everything you've seen so far since it's kind of, you know, underway. Since it's gone underway.
Yeah, it's actually been an incredible partnership between Surf and Vic and Urban Surf. We support them in coaching their staff and training up their staff to deliver high-end, not just learn to surf, through the Surf Academy. And as part of that partnership, we've got a lot of access for training. It's just been super beneficial, especially with the really little kids, just to speed up the trial and error. And you know, it's a repeatable platform, and there's no ways anywhere else in Victoria right now, so we're pretty lucky to be here.
Yeah, it's an epic spot, mate. It's my first time down here. I was lucky to have a midnight session last night, so I've wiped off the cobwebs, got down here this morning, and mate, the wave's sick. It's really consistent. You know, it's really high performance, and you know, it's great to be out there. And you know, with the teams you got submitted, I see you've got 10 servers submitted. How does the tactics play with, you know, if you're going to surf the left or the right? How does that play out with the teams?
We're pretty straightforward.
The sheep for the sets?
Same team across everything, except we're using Bodie Williams on the left, me on the right. So I'm not going to surf this first round. My backside's a little bit windscreen wipery, and Bodie's got a deadly forehand. So we're going to change it in that way. But we've all done it. We've all spent a fair bit of time here. And this setting is in the advanced turn session, in the public sessions. It's my favourite setting by far. And it holds its shape really well deep through the set. So we're interested to see how priority would factor in today. Like that beach start was pretty sick.
Yeah.
But it's just a really easy platform to guarantee waves. There's going to be no kids getting waves in the white water and getting yelled at by 100 people. Like everyone's going to get to surf, and like Lucy Naylor's on one right now. She's got a pretty deadly backside. She's won a state open round on her backhand, so she'd be stoked that they've flipped the coin for the left. But hopefully we get some right side and I get to surf.
Yeah, well, anyway, it's all happening down here. Thanks to that, Cale. Give us a great insight into the pool, how it all operates, and, well, the tactics behind some of the clubs. And there's a set running right now, so I throw back up to you guys and get this live action out to everyone out there.
Cheers, Chris. And this is Harry DeRoth up and riding, another surfer from Phillip Island with a great backhand. Of course, they got those amazing rip bowl beach breaks over on Phillip Island, and he's a really powerful surfer, Harry DeRoth. The last state round in an open in the ocean before the pandemic, Harry DeRoth won in lefts very similar to this. So another big score dropping in for Phillip Island. I can see those numbers coming in now. It's going to go into the excellent range. As predicted by Rivo, we did see an excellent score from Sage Goldsbury, an 8 for her first wave. So that's got Phillip Island well and truly out in front at the moment. Good score from Point Lonsdale. Lucy Naylor, she dropped a 6.5 on her first. As Cale mentioned, deadly backhand, the surfer from Point Lonsdale. currently Otway Boardriders, needing a few good numbers to drop in, but they're 67-time club champion. Dylan Schultz will be up and riding. This is Lucy Naylor we see. As Carl mentioned, she's won a couple of state open rounds, normally over at Phillip Island or the Peninsula on these little left beaches. She's got a really nice, tight style, works it tight in the pocket, and she's really milking this wave all the way through to the inside. So good wave there from Lucy. She was awarded with a 6.5. You can see now the surfer from Otway up and riding on his forehand.
It's like James Sinclair.
Yeah, James Sinclair drawing out that first one again. Really nice tight turn in the pocket there. Gets another one away. So this would be a nice comeback wave here for Otway Boardriders Club, the Otway Panthers.
The Otway Panthers.
And Harry DeRoth, well, this number has gone huge on the judges' scale, and you can see why. Tight, really powerful surfing. Look at the spray that he's thrown there, and he's got an extra one in on the end there. So that is really world-class surfing from Harry DeRoth.
You'd think he'd be happy with that one.
He would be happy.
I don't know if he came in, surely.
Surely he's coming.
Surely he came in after
They've got a few waves to burn, to be honest. I mean, you know, with Carl Wright, unselfishly drops a 5.27 and says, well, that'll do me, boys. You guys can have the rest of the heat. Plenty of time for Sage. And, yeah, Harry DeRoth, 8.17. He's going to go back out. James Sinclair here up on his forehand. Rivo, talk us through this one.
So, yeah, James hitting that second bonus section. Gets another nice whack. Blows the tail out. Like I was saying, mate, it's really good to see Otway back in this AVB format. I know they've got a really talented team. And, yeah, like Dylan and James sort of leading the charge. Great to see him in. Harry DeRoth here on his second one. So he did opt to go back out. Did bank a good score.
Chasing a score there. Well, he needed to chase a score. So fair enough for Harry DeRoth. And look, Phillip Island in a pretty comfortable position here after
half an hour.
Yeah, an hour.
20 minutes in.
20 minutes to go. So halfway through, we've had 7 sets of the 15 sets to go. And look, Phillip Island, 4 surfers down, 3 surfers for Point Lonsdale and 3 surfers for Otway. And that's a good number coming in for James Sinclair from Otway. As we can see, now into the 8th set. Wow, it's just all action here.
It's very fast paced, mate, and yeah, it's great.
It's like watching a QE in a short period beach break when it's reds up, lights up, constant non-stop action.
Glad we do have a couple of waves in between though, because obviously you need a little bit of time to just reset.
Yeah, and that's one of the really interesting things about urban surf is that gap between waves. We see James Sinclair, he's still waiting for the final numbers to drop in here. It looks like it's going to be a very good number. And this is the turn I really like here. Slid the tail, and he's going to even ride that one out onto the whitewater. And he'll probably swap over. He'll have Lukey Laylor or Dylan Schultz still to come.
So 2 pretty powerful goofy footers yet to go. And Otway pretty much running with over half their team being goofy. So something we haven't really seen yet from Phillip Island and Lonnie. Most of the crew have been natural footers.
Yep.
But Otway team sort of coming in third at the moment. Obviously a good score to drop in, so we'll wait and see.
Harry DeRoth has gone out again here, so Phillip Island really obviously thinking that he's their man. I don't know how much more he's going to drop than an 8.17 here, but look, Phillip Island maybe just giving Harry a bit of extra time out there in the waves to warm up. They've got another 8 waves to go in this heat, and they've only got one more surfer before they throw back to the power surfer Carl Wright. So giving themselves plenty of time, and this is where the tactics come in, really. And that was a great tactical move by Carl Wright. He got a moderate score. I mean, we know that Carl's got the capacity to score excellent out there, but it was a good score. He took the opportunity to get in and give all these other surfers plenty of time, and that's where, strategy plays a part here. So you can see that first wave we let go through. This will be Harry DeRoth up on his backhand from Phillip Island in the red.
And here we go with Harry. Nice first turn in the pocket. Gets another good hit. Like we were saying, 8.17 is his first score, so he'd be looking to try and get a pretty major score. Throws it into reverse, but unfortunately unable to ride out of that. So wait and see what he's going to do here. It looks like he's getting the signal to come in. So at worst, getting an 8.17. So pretty good stuff here from Phillip Island, with locking in some pretty big scores already.
Yeah, you can see Phillip Island and Point Lonsdale, 2 of the oldest clubs, both around 63, 64, 2 of the original clubs. Phillip Island claims to be the longest continuously running Boardriders club in Australia. And they first made the finals of the ABB back in 2015 when it was still at Cronulla. Here we see Ryan Callinan's doppelganger, Dylan Schultz. Of course, if you've ever been to Strapper Surfboards in Torquay, Dylan has worked there for about 47,000 years. So good to see Dylan here in an ABB, and he's worked his way through to the inside there. So he spent a bit of time at the pool. Strapper held their Christmas party here the other night, a little after-hours session. Shout out to Mike DeSazio and all the guys at Strapper Surfboards. So good to see Otway back. As we said, it's been a long time between drinks, and the lagoon, the clear waters of the Tullamarine Lagoon has enticed them back into the competitive fold, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's super great to see that they're back in, and with the big goofy team, we should have a good score to drop in.
Goofy by name, goofy by nature.
Yes, especially James Sinclair. Had the pleasure of getting to know James pretty well a couple of years ago when we were both riding for O'Neill, and he was an absolute lord and very funny bloke. Probably one of the funniest blokes I've met. So.
And that's what this grassroots surfing is all about. It really is about these characters that you see. I mean, we saw in the opening clip the Hog, Nathan Hedge, and North Narrabeen's victory last year. You go back a year before that, and the absolute stoke of Merriweather North Shore won the year, but before that, Merriweather when they won. You know, these teams, when they win, it really means something, and these characters are just amazing. Speaking of characters, we see Harry de Roth. He was chasing an upgrade, an 8.17. He didn't get it. He got a 7.5 with this, but a couple of really good numbers for the natural footer from Phillip Island.
Yeah, not a bad option when you're throwing away a 7.5, not even putting it in your scoreline.
And here we see Dylan Schultz. Big torque there in that first turn. Nice and up into the lip. Maybe didn't connect the way he wanted to, but he draws out that third turn really nicely. And a little finishing tag there.
Looks like Lonnie's going to be first priority here. So they're on to their fourth surfer. So only one surfer to go for the power surfer. Phillip Island currently in the lead here. Lonnie's in second. Oh, wait, not too far behind in third. But here we go with Point Lonsdale, their fourth surfer. Nice hit out of the top. It's another good hit. Just thrown through the inside section. And he'll look like he's going to come in. So Point Lonnie moving into their fifth surfer. And we're interested to see how that score comes in. Here we go, Dylan Schultz. Nice, good whack to start off with. Gets another good hit. Looks like he's going to maybe get caught behind. Does well to get around it. Throws fins on the last section. And I reckon he'll be keen to get back out there. I don't know. Dylan Schultz, very, very good surfer. Has looked a little bit sticky on these first two waves, but looked like he'll get back out there. Here is Phillip Island. Hitting two nice sections there. Getting a third little bonus. Pretty happy with that. Phillip Island already looking pretty schmicko in first place with some pretty big scores in the excellent range so far.
And as we heard Carl right, geez, they'd love to beat Torquay here. I mean, I think Torquay is probably, that club has spent a lot of time up here at the pool just through their associations with Surf and Vic, and Phillip Island love nothing more, as do, you know, Peninsula Surf Riders 13th. All of these clubs love knocking off Torquay. If there's a Gabriel Medina in the Victorian ABB ranks, it's definitely Torquay. They are the heel in wrestling parlance. They are the bad guy because they're just such a big, powerful club. Of course, they have a bit of company down there at the moment. Janjuk Boardriders started a couple of years ago, just focusing on the social aspect, and a bit of a bummer not to see a team from Juk here today, but as you can see, the Masters surfer now for Phillip Island, and yeah, nice stylish surfing on the forehand here, and that's going to be another good number for the Islanders. Great club rooms as well, Phillip Island.
They've got some crackers. Hosted some pretty cool events there over the course of time. I was actually researching it a bit. They've had Daddy Cool, Little River Band, Skyhooks with original member Shirley Strawn, who unfortunately passed away in a helicopter accident. So what could have been, I guess, a little bit.
Jack Perry there on the screen, one of the Torquay Boardriders Masters competitors, a man who's made the finals in the Sunset QS. Wave's a little different here today.
Yeah.
Jack was texting me last night saying he was feeling the nerves. And that's the other thing is when as we see the surfer from Point Lonsdale up here, you know this wave is coming. He knows he's got a canvas that he's allowed to surf to his full potential. And with that comes maybe a little more nerves than the ocean. And he's dealt with it really well, the surfer there from Point Lonsdale. Whereas in the ocean, the wave pops up, you don't have a huge amount of time to think, and you just sort of do, Morgan Sibilic style. Whereas here, Schultz has probably had a bit of time to think about this wave, and this is live now. Dylan Schultz, and looks like he's put together a better wave here. There we go. And he's going to try and find a little bonus section. He won't get there, but he'll use it to get in.
He'll be pretty happy with that one, Dylan Schultz.
He will work his way in.
Pretty connected pretty nicely with those 3 sections on the outside. Something they kind of couldn't do on the first 2, so I'm sure that'll be a good score for Otway. But here we got Point Lonnie. Oh, going head over biscuit on that one.
When Nooner at the lip becomes unstuck. And we'll see Phillip Island, it'll be their Masters competitor. They'll probably come in after this wave. There's a couple of sets to go, so plenty of time for Carl Wright to surf his 3 waves. The power surfer can only surf 3 sets at the end, so you can't just sort of stack your entire team through and then the power surfer spends, half of the heat looking for a 9. But as we see the side angle there.
Camera angle, that one, I don't mind that.
So 3 foot at the takeoff, winds down to about 2 foot as it rolls across the lagoon here. We'll dive into the technical aspects of the Wavegarden Co facility at some stage today.
We will. But it is super interesting how it all works and the floor and how everything's all designated to be different and where the barrel section breaks. And
yep. Yeah, this is a really interesting wave. T4 Advanced or T4 Fast is a wave that didn't come out of the box, so to speak, from Wavegarden. As we see Dylan Schultz, as we said, connecting a lot nicer on this one. Nice smooth carve. And then right up into the lip for that second one. Drives a bit more speed and then a nice carve to finish off. So a good wave for the Otway surfer. Scores dropping in now. It's going to be a nice mid-ranger. That'll keep Otway in the hunt chasing down Point Lonsdale. But this club is well and truly out in front and flexing their muscle nice and early. Phillip Island, as they have done in the drinking ranks over the years. I heard Shirl set a record for something ridiculous like 56 slabs in the course of 24 hours at one of the biggest Phillip Island events over the years. And
crazy.
Yeah, one of the oldest clubs, one of the original clubs, and just a powerhouse both culturally and from a competitive perspective. We've seen them at the ABB finals plenty of times. Surfers like Glendon Ringrose and Sophie Fletcher, not here today, but
Nicky Van Dyke, Joe Van Dyke.
Nicky Van Dyke, of course, keeping us busy. So you can see the wave generator that the guys are paddling past now. Essentially 46 pistons with a rack and pinion above it, and a motor is sitting above that. And they drive the water left and right. The wave on the left is mirrored on the wave on the right. So at the moment, you can't see it on the camera angle we've got at the moment, there's a wave running on the right. And this setting, T4, as we priority will be with Otway this time. This is one we developed late one night, really trying to find waves that allowed surfers to surf to their best ability. As we see the surfer from Point Lonsdale, yeah, this is a better wave, and he connected with the lip the first time on his first wave and came undone, but he's connected with the lip. He'll ride out of that one. That'll be another good score for Point Lonsdale. We're really going to start to put our maths hats on in a second here, River. I'm relying on you, mate. You're the younger of the 2 brains here.
And this looks like we've got Luke Layla going down on his first one.
Man, not many lobsters in the pool, Lukey, so I don't know what you're looking for there. But Luke Layla dropped a 10 for a massive air reverse in the...
I was just about to say that, mate. That was unreal.
I stole the words out of your mouth, River.
Good. You're good. It's all good. No, he had a ripper in the Tradies Challenge last week or the weekend before.
It was, yeah.
Did that, amazing air reverse, got a 10. So, Otway certainly going with a good goofy lineup. We've got on the left here, Phillip Island, finishing this one up at the end here. So it looks like that Master Surfer Phillip Island going to make his way in.
Yeah, so they're going to come in. There'll be 4 opportunities for Carl Wright. He can only surf 3 waves, so they'll be the first to get back onto their power surfer. I think we'll find that most of the clubs, though, getting pretty close to that.
For sure. And it looks like Luke going to paddle back out after that fall on that one. So Otway currently in 3rd place, kind of needing a pretty good score to move up into 2nd. Point Lonnie trailing Phillip Island by a fair margin as well, with that last score. Obviously, Phillip Island has still come in, and it's looking like it'll be semi-decent. Here is a replay of Point Lonnie's last one. Really connecting nicely with these first 2 sections. And that 3rd section, always a little bit tricky. It was interesting watching between the Point Lonnie's natural footer here and then Dylan on that left before. Just that last section, the 3rd one, just doing a big wrap on your forehand, as opposed to kind of trying to awkwardly connect with it on as a natural footer. That 3rd section's a bit funny.
Yeah, and I think that's the advantage of the goofy footers is they're the natural footers out here is they're able to just throw it up twice in a row really quickly, whereas on your forehand it is a little bit trickier as we saw there. It is all about timing in the Urban Surf Lagoon. I mean, that's really the name of the game, is finding that section to hit and then, being able to really unload on the section. As soon as you get outside of the pocket, particularly on this wave, the way we designed this wave is that it's a really pockety wave. It's got a nice shape back towards you, gives you plenty of power in the pocket, but as soon as you get out in the face, it moves off.
The planes.
Yeah, it's just like we're back at Kuta Beach here, mate.
It is amazing to see the planes back in the sky after this COVID debacle, and hopefully we're on the other side of it. But, yeah, we've got our sponsor flags there, Hyundai, Reef Tip, got Gauge Roads there, Surfing Oz, Surfing Vic, and...
Yeah, 2XP sunscreen we're going to need today as we see the surfer from Otway up and down there. We're going to need it today. You can see the reflective walls in the background. It's a little like being at the snow here. You spend half your time throwing sunscreen on so you don't get sunburnt. So great to have 2XP on as a partner today. And, of course, Oakley.
Yeah.
Prism lenses. You've got to keep these things, got to keep the clarity on the waves out here. As we see the surfer from Point Lonsdale up and riding. Point Lonsdale have their big annual club competition, the Greg Davidson Memorial, on Australia Day every year. A lot of the clubs have their Australia Day events. Torquay has the single fin competition. We'll see a few past winners of the single fin competition up in the next heat. And so we're seeing now Phillip Island has moved on to their power surfer, well and truly out in front. You can see Carl Wright here, the smooth style of Carl.
The big frame.
He is a big lad. Really shines when the waves jump up above the 6 foot mark. He's had a few good days at EP over the years, Carl Wright.
And like we were saying earlier, multiple time Open champ in Vico, and yeah, definitely most comfortable in big waves like EP, even Woolamai and Gunnamatta. When we were over there for some of the Open rounds, when it's well overhead, he really comes into his own.
He does. I've seen people do 6 turns to the beach on a Woolamai beach break, and then Carl comes out and does one big crack out the back and drops a 9. He really has impressive power in those bigger waves. Of course, worth mentioning this, of course, as we see Carl right here. This is, of course, the Victorian qualifiers. We've had qualifiers already in other states, Rivo. We've seen some people find their way through to the Hyundai Newcastle final. Of course, brought to you by Surfing Australia and Queensland. Snapper Rocks, no surprise, two-time winner of the ABBs. Over in South Australia, we saw Seaford. Margaret River got the job done in Western Australia. South Arm in Tassie. And I'll tell you the big result, though. North Stain in New South Wales.
Jeez.
Yeah, knocked off North Narrabeen in the qualifiers. Narrabeen will be there in Newcastle. But the big result out of that, of course, everyone that knows anything about grassroots surfing in Australia, the rivalry is Queenscliff versus North Stain, separated by just an outlet pipe, and they hate each other. Queenscliff and North Stain is very much the Torquay and Phillip Island of the Sydney club scene. North Stain got through. QBC knocked out in straight sets. So, and that's what it's all about. They'll be bragging rights for a year there at Manly. So 2 teams will qualify out of today, and then, of course, there are some wild cards. So they'll be looking for the top 2 spots.
And the wildcard format is interesting. A couple of years ago, 2019, Torquay finishing in 3rd. However, getting a wildcard in due to having a pretty stacked resume of surfers. But here we've got Carl Wright. Stacked surfer himself, got a pretty stacked resume.
Yeah, look at that. Just a beautifully surfed wave. He's worked all the way through to the inside, and, he is just surfing for fun at the moment, really, because he doesn't need to lock much away. In fact, they have the other clubs in combination at the moment. As we see the surfer from Otway up and riding.
Luke Layla here on this one.
He's come unstuck again there, Luke, and he's going to need to make the decision. We've got 3 sets to go. He's going to need to make the decision as to whether he heads in and hands it over to the power surfer, or whether he still tries to chase down a wave and maybe give, I assume, whether it's James or, I assume maybe James or Dylan, whether he gives them a little bit more of an opportunity. Throwing the board.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see this from Luke. It's a bit uncharacteristic from him to be falling like this on the first and second sections. He's a very good surfer, and like we were saying, had an amazing day out at the Tradies Challenge the other weekend. So, yeah, hopefully he can paddle out and get another good one, because Otway's sort of trailing and needing a pretty good score at this stage with only, I think it's just over 10 minutes to go.
So this is Carl Wright up and riding, as we said, the power surfer for Phillip Island, and power by name, power by nature. And this is a really nicely surfed. We talked about timing here in the Urban Surf Lagoon. And if you time that first turn well, it really does set you up for success. He drew that first turn out, and the section just stood up. He nailed 2 nice turns, and he's going to drop a pretty solid number there. Judges moving around the very good mark. Let's find out what's going on Lagoon side with Chris Enever.
All right, guys, I'm down here at the left, just up the side of the pool, and, well, the setup here is the marshal's down the end. He gives the call on which surfer gets which wave, when priority's awarded, and, well, look at it. It's absolutely glorious. The water is crystal clear, sun's out. It's actually quite warm. I think I need to get some sunscreen on because I can feel it getting burnt already. As we zoom around over here, as we pan around, you can actually see the judges in the Surfing Victoria tent there. That's where the judging takes place, and then behind that is the stunning athlete zone, and everyone's just kicking back, enjoying the action, and, well, look at it. We're in the middle of Melbourne, in the heart of the city, and the waves are cooking and the sun's out. Doesn't get much better.
Yeah, it is very un-Victorian weather, Chris. Chris, of course, from Narrabeen, who won the last ABBs. We saw Hoggy's passion there. That's what it is all about, the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. So coming into the twilight sets here in this first heat. Geez, that sounds good, doesn't it? Twilight sets. It is sets. Phillip Island will be the power surfer. It's Carl Wright. We're up to the power surfer as well for Point Lonsdale. As you can see, Carl getting a little more aggressive now. He'll go up into the pocket there, over the white water. One more, and a big hit from, that's what we talked about, the power from Carl Wright. He would have loved to have ridden out of that last one, but I reckon he'll upgrade on his 6-1 that he got on the last, and that'll put Phillip Island further out in front. Meanwhile, Point Lonsdale also on their power surfer. It'll be, however, the 5th surfer for Otway, Lukey Laylor. Look, he'll be looking for an air section. He nails that section this time, but he does get caught behind again. And that's the timing. You know, you've got to spend a bit of time out here to figure it out. So he's got 2 sets to go. He's going to make the decision to go in. And that's going to make it pretty tough for Otway. So it looks like it will be Point Lonsdale and Phillip Island moving through. But with power surfers, you never know. We could see a big score from either Dylan or James Sinclair, and that will, of course, advance Otway through. But beautiful day here at Urban Surf. If you are in the Melbourne region, you can come down and watch. And Tullamarine, Adam.
So it looks like we've got a replay here of Carl Wright's last one for Phillip Island, really connecting beautifully with that last section. So Carl almost wouldn't call it a victory lap yet, but Phillip Island pretty well in the clear.
I think you can call it a victory lap.
Call it a victory lap, but yeah, Phillip Island, if they are to advance straight to the final, 2nd and 3rd in these heats going into the requal round. So first straight to the final, obviously a massive advantage. A little bit less time in the pool, however, Phillip Island looking chiseling, I'd call it, chiseling.
Very good.
Hot.
Lots of spectators here. Of course, it's one of the best venues you can come and watch. You can stand right out there along the walls, right up against the action. Crystal clear water here. Shout out to the facilities manager at Urban Surf, Jerome, who's done an incredible job with the filtration system here to get this crystal clear blue water.
So we've got about 10 minutes to go. So we're getting towards the twilight, there's your word, of the end of this first heat.
The twilight zone of this first qualifying heat. Yep, and Phillip Island, a bit of a stranglehold here. Carl Wright looks like he's going to get priority again. So playing the game very well, the team from Phillip Island. Point Lonsdale, that looks like those guys have come in. They've had enough, and they've left Otway out there, their power surfer. By my count, 2 sets to go, and that matches up with the time. And it looks like
might be
looks like the 46-time Otway Boardriders Club champion, the Otway Panther himself, Dylan Schultz.
So yeah, it looks like he's the Lone Ranger in the lagoon.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it? Hey, out there by yourself.
Have you had a couple of sessions out there by yourself?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure you would have.
I've had
Probably a silly question.
On the left, yes. On the right, no. I don't think I've ever been by myself on the right. On the left, yes. Tends to sometimes be the island of lost souls over there. So
here we go with Schultze on his forehand.
Oh, there we go. He's found his rhythm here, Schultze. Nice tight second one. Look at this. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Dylan Schultz, the power surfer. He said he found his rhythm at the end of his original surf, and wow, he's continued on with the form there. He thinks, oh, that'll be about as good as I can get. Yeah, there we go. We've wrapped it up with 5 minutes to go, boys.
So that was the last surf for this heat, first heat of the day. Phillip Island, Point Lonnie, Otway. We'll have a few scores to come in, so hopefully give you the full situation shortly. But as the clock says, 9 minutes remaining, and we through this first heat of the day.
Yeah, and it was one of the challenges that the Surfing Victoria guys faced, is how do you have enough sets so that everyone gets a good opportunity? And let's look at this wave of Dylan Schultz again. Nice drawn-out power carve to get things started. Now he gets a bit tighter in the lip with a jam, and again, and that's what the judges are looking at. This stuff after those first couple of sections, it's nice. It might add a little bit to your score, but the meat and potatoes is all in those first 3 sections. So you see the Hyundai's out the front of Urban Surf.
Great to have them on board as a sponsor.
Yeah, absolutely.
They'll remain on until 2024, so as the presenting partner of the Australian Boardriders battle.
It's going to be epic to see what technology they bring by 2024 as well. Already doing some great hybrid cars, Hyundai, and it'll be great to see as Australia, as a country, move towards the electronic vehicle era. It's going to be awesome to see what Hyundai come up with. But just a beautiful day here. Up next, we're going to see a couple of really interesting clubs. Torquay we've spoken about a lot today. But the club that I'm most interested in, of course, is the Urban Surf Boardriders Club. Pulled together a team at the last minute. They've only had 2 club rounds. We ran the first one here in winter. It was the winter shootout. And then, of course, the summer event we ran just a couple of weeks ago. And it was at that summer event that the guys said, let's get a team in for ABBs, and that's what it's all about. It's really interesting as a Melbourne-based surfing venue, trying to create that authentic grassroots Aussie surf culture around it. And these guys that you're going to see in the water today, that's exactly what they've done. They've said, this is our job here. We're going to set the cultural benchmarks. We're going to make sure that urban surf is authentic. It reflects the cultural values that surfing has developed over such a long history since the Duke stood up at Freshie River. And that's what it's all about. And you can see the guys lined up for the next set. Before we do that, we're going to head to an ad break. You're watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle from here at Urban Surf Melbourne.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
This is how we lay it down. Start with a generous base of fluffy rice. Drop in the juiciest slow-cooked meat, a hit of fresh, flavor-filled salsa, then fine-tune it your way. Sound like the best burrito in town?
Zam right.
Zambrero, feel good mix.
Let's ride the waves, finding friends and laughs all day. Get strong, be safe, we'll learn our way with ocean play. No matter if you try, no matter where you're from, you can be a Woolworths surf grom. Go on, give your kids the gift of surfing at woolworthsurfgroms.com.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. I've got Chris Enever in the booth. Chris, of course, North Narrabeen taking it out last year. The passion that these clubs have, tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's the best part about the Battle of the Boardriders. It always brings out that grassroots passion. You know, everyone loves that, just the competitive spirit that it brings out from the Boardriders. You know, and it's always been a thing of just, it added that extra little bit of pressure.
It's the spice, isn't it?
The spice, and then it's just it just brings out the best in everyone. Everyone's so keen, so frothing to get out there and put on a good performance for their club. You know, especially even tour surfers come back and they just love putting on the rashy when they can for the clubs, and it's it's very competitive to get a start in some of these teams these days as well, because there's so many good surfers in every club all around Australia. Absolutely,
and it is Australia-wide. I mean, I think Hoggy said it in the intro there that, you know, you can rock up and think you're a CT guy and you get waxed by a bloke from, you know, Seaford or Margaret River or one of these interstate clubs, you know, the guys at South Arm in Tassie. As we see up and riding, the big Jack Perry, all 6'3" of him in the pool, and you can see a man that's had a fair bit of experience. He's the Masters competitor for Torquay Boardriders, and he'll be pretty happy with that. Interesting mix of clubs here. I've got a bit of mixed affiliation, being a lifelong Torquay Boardriders, but also a little bit involved with the Urban Surf Boardriders Club, and of course South Coast Boardriders come from the South Gippsland area up the coast there. Great to see South Coast here as well. They have the 12-time Indigenous surfing champion Geordie Campbell in that lineup. But yeah, look, at Urban Surf, fantastic to see them here. They've got their junior Xavier Snelling here. As I was talking to Rivo before, you know, just this is a club that had their first comp, you know, 3 months ago, and they're trying to bring this grassroots Aussie surf culture here at Urban Surf. It's a bunch of really keen members, and it's great to see them here today. But geez, they're up against the big dogs straight away with Torquay, and you can see that first score from Jack Perry dropping in as 7-1-7. A couple of small scores for South Coast and Urban Surf. We'll see who's got priority here. It looks like it will be the South Coast, so South Gippsland area, beautiful part of Victoria, around up towards the Wilson's Promontory area. Nice smooth style here from the surfer in white. Comes undone there, chasing points on that big section. Xavier Snelling up next from Urban Surf. And he's a genuine metropolitan surfer. This is not a kid that's come up from the coast. He is from Melbourne, goes to school in Melbourne, and spends his day surfing there. And there he is up against a former Sunset finalist in Jack Perry. So, you know, that's what it's all about, right? The mix, the experience of these kids as Jack goes undone.
Exactly. I just had a good chat with Pez down there before. You can teach an old guy new tricks. I think the old dog new tricks, because he's out there and he's absolutely tearing it up. Yeah, a great team they got down here. And, you know, you see the Torquay Club, they really just have that big foot forward when they rock up to these events. You know, they've got a great team camaraderie. Kale's leading the charge with Ross, and, you know, got a great depth of surfers too.
Yeah, they do. And, you know, to be honest, they've probably underachieved on the national scale. You know, they haven't really had that breakthrough result at Newcastle they wanted. I know, you know, the likes of Vaughan Blakey last year really had them tipped as the finalists. You've got those really quality QS surfers, not here today, they're in Hawaii, as we see Jack Perry up and riding, but you've got the Xavier Huxtables and the Tully Wileys that are really up at the pointy end of the regional qualifiers going on to Challenger Series. You've got those great master surfers like Jack Perry, like Adam Robertson, and then you've got the juniors like we're going to see today that are just at that world-class level, but they haven't got that result, you know, and that's what they'll be chasing out of this year. They'll be desperate to get 1 and 2 straight up to Newcastle and make an impact on the big day in February. We can see there the female surfer for Urban Surf, Brissa Malaga. She is a former bronze medalist at the World SUP Championships in Fiji, originally from Peru. So
well-rounded.
There you go.
Very well-rounded.
Yeah, try and say that one 3 times fast. Yeah. So, Chris, did you grow up in Boardriders Club? You're obviously around it as you grew up?
Yeah, it's always been, you know, a big part of our lives, and, you know, especially up there at North Narrabeen, it's a very competitive lineup, and we've got this the great depth of surfers there, and I mean that family aspect to it. It's not just about, you know, surfing in a great lineup with it, and every club has that as well, yep. which is really special. You know, it's not just your family. You have your initial family, but you have your Boardriders Club, which is also your surfing family, and they're the people that you spend so much time with in the water. You learn to compete with. You build great friendships, relationships with. You're on the road traveling with a lot of the time when you start competing. It's where you learn all the grassroots of, that takes you into that, elite level if you want to take it there. Or it can just be a place where you go and have fun all the time and you rock up and you get to put a rashie on. You might never surf a heat or outside of your club in your life, but you get to put the rashie on every week. You get to surf against some top-level surfers. And you get to learn and have fun and then sit down and have a beer or a sausage sizzle after with the crew. And it's just a good family, bonding reunion thing every single month that we get to do. And, seeing Urban Surf now in the lineup and obviously South Coast Boardriders clubs against one of the premier clubs in Australia, they would now be looking to start building that kind of foundation that Torquay has. And, one day hopefully be, a competitive club, keep bringing in more crew, more members. And it just kind of evolves from there. And it's really special. And that's the best thing about this Battle of the Boardriders and why everyone is so keen to win it, because it just has such a big part in the history of every club and the competitive nature of it all.
Yeah, and I think you hit the nail on the head at the start there, that it's a lot more than just surfing. It's that community aspect that it provides. We've had a really tough time in Victoria over the last couple of years, as has all of Australia. But, Victoria, Melbourne in particular, has just had an unbelievable amount of lockdowns. And, to have that network of extended friends and family through your Boardriders club has been really important. I know Torquay Boardriders has been really important for me getting through that. And I know there's a lot of people that have lent on that community. So it has been an incredible, incredible time. We saw my old mate Harry Mann up and riding there, former winner of the Rip Curl Pro Trials. The last time we saw the bells rung in Victoria, he was knocked out by Gabriel Medina and Ryan Callanan, but a great surfer. He spent a lot of time. In fact, Harry helps us with this wave development here. So he was in the water as we made this wave that we're surfing tonight. So he should very much know where the sections are, and a strong backhand surfer out here. First number for Jack Perry dropped in. It was a 717. A couple of mid-range twos for South Coast and Urban Surf. So Torquay off to a good start here, as they would want to be. But it'll be interesting to see the battle for second and third here between South Coast and Urban Surf. Urban Surf has got some pretty sharp surfers, though, and the advantage that they have is the guys have spent a lot of time in the lagoon.
Yeah, it definitely pays off, I feel, giving that time in the pool. And that's where Urban Surf will have this edge because... you got Torquay Boardriders as well, guys like Kale and like you said, Harry, that have helped develop this wave. It definitely is an advantage. I broke in the pool last night, first time ever.
Yes.
Popped the pool cherry
midnight
last
session.
night. Yeah. Went out there at 11 o'clock till 12. So it was a rad experience surfing under the lights. First time I've ever done that. And, obviously was lucky enough. I flew down here last night, just my bag, came down to jump here and obviously, commentate this amazing event. But ran down to the Surf Academy bit over there and the rental spot, got aboard, ran out there, and they were so helpful. And, it's just got a little epoxy.
Yep.
And equipment's massive in this pool.
Well, equipment is, but people over-rely on the epoxy. You can see Harry Mann there will be on a PU on his backhand, but if he was surfing on his forehand, he'd be on an epoxy. It's amazing the intricacies with the pool that people just think so much about it.
That's something that I found really, really tricky to first grasp is also understanding the sections that it throws at you, understanding where the steep section is, where the section that backs off is, what type of turn you do in that section.
Yep.
I bogged railed more times than I can count last night. A couple of times I just went straight over the hangers, even on the takeoff. So, and then you get absolutely skittled on the bottom. It's not that user friendly when it gets on that this setting, and especially when the barrel setting gets put on. It can really throw you some good floggings.
And we're seeing some good performances here from the female from South Coast, and of course Brisa Malaga from Peru, now surfing for Urban Surf Boardriders. That was Eva Bassett for South Coast Boardriders, both dropping some really nice numbers there, and that's going to put a little bit of scoreboard pressure back on Torquay. They've got Ange Ball and Bella Wilson in the team. Be interesting to see whether they bring out the goofy footer, Ange Ball, who a bit of infamy after a performance in the 50-year storm. If it was 12-foot bells today, you'd have your money on her.
How was that?
She is just a phenomenal surfer. But again, you go back to that community mentality of Boardriders clubs. The way that her and Bella have mentored that next generation of young women in our club is just fantastic. As we see Harry Mann up and riding here, a couple of nice, tight backhand snaps. And you can see he's really got the timing. He knows where these sections are. He's able to put together 4 really nice turns, and he's going to drop another good number for Torquay there. So Jack Perry with a 717, Harry Mann with a 616. But you can see here the surfer from Urban Surf, Brisa Malaga, originally from Peru. Bit of a supper by trade, but she's dropped herself a nice number here, a 5, so a good mid-range score. And that's going to put a bit more pressure up towards Urban Surf. We'll see a number drop in for Eva Bassett from South Coast as well, and that looked like a pretty good score as well. So change over there. You can see Chris Simon paddling out now for Urban Surfers, the president of the Victorian Bodyboard Association. We recently had the summer series. It was a shootout on the barrel setting, and he went out and dropped an 8 on the bodyboard to win that division in one wave, and then came out and dropped 2 7s on his surfboard and ended up 4th in that division as well. So
That's unbelievable.
He's a multi-talented man, old Chris. So good to see him out there and, talking about the culture. He's a guy that's really driving, the importance of that to Urban Surf board riders. He's got that experience in other Victorian board riders clubs and knows what it's like. So great to see him here.
Yeah, and we just saw an absolute doozy get locked in for the second surfer of Torquay, Harry Mann. Dropped in at 8.43, so one of the highest scores of the day.
Willis Droomer up and riding, yeah. Willis Droomer, current Australian under-18 champion, and again, someone that spent a lot of time in the pool. I'll give you a great story about Willis in just a second. He's going to be Torquay's power surfer as well. So they've gone with the junior firepower, the flexibility, the lanky style of Willis Droomer. As we see out the back, it'll be Eva Bassett again for South Coast Boardriders. She dropped a good score in her first one, tied up in the lip. That's a critical turn. I think she claimed the double whammy there, but no need to do that even. No need to claim it in the pool. But we'll head back out now and we'll see the surfer in yellow for Urban Surf as well.
Yeah, that last ride for Torquay, that, like you were saying, he is a tall kid and he's quite lanky, which isn't your typical surfer you would imagine, But there's been so many surfers of that stature lately coming out and making big waves in surfing, likes of someone like Dakota Walters,
Yes.
Really slim build, tall kid, but just can absolutely fit anything in wherever he wants on the wave. And, we just saw then for Torquay, he was really agile on that wave.
Maybe not as slim as he used to be, but we're going to head down to Nathan Riverland with Jack Perry.
Jack Perry, Torquay's first surfer, and obviously pleasure to be down here at the pool with you, mate. But talk us through how you went out there.
I'll just sit.
Well, I was actually pretty nervous, first surf. But it was fun. It was just good to go out and do a couple of turns. The waves have been really bad the last sort of couple of weeks, so it was nice to get in the water.
Good on you, man. You said you'd. We actually bumped into each other up in Yamba a couple of weeks ago when we were both on holidays. But how was the pool temperature? Were you able to surf in a short wetsuit or what?
Yeah, well, I was wearing boardies and a vest. It's really warm today.
It should have come up through live heats, but it's not showing.
Depending on the weather. So it was the first time I've worn boardies since last summer, so it's good.
Good on you, mate. Torquay looking like they're in pretty good control out there at the moment. We'll throw back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Rivo, and good to see Big Pez out there. Of course, I mentioned a few times he's a former winner at Sunset, but geez, once the bowl gets 8 foot, he's definitely amongst the best out there. Torquay waiting for that number to drop in from Willis Droomer, but it's going to be a cracker, and they're going to have a couple of excellent scores to get things started. Good number, though, from the second athlete. I think it's Eva Bassett for South Coast Boardriders. She's locked in a 6.13, and so really tight at the moment between Urban Surf and South Coast Boardriders for that second place here. So we see the set come through. It's going to be Torquay again. Willis Droomer, as you said, the wiry, lanky frame, and he's thrown a lot of spray. He's just come off a win in the Yeti Australian Boardriders battle, of course, held on Clipperoo again, and he's just going to throw a little shove it. And right out of that, and I suspect we might have seen the first 9+ score there from the Torquay power surfer. Look how relaxed he is. It looks like he's just rolled through that.
I know.
Yeah. Just dropped a 10. Don't worry about me.
Unbelievable surfing there for Willis Droomer, and well, he's definitely going to be dropping that 7.93 put on his last wave, I think, because that's out the window, and we're going to see probably the highest score we've seen of the day. I'd love to see the replay of that. Just how easily he just fits in the surfing in the pocket. He knows exactly where to place the board. His distribution of weight was spot on there. And here's Urban Surf's.
He is, of course, the president of Victorian Bodyboarders on the stand-up today, but great to see him out there. Chris Watson does a great job culturally around the club, and he's going to drop a nice number there. He'll hand over to either Luke Martin, Luke Wallace, or the winner of the summer shootout, Brendan Davis. So good-looking team there. It looks like it's going to be Bella Wilson for Torquay. She'll be their left score, so sticking as a goofy footer, and you can see there Bodie Williams will be their final surfer. A lot of high fives there for Willis Droomer. I was mentioning before, Willis was one of the first guys we got up here when we were testing the waves with Wavegarden, and one of the reasons is his absolute passion for wave machines. Really keen on mass, really dry, working towards that sort of engineering space. And apparently when he was 10 years old, his Year 6 project was to actually build a wave pool, and he built like this little mini wave pool. We told the Wavegarden guys, and they just loved it. So really nice to see him performing at this level here in the Urban Surf Lagoon. And we've mentioned a few times, Torquay, through their junior program and their relationship with Surfing Victoria, those guys have spent a lot of time in the pool, and it's really showing in this heat.
Yeah, it is. And we just saw Chris Watson there paddling out, smiles on his face, poking the tongue out. It's just good vibes down here. And that's one thing we get at Urban Surf, which is amazing. That kind of atmosphere, that stadium Arcadia atmosphere.
A little bit different to North Narrabeen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, everyone's feels like they're so involved here it's the atmosphere's rad.
Absolutely. Speaking of good vibes and good atmosphere, Nathan Riverland always carries that, and he is down Lagoon side.
All right, so I'm down at the lagoon with surfer from that last amazing wave from Torquay. That was absolutely ridiculous. Willis Droomer, tell us a bit about your relationship with Urban Surf. I know you've had a lot of hours in here.
Yeah, it's been good. Like I haven't surfed it in a while. I only had like a practice session this morning on the left, and that was good just to get the nerves out of the way and get the feet in the wax. And yeah, last one was real getting the second wave was real clean and easy to surf. So just stoked to not fall and get a couple turns on.
Epic, man. I'm sure that score would have come in pretty high. Tell us a little bit about your sort of progression through with Surfing Victoria and the pathways there. You've obviously had a lot of time in here. Is there sort of do you sort of sit out the back, and especially in this setting, and go, okay, I'm going to plan, this is what I'm going to do on the wave, or this is what I want to do? It's obviously a bit different to the ocean.
Yep, so basically my plan was to get a wave done, just get turns on the first one. On the second one, I went for the pop shove it and happily landed that one. So yeah, I'm pretty happy. It's a perfect opportunity to for everyone here just to show how they surf and how they can do under pressure. So everyone's ripping, and yeah, so there's a lot of competition, but yeah, that's fun.
Good on you, mate. So down here with Willis Droomer. Epic day down here in the sun. Very un-Victorian weather, 30 degrees right now. So we'll throw it back up to you guys in the booth. Cheers.
Yeah, cheers, Nath. And, well, why wouldn't he be happy? Willis locked in a 9-point ride, so best score of the day just goes to Willis Droomer. And, well, he absolutely tore the bag out of that thing. So very well-deserved 9, that's for sure.
I love to see the progression there. That's, we call it a little bit of the Morgan factor when we talk about it on Lift, is that, surfers really attacking and trying that progressive surfing that you can't make it as a professional surfer these days with 2 5.5s.
Yeah.
Those days are gone. So to see him in there attacking those waves, doing things like pop shove-its, it's really what we want to see from our junior surfers these days. I'm so excited to see what happens for Willis over the next couple of years. He's, got a great team around him with Surfing Victoria, Torquay Boardriders, the Billabong team. He's a really exciting athlete and a really good human, which, something Kale focuses on a lot is build good humans first, and that'll become good surfers.
Yeah, he's got a bright future, that's for sure. And, well, 30 minutes left in this heat, and we're running through things now. And Torquay, as we expected, well out in front in this heat. 32.23, and Urban Surf 13.88. They're going to be needing some big scores to try hunt down Torquay, and might be a battle for the second place here.
Yep.
South Coast Boardriders 11.13. So things are tight in the back end of this heat, but as we expected, Torquay really taking control of this heat, and they're showing their force straight off the bat in round 1.
Yeah, a bit of a flex here almost. They saw Phillip Island with some good numbers. Harry de Roth obviously dropping in some 8s as well as Sage Goldsbury. And they went, we don't want to let you get too far in front. Now, this is Bella Wilson up on her second. She scored a 7.93 on her first. So great performance from Bella. And a big shout out to the Wilson family. Real stalwarts of the Torquay Boardriders community, and the community getting around the Wilson family at the moment, which is fantastic to see. If you go to the TBC Instagram site. They've got a GoFundMe for the Wilson family at the moment. So great to see Bella out here surfing and ripping it up, dropping some big numbers. This is Brendan Davis for Torquay Boardriders Club. He is a master of the beast mode rights. You can see he's going to come undone on the lefts. Need to spend a bit more time over in the island of Lost Souls. But good to see the Urban Surf guys here, and they've moved through their lineup pretty quickly. Brendan's the fourth surfer here, so keeping pace with Torquay, both on four surfers, and we've just gone to the fourth surfer for South Coast, up and riding now. Good first turn there, and he's set up this second section well. It's going to be tight, but he fits it in. And now a little more room to move down the line. Will come unstuck then, but he's probably going to drop a nice 3 or 4 there, which is, allows him to move on, get another surfer out there, and we'll see what the power surfers can do at the end of the heat, because that's probably where it's going to be decided for Urban Surf and South Coast Boardriders. Mate, do you always bring this weather with you? This is so un-Victorian, it's ridiculous.
It's been raining for 10 years straight up in Sydney, it feels like. It's just been non-stop rain. And, I thought the whole East Coast is getting hammered right now, aren't they? But, we've opened up and things are starting to, get back to a bit like normal. And then, we've just been getting hammered by the weather, and no one's really seen the sun out at all. And, today it couldn't be better.
You say this in Sydney. I was lucky enough to be up in Sydney on Tuesday for the construction launch for Urban Surf Sydney, which I'm sure we'll touch on today, as we saw Bella Wilson's wave there, trying to improve on a 7.16. I'm not sure that she's going to be able to do it, but a nice couple of turns there for the surfer from South Coast. It's probably what they needed to get him back in the heat. We can see Luke Martin down there, beachside for Urban Surf, along with Bodie Williams, a couple of strong goofy footers there. But yeah, the weather up in Sydney for the launch was unbelievable. Yet all I hear from Sydney siders is it's going to rain. Of course, I did get stuck on the tarmac for 3 hours. So.
Yeah, you must have got that 6-hour window that we've had in the past 2 months.
1 6-hour window.
Yeah, that was it. But now it looks like we're going to have a window for all day for this. There's not even a cloud in sight.
It is always like this at Urban Surf. The sun is always shining. The wind is always light. The pool is always clean, and the waves are always perfect.
I did speak to one of my mates. He came down here 2 days ago from Sydney, and he said he froze his bits off down here. He said the wind was up, and he did the morning session and the night session, and yeah, it was definitely a bit of a pinch in the air a few days ago. But right now it's stunning. I feel like I'm on the Gold Coast. It's like got to get the sunscreen out, slather it up.
2XP, lining it up.
Yeah, I get sunburn under a bright light, let alone out there right now. So I'm trying to keep in the shade as much as possible.
As we see Brendan Davis now, he's put together a much better wave here. He goes to a little 360 slide on the end. He's not going to ride out of that, but that was a much better wave from Brendan. He'll take that. He'll sprint in, hand over to his buddy Luke Martin. Great to see the camaraderie here from Urban Surf Boardriders. So this is the process after the wave. They're heading on the inside as we see Bella Wilson up and riding on her third wave as well. How was that turn?
That was great.
No need to finish the wave when you can just belt one like that. A lot of spray off the back.
Yeah.
But she is trying to improve in a pretty good number. So we'll see what happens. This is Bodie Williams, one of the sort of emerging, just getting out of the junior ranks. Bodie is around 20 years old. He's from Point Lonsdale originally, but surfing for Torquay Boardriders. Probably looking for that opportunity to be on the national stage at ABBs. He's got a wicked air game. Showed it in the latest state round, coming second behind Xavier Huxtable there. But hard to find the air sections on this setting in the pool. Some of the barrel settings coming out, though, there's some really good air sections. And we've seen the likes of Matthias Hurdy, Xavier Huxtable, who I mentioned before, really throw some pretty incredible airs out of that section.
Yeah, I found this pool, especially when I surfed it last night. I have surfed ones in Waco and different ones, but it just has that feeling of a real wave. And that's one thing that I really enjoyed about it last night. And the hardest thing, which we've seen some of the surfers really nail, we saw, a couple of the surfers have really found the timing aspect.
Yeah.
Timing is key in this pool, and it is a really steep pocket. So the surfers that are really in tune with their timing and their equipment, it allows them to be quick in transition, and that's the biggest key.
Yep.
I found that if I was slightly slow in my transition off the bottom to the top, and where my weight turned and when I was turning my body, you would lose it straight away. So finding that quick transition in the surf, and it's a really hard thing to have, and like to dial it in the pool will definitely help in the ocean, especially when you get into small conditions. A lot of competitions are in small waves.
Yep.
And having that quick transition, fitting multiple turns in, it's going to pay huge dividends for all the surfers from Victoria and anyone that can get down here and travel. And it's going to be great for Sydney when they get to launch their pool as well. The training aspect there, because I said the QE leading into the Challenger Series, there's a lot of tricky waves on the QE, and small pockety waves coming into play, this will be great training aid for sure.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that, like this is one specific setting, and this one's really designed to be a pockety wave. It's designed for the most high-performance surfing that you can get here. It's got nice, tight sections. It allows you to draw that first turn out, as you said. But there are other sections, sessions and wave types that Urban Surf has that allow, lots of different types of surfing. As we see, Geordie Campbell up and riding here. Is that Geordie? Hard to tell on the screen. It's flashing here. I don't think that one was Geordie, actually. He's a goofy footer, so I got that completely upside down there, Chris. The other thing that you were talking about before was the great feeling in the lineup. Coming from North Narrabeen, where, you'd run over your grandmother to get a set out there. Here, of course, everyone has. We see Luke Martin up and riding. Won the first ever Urban Surf Boardriders battle. He's got a very good, strong backhand, but doing well in his forehand here as well. He'll wind down the line, look for a carve to finish. Jeez, he's ridden that one pretty much to the to the lifeguard tower.
Always come up to the top tower.
That's right. He's going for the
length of ride.
MP length of ride, exactly. As you see, Bodie Williams, he has spent a lot of time out of the pool as well, and you can see that experience with the timing. That's exactly what you see. Getting nice and tight in the pocket there, throwing a lot of spray. It's the Torquay Boardriders Club Juniors putting the likes of Harry and Cale and Jack Perry on notice that they're going to have to work pretty hard if they want to be in the team come Narrabeen.
Yeah.
Come Newcastle.
Yeah, well, I did speak to Cale down there, and he mentioned that he's their signature right surfer if they get to surf the right. So he'll be hoping for a flip of the coin on the heads, I think. So to get a run in the semi or the final, looks like they'll be definitely moving on through. So, but that's the interesting thing as well. You see some teams as well have submitted up to 10 surfers. So they've got a team which will surf on the right, a team for the left, and it's been good to see them mixing it up. Goofy footers and natural footers. I thought maybe, the surfers on the left would utilise a lot of the natural footers because it is easy to get upside down and tighter on your backhand. But it's really cool to see the mix between the goofies and the naturals. Here is one right now. I love this surfing right here, this quick in transition, getting super low on the bottom turn and then just clicking it really tight in the pocket. His board is looking phenomenal out there.
Yeah, he's on the Lost Surfboards Mayhems, the young man from Point Lonsdale originally. I think he's just shifted north up to Lennox Head, Bodie Williams, but always happy to fly back in. We see that with, Torquay Boardriders, obviously, guys like Troy Brooks and Nick Mushcroft coming back down to Newcastle, where they grew up. The Boardriders club that they were in from the start tends to be the Boardriders club that they finish with. See Willis Droomer wondering how he's going to improve on that pop shove it and a 9 as a power surfer. Might be a little bit hard to do, but that's the thing about these juniors. The progression just keeps on going up and up and up.
It feels like they're never phased either. You surf so much in your Boardriders clubs now. There's so many good events that Surfing Australia putting on, and they just keep rocking up these events, and they just keep lifting the level and raising the bar every single time, and they just don't seem to be phased at all by nerves or the scenario. And here's a way for Urban Surf rider. He's working his way down the line, tagging that one tight in the pocket, and then wrapping it back. Good bit of variety on this one, and that's something I think the judges are really going to look for as well today. If you can, mix it up, because obviously it's great to get that tight whipping turn on the pocket, but that first section's really asking for a nice wrap.
Yeah, and you can see Bodie delivering that wrap there, and now he's going to go a bit tighter with these turns. He gets a little bit caught up there, and he's got a pretty good score on the board, so he'll probably go to the air here, to be honest. Tends to be his MO, and he does, rides out. Yep. Thanks, Bodie. He's listening to the scripts. It's good that when they do what they're told out there. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. That, if you can, it's great if you can hit those turns in the pocket and do it probably as it's meant to be done. But what's really going to add to those scores is if you can do something out of the box, like Willis with his pop shove it, or we'll see the guys in the forehand doing a layback on that first section and really attacking it. It's interesting you mentioned the nerves before. I mean, I think speaking to Cale and Harry a lot over the years about ABBs, for them, they get more nervous in an ABB than they do in a prime or even on the CT when they went through. For them, it's almost the most important event of the year because they just feel that strongly about it. As we see Bodie Williams up and riding, as we said, draws out that first turn nicely. That's going to set him up for the second. You'll see he gets a little bit tight there, catches up in the bobble and froth later in the set there. And then he'll move his way through and he'll go for a little air reverse here.
And that's something that these young talents have. Look to identify 2 nice wraps. He caught on the second one, so he missed the third section.
Yep.
But then to go, all right, I'm going to reset. I've missed the third section. I'm going to make up for it and just go to the air. It's like to have that in your pocket and in your repertoire and just pull it out of your back pocket whenever you want. The juniors these days are doing some crazy stuff. And like we said, they've just got it on lock, and it doesn't seem to faze them, which is probably key to all the great training aids and the coaches that are out there now, and the filming that goes into it, and like training aids like this place is here as well, just to understand how that turn felt, and then kind of think, all right, what do I need to do on the rest of this wave, and think of it more, not think of it too much in depth, but to be able just to pull those things out when you really need to, and with a lot of confidence.
I feel like there's been a change of mindset in Australian surfing in the last 24 months. And I put a lot of this down to the Morgan Sibilic factor. I really do, is that you really have to go out there and go for broke. There is none of this trying to surf a smart heat. I don't think Morg surfed a smart heat once this year. If he needed a 5, he'd attack it and get an 8. And that's why he was 5th in the world in surfing on the last day. And you see Bodie here just going for broke on this really nice, tight, technical surfing. Another jam there. Look at the spray he's throwing. He's going to go all the way to the inside. He might even get himself a little air section here. He won't. Reads the section well, and he'll ride out of that one. He was looking to improve on a solid 7.63 anyway. So Bodie Williams, job done. He'll hand over the power surfer, and Torquay just in an absolutely dominant position here. Yeah. It does start to get you excited about the final. Phillip Island and Torquay, they've got a bit of form together. This is the power surfer. He's trying to spin, but he's not quite getting to Brendan Davis. But, they've done well here, Urban Surf. They're through to their last surfer, and they've got a slender lead over South Coast at the moment. South Coast with an extra surfer up their sleeve, though, so we'll see how they go about it. This is their junior competitor here, and some nice surfing going on for South Coast. Yeah, always ironically named South Coast. They're the most northern-based club out of the Victorian clubs, and they're called South Coast. But of course, South Gippsland is the coast that they're on, so that's why it's the South Coast. But beautiful area, just a really rugged part of the world. The Sandy Point up to Wilson's Prom, Walkerville, Fish Creek in the inland, beautiful, Victorian-style place. So a beautiful part of Victoria, definitely worth checking out. Although it is hard to go past Tullamarine these days.
Exactly. And, well, one thing I want to point out as well in that last wave, if we do get a replay of that last of Bodie Williams, that was his third wave. We saw his first one, he ripped. Then his second one, that little catch into the air reverse, he locked in a 6.57. His best score today was
see the paddle battle for priority here. Look at that.
This is interesting too.
That's right. And look, Willis Droomer says, no, mate, you want to burn the lactic acid, you go for your life.
Yeah.
I got a 9 on the board.
Exactly.
I'm already relaxed. I don't need to do anything else.
Yeah, and the one thing I was noticing just before, which I was talking about with Bodie, is that last wave that we saw. Here we go. This one here. The one before, I love how he gets his arms going here. He made a little adjustment. He goes, okay, the wave before, he kind of didn't get the tail whip around and the release in the tail on that second turn, and it caused him to catch the nose. And then the next 2 turns, you see him really, over-accentuate his arms to release the tail and kick it around earlier, so that he could get back into transition quicker and then get down and keep moving.
Yep.
And that was something I noticed, that little adjustment. And that's what these juniors have as well, just to make adjustments on the move and in the middle of a heat when something didn't feel right the one before.
Yep.
And he threw the air in to try and make up for it. But then the next one, he just went, all right, I'm just going to go berserk on this one. And those fine tunes, those little tweaks. And that's just being in tune with, your equipment and your surfing and everything that comes along with it.
Yep.
Which is great to see.
And they get that rapid feedback in a training facility like Urban Surf. He can surf a wave here. As we see Brendan Davis for Urban Surf. Great to see these guys making their ABB debut. And this is a good wave for Brendan, throwing a bit of spray, as you say, getting nice and tight in the pocket. A little bit of a wider craft. He doesn't go the whole spin this time. A little tail slide.
He's got that tail drift on
He
lock.
does.
How is that?
He does. We're going to see Willis Droomer now. Obviously dropped a 9 in his regular roll in the heat. He's now a power surfer. Let's see what he drops here. Straight up into the lip for the first turn. He'll go straight up again. That long, lanky style allows him to go tight in the pocket. He'll come a little unstuck there. That's probably just going to set him up for another pop shove it attempt, which he does, and he's unable to ride out of that. So, pretty amazing surfing still, but
he'll
not
be
a...
back out there.
He'll be straight back out there, absolutely. But yeah, we were talking about the mindset before, and we saw it on the Challenger Series, a whole generation of young, up-and-coming, hungry Australians backing each other, but surfing really aggressively. You saw the likes of Jacko Baker, in Portugal, chasing big numbers, not chasing a 5, not chasing what he thinks will build a house, chasing numbers that are going to win him that heat. We saw it from Kalani Ball at Haleiwa, just getting on a bigger board, doing bigger turns and getting all the way through. And we saw it from Conor O'Leary in France. Just a real renewed sort of focus on that Aussie grunt, underdog, aggressive surfing. And, I really do put it down to Morgs. And, we've seen Morgan obviously in ABBs before when Merriweather won. He wasn't even their power surfer. Jesse Adams was the power surfer.
I know, and now he's on tour.
And now he's top 5 in the world. It's just crazy.
It's like, and that was the first time we really saw Morgs kind of come to life, was in the ABB, and everyone was like, who is this guy?
Morgan Sibilic.
Yeah, everyone, they can't even pronounce his name right. Now he's on tour 2 years later. But that's what the ABB brings to surfing in Australia, because it is the grassroots. People come through the clubs and they sometimes get the first exposure to being televised, and everyone in Australia actually following and watching that person. And then he goes onto the QS, and then he qualifies for the Challenger Series. And then everyone's like, wow, let's jump on the bandwagon of Morgan Sibilic, and now he's on tour.
But everyone's feeding off that. You've got to imagine the guys like Jacko Baker from Merriweather Boardriders has waxed Morgan in heats for years, and then he sees this guy in the WSL finals at lower trestles competing against the best in the world, and not just competing, but being really competitive.
He was
he was right there. And so for a guy like Jacko Baker, or a guy that's been on tour for a while like Ryan Callanan, when you see that, that's got to fill you with confidence. And, Ryan's a guy that he's got the talent to compete for a world title, undoubtedly. And maybe seeing Morgs and that sort of attitude, that chase it, go for it, aggressive surfing. Maybe that's exactly what Ryan needed. As we see the surfer from South Coast, the junior surfer here, he's really nice on the first wave. I love that whip there. He'll ride out of that, work around the whitewater section, and the smaller frame, he's going to get another turn on the inside. So that's a good wave for South Coast. They've got 2 sets to go after this one. They'll get their power surfer out there, try and chase down that slender lead that Urban Surf has. We see Brendan Davis here. This will be his last opportunity as power surfer. He'll be looking to really lift that requirement for South Coast.
Oh, switch.
Shades of Simon Law at Pipeline. I love it.
Look at that.
Slightly less stressful situation.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's no Jack Rowe at the box at North Point.
How was that?
Just getting 3 absolute time travelers on Switchfoot.
Just makes us all feel somewhat.
So I love the extension he's got too. He's tall, but he's just so agile and quick. And the extension, even that last turn there, like, the way he's able to pivot off the back foot and then just whip the board up at 12 o'clock, it's really exciting to watch. And transition that into the ocean in some of those QS events, he's going to do damage for sure moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a unique style. I mean, he's a unique surfer to watch in the water even as well. He's just so long and lanky, and that's often the challenge of these guys that are really good as a under 18 junior is as their body fills out. But he's got such a good. From Surfing Australia down to Surfing Victoria, down to Torquay Boardriders Club, down to his family, Ian and Jeanette, it's just such a great support network for a junior as they go through that transition. And, the world's at the feet of a kid like Will Stroomer right now, especially with a facility like Urban Surf at his doorstep.
And speaking of Urban Surf, we're actually going to throw down an interview with Nathan and with the coach of the Urban Surf Boardriders Club. Right down there. Take it away, Nathan.
Thanks, boys. I'm here with Simon Ashford, coach of the Urban Surf Boardriders team. And first time in the ABB, mate. How does it feel?
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah, we're just stoked to be here. It's been held on home water, so to speak. The team was hurriedly put together. So, yeah, we're super excited. And, yeah, it's good to see the boys out there and all girl as well. So, yeah, it's fantastic.
Awesome. And how did you sort of go about picking your team? You were saying it was sort of a bit rushed towards the end, but I know you guys have had a few Boardriders competitions here at the pool after hours. Tell us a bit about that.
Well, it was a pretty simple process. We've had a few comps and the cream rose to the top. So, yeah, it was sort of a natural selection. And, so the team was just pulled together out of that. That and enthusiasm, for sure. Yeah. So that's how it all kind of cobbled together. It's like, right, we're in a comp, who wants in? And everyone was like, yep. And they just turned out to be the best surfers in the club. So, yeah.
Awesome, mate. Well, thanks, Simon. And we'll throw it back to you guys up in the booth for the twilight of this heat. Cheers.
Yeah, beautiful. Simon Ashford, an absolute legend here at Urban Surf. I think he's probably surfed about 1,000 hours. We see Brendan Davis. He's got the switch foot. He's going for the single fin comp points here. But, geez, that was a well-surfed wave from Brendan. He's really nailed that one at the end.
This is very exciting in the back end of this heat too. I mean, obviously Torquay have run away with this one, but this is where it gets super exciting in these heats. We've got .02 separating both Urban Surf and South Coast Boardriders Club. So this is going to be a battle for the second, and obviously top two moving through. Third will be packing their bags. And we've seen two great waves ridden right there. So let's see how this unfolds in the back end. It looks like they've both got their power surfer still to come. And, well, Willis is just putting on absolute clinic out there and saying, well, we're pretty much untouchable. But look at that. And
wow.
The confidence.
He might have just improved on his 9, you know.
That was silly. That surfing was so exciting to watch. And, well, that would be, you know, sending shockwaves out through every other Boardriders club here, seeing what he's doing, going, well, what are we going to do to match that?
And he's surfing as their power surfer, but he's their junior.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, if you're right, if you're North Narrabeen, if you're North Shelley, if you're North Shore, if you're Snapper, if you're one of these big clubs, you're looking into this going, far out, this is the junior surfer that Torquay is going to be sending. And it's a pretty awesome performance from Willis Stroomer. Hopefully he can back it up in the final, because that's when the biggies are going to be on the line. Only 2 of these clubs are going to qualify all the way through to Newcastle. And here we go. Brendan Davis, 2 good snaps there, and he gets a nice tight third one. He'll work his way down the line, throw in the ode to Simon Law with the switch foot. I love that.
Yeah.
Little style.
Just pat the kitty all the way to the beach.
Pat the kitty to the beach.
Let's go. And then this wave was unbelievable. Willis just tearing apart. I love the extension of that second turn and set him up right in the pocket for these next few, and then, well, there's the pop shove it. Good height on it too. And
yeah.
I tell you what, every other Boardriders club around Australia will be looking at the way he surfs the pool going, I hope they don't build a pool at Newcastle, because we're in big trouble if they do.
Yeah, look, it is amazing, the performance, and as you say, like he's such a young athlete, and Urban Surf has been open for 2 years, but it's really only had its doors open for 12 months of that time, and he's just going to get so much time, so much repetition, the ability to lock down those, and as you say, this is deadly surfing for QSs, for regional qualifiers, for the Challenger Series, and then on to the CT. And it's it's exciting to see. Exciting time for Australian surfing, you know. What a Challenger Series we've just had, and then looking at these juniors coming up underneath. It really is just an amazing time. And, you know, obviously Urban Surf Melbourne's here today. Early 2023, we're going to have Urban Surf Sydney, and onwards and upwards for surf parks in Australia.
Yeah, well, we've just had some numbers lock in, and, well, Urban Surf, they've got a bit of work to do. They've just dropped down to third. So South Coast Boardriders are up into second right now. And it looks like there's a bit under a point separating the two clubs there. Well, that's because South Coast have locked in the first score for their last surfer, the power surfer.
Yep.
And we'll see if they'll get another wave. But yeah, Urban Surf last wave, that was actually a very important ride, 4.43. So that'll keep them in the hunt. Or is that how many waves are left in this heat?
So I think there's two sets to go, by my terrible maths, which I wouldn't rely on. And that should give us the opportunity for... No, that might have been it.
That might have been it. So maybe all sets were used up.
Yeah.
Maybe a bit of a mistake there from Urban, not getting their last power surfer in the water.
I felt like Brendan was the power surfer. So interesting to see what's come through there on live heats. We'll see how that rolls out as we see a 9.93 for the power surfer. And you can see live heats moving around a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, so maybe, what I'm thinking could have happened there is the last surfer for Urban Surf, that 4.43 could be added on. So we'll wait and see. There maybe need some recalculations being done here.
Yep.
Because if that 4.43 adds on to the power surf at the bottom, that'll put them back up into second.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just having a look through the scores here. Obviously, the junior surfer surfed a 6.13 and a 5.27 for the females from Urban Surf. I still think I think that it looks like South Coast are going to make their way through, and we're going to move on to a new heat with Peninsula, 13th and Port Fairy, and we'll come back to that straight after a break.
Asiona's Feeling Swell program is a program through the Surfing Australia where it's creating a better tomorrow by including women and men at any age, any ability, and bringing them together and showing them the love of the ocean and yeah, creating a happy, healthy environment.
Hey Kim, it's Jules. Hit me back when you get this. Yo Jules, what's up? You know it's been 10 years and we've had a hell time, but if things don't feel right, then you've got to change it up.
Hey babe, I really missed you. The kids missed you too, but talk to you soon. Love you.
Ash, you know what? I'm coming home.
South Coast.
All right, welcome back to the Hyundai Boardriders Australian Battle here at Urban Surf Victorian qualifying event. It's sun's out, waves are firing, and well, it's a sick day down here. And I'm up in the booth with myself and Nath. We're enjoying the action up here, aren't we?
Mate, unbelievable. We've got the best view of it all, and luckily we're just protected from the sun a little bit, because when I was doing roving, and you were before, we're getting pretty cooked in the sun.
It is. It's a strong sun down here. I've always noticed that when I come down to Vico. It might not be that hot, but you get absolutely cooked.
You get smashed, especially from these walls. It's almost like, like Jimmy was saying earlier, you're at the snow. It's
the
crazy.
reflections.
Yeah, it's mental. So, in this heat, we've got 13th Beach, Peninsula, and Port Fairy. 13th in white, Peninsula in red, and Port Fairy in the yellow. Port Fairy's first ABB, reasonably new club. Obviously a really wave-rich area down there, and really good to see them in the ABB format. Peninsula and 13th, both very talented clubs, got really, really strong teams. And they've also had some really good results in the ABB format. Couple of years ago, Peninsula made the ABB National Final in Newey, and 13th have been there a couple of times themselves. So, definitely a really stacked teams draw here at the pool and so the lagoon, as we like to call it here. It's not a pool, it's a lagoon.
Yeah.
But really excited for this heat. So it's going to be a ripper.
Yeah, it will be. And who we got out in the water right now to kick things off? Obviously, the team's list here, 13th Beach. Looks like they've locked in a 6-point ride to kick things off.
So we've got first surfer for Port Fairy's Pablo Matthews. We've got the first surfer in the water for 13th being Zeph Lampard. And the first surfer for our other team, which is Peninsula, will be Hayden Forrest.
Yeah, right. So we see them out there right now. So as we see on the live shot there, that was them sitting at the back in between sets. So 15 sets per heat.
Yep.
So on average, that's each server could get 3 waves.
Yep.
To maybe just under
2 and a bit.
Two and a
bit.
half waves.
Yep.
So obviously you're going to allocate probably 2 waves for certain surfers. Some surfers are going to get 3, but that's where it gets important because the back end of the heat can be really important here with your power surfer. And, well, here is the surfer for Peninsula up and riding. Looks like he's rolled the dice again. So that'll be his 3rd wave he's actually ridden. Depends if he's actually come in or not. We'll see what happens there because, obviously, it does come down to a numbers game and there is tactics involved here because, if you fall off a wave and you go roll the dice again, you are slowly using up that wave count.
Absolutely.
Well, here's 13th Beach up and riding.
This is Zeph Lampard from 13th. Really talented surfer, getting close to that. He might be 17 or 18 years old, so getting close to that, pro junior age. And I think he has gone up and done a couple. But, yeah, really talented surfer, Rip Curl team rider. So, he's certainly a good, really, really talented one. Here we got Port Fairy, so their first surfer here. Couple of turns on the backhand. Connects with that 3rd section.
Little tail drift at the end of that
tail
one.
drift, we love to see that one. Always looks really nice at the pool, I reckon. Just as that white water bends back into you, you just, meow.
Yeah, the Urban Surf master was just getting super loose out of the tail on his last one. Almost threw down a few 360s. So, few scores have locked in, and 13th Beach are off and running right now. And we've seen a couple of sets roll through.
Peninsula and Port Fairy, obviously got their campaign underway. Good. That last heat was very entertaining. I know being down on the lagoon floor, I got to watch the action pretty closely, and I was around the Torquay crew quite a bit, having a chat and interviewed Willis and Jack Perry, and that wave from Willis was just absolutely bonkers.
Oh, it was unbelievable. The performance he put on from that heat from start to finish was just something special, and he's definitely sent out some shockwaves to all the other clubs, just going, well, I'm here and I'm feeling super comfortable in the pool. And it didn't really look like he was phased at all. And every time he looked like he had a little hiccup on a wave, he just went back out and just polished it on the next one. And then things just went from good to better to excellent. And it just, that heat was pretty special for him.
Absolutely, mate. And yes, like you were saying, very, very talented surfer, multiple-time Victorian champ. He's placed very well at the Aussie titles as well. And he's really progressed, in a sense, in the pool. As a surfer, obviously really fine-tuning some of those elements of his surfing. Very, very good in the ocean, obviously, but that pool format really just grinds you into getting, really fine-tuning things because you're surfing pretty much the same wave every time.
Yeah, it does. It almost has a bit of a skateboarding aspect feel to it, where you go out and you get your run. But even when I surfed it last night, I did find that every single wave was still different. There was nothing was ever the same. That's the one thing about the ocean and water like this. It's always going to be slightly different. The sections are similar, and here we go. We see the surf of Peninsula up and riding.
Peninsula.
Nice tagging turns down the line. Some good surfing there from the surfer in Peninsula. That looks like their 2nd surfer. So that'll be a good wave for them. They locked in a 3.3 for the first ride, and so he'll be coming in and tagging the next surfer there. 13th Beach up and riding, currently in the lead.
This is their female surfer, Emma Walker. Emma, a very good friend of mine. We both used to work at Urban Surf together. She's still working here, but really, really talented surfer from down in the Surf Coast area. Obviously travels up here a bit to Surf Guide, but good to see her getting a run for 13th and definitely deserving. So Port Fairy, unfortunately, going down on that first section. And this is where it becomes pretty interesting. Port Fairy obviously falling on that one, being in 3rd priority on that set. They're closest to the priority marker. Paddle back out, they may get 1st priority, get that second wave of the set. So it's really interesting in that way. It's almost like I guess in the ocean, if you're going to fall, you may retain priority out the back, but it kind of, creates that a little bit as well. Like, it's very, very interesting. Like, as opposed to usually you be catching the whitewater in and you go to third priority if you fell on your wave and there was people sitting out the back.
Yeah, but now it's like the old days. Paddle around the buoy, whoever's out the back first gets priority.
I like it.
Here we go. Here's a replay, and that was the last of Peninsula Boardriders. Just tagging his way down the line in this one, getting nice and tight. Really good timing on this wave, and he fit in a lot of turns. So we'll see where that one falls in. We're waiting for that score to roll on through. It hasn't loaded just yet, but when it loads, I think that'll be a good number for Peninsula. One of the better rides we've seen this heat so far. And so obviously being a surf guide here, give us a bit of an insight into rundown. Like, so how long is the between sets here, so we can see them out in the lineup? What's the time between the sets that comes through?
It varies depending what wave setting's being run. I think T4, which is the turns fast wave, I'm pretty sure it's a minute and a half between sets. I'm fairly sure. I'm a little bit out of sync. I obviously haven't worked up here for almost 12 months, but I remember it used to be 90 seconds. This is obviously a pretty new setting. We did run it for the Rip Curl Grom Search here and the Surf Off, I think, as well. The virtual surf off we had for Surfing Victoria over COVID. But yeah, I'm fairly sure it's 90 seconds in between sets. So it's reasonably quick.
Yeah, no, I noticed that last night when I was surfing. It was fast. And that's one thing as well that can come into play is this priority. You know, obviously some people might not think it's a big factor in this heat, but it really can be. Because if you're in third priority and you're getting the last wave of a set, if you're coming in to tag the other surfer and they don't get back out there before that set runs through, that's a burned set.
Absolutely.
So obviously, essentially, like we said, there's 15 sets in a heat. You've got 6 surfers to get through. You get your 5 surfers and 1 power surfer. So it does come down to a bit of maths. If everyone went out there and they were out in the lineup for every single set that came through, every surfer could catch 2 waves and 2 surfers could catch 3, essentially. Or,
exactly.
Around about that. So you put those 5 surfers into the 6 surfers into 15 sets. But if, like we said, if you're coming in and tagging a surfer, as we see a nice wave here for Peninsula, they've kind of clicked into gear here, and you can hear the crowd going berserk
Peninsula
after that one.
getting around. That was Caden Fowler on that one, so very strong QS competitor. Has been doing it for a long time, and I think he's living up north in Lennox, around that area, so good to see he's coming down to represent his club here at the pool. This is Emma Walker for 13th Beach. Just getting a little caught up there was Em, so I reckon she'll probably paddle out after that one, having surfed here quite a bit. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I think she's going to bring that one in.
Bring it in.
So that's the thing as well. She may because when you fall off in that section there, it is tricky to get all the way back over to the wall in the rip that drags you back out.
Yep.
You can get stuck in there for quite a while. And here's that last one.
Cracker from Caden Fowler.
Yeah, he's a great competitor. He's been a long time, QS surfer, and he's done damage as well. And see, very aggressive on the forehand there. Maybe a little bit behind the section on that one.
Yep.
Maybe caught about a tiny bit behind it, and that it can catch you out here. If you do get caught behind, it is a real timing game, I feel, and like getting quick in transition and figuring that timing out so you can really click the lip and get back down. We saw Emma on her last one obviously get a little bit to extend on the top, and it is so steep, that the wave, that if the board's not facing the right direction when it comes down, it's really easy to catch the nose.
Yep, and equipment is a massive thing in here. I feel like, especially when I was working up here, the difference between what people ride in the ocean and the pool is very different. I feel like the pool is quite a refined, tight pocket wave, whereas especially, I guess, down my way, and obviously you probably have a differing view being from up in New South Wales, but at home in Torquay, a lot of our waves are a little bit fat.
Yeah.
So it's very, you'd maybe ride a bit of a different board, a bit thicker, maybe a bit more volume. Whereas in here, you kind of want something real whippy that you can just smash in the lip and just go, whoop out.
Yeah, you're spot on there with equipment. Equipment's huge. And last night when I surfed the pool, I was riding a 5.8 epoxy, and I still felt like that was too long. My normal shortboard's a 5.9. I felt like I needed probably a 5.6. So definitely a lot smaller because it's quite pockety. But in saying that, you still need you don't want it to be a 5.6 and something quite flat, because it still needs to be able to go up and down in the pocket. So you need that tail rocker so the board has that whip in the pocket. And, you see right now for Peninsula, his board's looking really nice. I just cook him there.
Yeah, commentators Moz,
every single time. But
that was Will Watson on that one. So he's, super, very, very, very talented junior coming up the ranks in the Victorian Series. And, good to see Peninsula giving him a start in this one. Here's Port Fairy. So I think this is Port Fairy's might be their second surfer. He's fallen on his first two, unfortunately. Made a little bit further on that one, but going down on the inside.
Yep. He had a few quick short ones, just a 1 and a 0.5. So interesting to see. He's burned through 3 waves now. Does he get back out there? As well, he was in the middle of the set, so he's going to have time to come in and tag his surfer. You probably would come in and try to get the rest of the surfers out there because, as we saw in that last heat, Urban Surf got right down to their power surfer. I don't think they even got their power surfer out there, it looked like, which ended up, cooking them in the end. So obviously just a little bit of mismanagement there from the team. So if that fifth surfer just burns through all the waves, doesn't get the power surfer out there, and they don't realise, that can be game done.
Yeah, absolutely, it's a huge factor. So currently, Peninsula in the lead. They've got a score to drop, as to 13th. So we'll have some looking like they're going to be about around the midway mark. This is Will Watson getting loose on those first 2 sections, and just going down on that third manoeuvre. And like we were talking about earlier, that second and third section is super critical. Yep. And the first section as well, I guess that I kind of see that as the differing perspective. If you can get a really good turn in on the first one, obviously your next 2 sections are going to be super nice, and you hit them nice and crisp, great score. But the first section, if you can really nail that, that's when you reckon you're going up into the excellent range.
Yeah, and as well, it gives that option for a bit of variety as well. We've seen, like Carl Ryder, saw him getting nice big carve out the back, and then able just to square up for the next few turns. Gives that point of difference, a bit of variety. I really think if you can find some rail surfing and a bit of extension, which we saw Willis doing. Willis was getting really extended on that first turn, and then he was just whipping it in the pocket for the next few, and then obviously throwing shove-its down, which is just out of my realm of surfing.
Mine too.
Yeah. So, but it's cool to watch. What these young up-and-comers are doing these days, like the progression in surfing, and both across male and female, and more so in females than anything. You see like Sierra Kerr and all people like that, in the pool and what they're doing now. It's pretty crazy. Like
it is. It's unbelievable. I guess this playground that Urban Surf is really provides a good platform for that. So it looks like Peninsula's Will Watson out there again. This is his second wave, Athlete 3 for Peninsula. Really connecting really nicely with this one.
Yeah, he's made a few tweaks there.
Yes.
That last wave, we saw first couple of nice turns, and then obviously that third turn he nosedived. He's made a little few minor adjustments there, and that one was just on the money. So
we've got White here, 13th.
He's done 2 nice turns, and really nice in the pocket here. Just fitting together lots of turns. So that's a good one for 13th, and he'll be coming in to tag the next surfer after that one.
Yeah, 13th, kind of making a bit of a run here on their last 2 surfers. Have had some really good rides. This is Port Fairy here, nailing a couple of sections on this one. Just coming off the back of the third section there. And like we were saying, those second and third sections super critical to getting a good score out here.
Yeah, it is. And well, we've seen Peninsula right now on the back, the strength of that last wave. They're out in the front. So they've got a 5.37 for their first surfer. Second surfer locked in a 7.33. And third surfer just locked in a 4.67. So that's got them out in the lead. And well, hot on their heels, Peninsula, the 13th in second. 6.67 for the first surfer. Second surfer, 3.9. And they've just locked in a 5.57 for their third surfer.
Here we got a bit of a replay of Will Watson's last one. That number's still to come in, and it's looking like it's going to be a pretty decent one. So we'll give that one to you as soon as it comes through. But in the slow-mo, love to see it. Just absolutely nailing this thing on his backhand. Nailing a couple of really good sections and getting the finish. So he'll be pretty happy with that, I'd assume. I know I would be.
Yeah, very similar style as well to we saw to Willis.
I agree.
Quite upright, quite tall, quite lanky stature, and really putting that extended kind of back foot surfing, pivoting off the back foot, staying nice and relaxed, and just clicking it in the pocket perfect. So,
absolutely. So we've got just under half an hour remaining in this third heat of round 1. Port Fairy currently in third place. 13th in second. Peninsula currently in the lead. Their last score for Will Watson's just dropped in at a 7.67. So really strong score there for the grommet from Peninsula. 13th Beach Boardriders, your last score of 6.33. And Port Fairy just locking in a 3.9 for that last one. And yeah, like I was alluding to earlier, Port Fairy, really good to see them in the ABB format. Newly formed club, 13th Peninsula, both been around since the 70s, so pretty long and rich histories there. But Port Fairy are really new to this format, and they've had a couple of really good waves, and I'm sure they've been enjoying being on this platform.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That was a nice kind of wrapping carve there for the surfer from Port Fairy. And we saw him went for a bit of the layback tube.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, just getting caught behind at the end of that wave. He'll probably get back out there. Yeah, so obviously every set that comes through, every surfer is allocated one wave of that set, determined on their priority. You know, so you said,
Correct.
Here we go, here is the surfer. Just unfortunately going down there for Peninsula, so he'll be back out there. So hopefully he'll be able to get out there and get priority before the Port Fairy surfer that we see paddling back out now. And like I was saying before, so priority being a key. So when this set comes through, there's obviously 9 waves in a set.
Yep.
9 waves in a set, depending on how many teams are in the lineup. 3 surfers in the lineup, there'll be 9 waves. The first wave goes, unridden, and then there's the marshal out on the point that tells them this is your wave.
This is your wave. So effectively in the 3-team format, waves that are being surfed are waves 2, 5, and 8 in the set.
Yep.
So pretty much there's a wave or 2 in between. It provides not only just a bit of a refresh, but the judges, it always also gives them a little bit of a perspective to be like, okay, let's lock in that score. And it's sort of a quick score. Okay, this is what I think. And then obviously during the break now, they'd be discussing it and sort of refining it.
Yeah, it gives that good time for breakdown and obviously good viewing as well. Like keeps the viewing up and we get lots of action here. It's hard to even keep up with how much is going on. But that's where the tactics come into play as well. So like you said, if you're in third priority, you're getting wave number 8. And there's, one more wave after it, then a 1.5-minute break. That technically gives you almost 2 minutes to get in and tag your surfer or get into the area past the flag where they'll release the other surfer, and the other surfer's going to get back out and get into priority.
Yeah.
And hopefully be out there by the end of that next set to get on the 8th wave again if they're in third priority.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. I've actually been gobsmacked by the speed of how people tag, and then the next surfer's out there for the next heat. I'm like thinking...
Motor arms.
When I was thinking before the comp start, I'm kind of like, okay, well, I reckon there might be a couple of sets where teams don't get out the back, but they've been red hot right onto it.
Yeah.
So it's good to see not many waves are being missed in this format.
Yeah, and so if you are at home, there's the lagoon we're looking at right now. So on the right-hand side, along that right wall, we see the surfer in white sitting. There is a rip that runs out there because all the energy pushes down the left side.
Correct.
Which is the pool where the wave runs down the left side and it breaks out towards the right side from that triangle V lagoon. There's the other side of the pool, the right-hander, where we've got the free surfers surfing. That's where you can go have a little warm-up for your heat coming up. Book in for a warm-up. And we've got the free surfers out there, and there's the right. Just looking absolutely picture perfect from here.
We're back on the left here.
Yeah,
so
now we're on the left. And this is Peninsula up and riding.
Lockie McDonald just connecting really nicely with these first 2 sections. I think it's Lockie McDonald, I'm fairly sure. That Peninsula
was a nice
surfer.
Wave. He's gonna call it a day there. So that's a good tactical move there. He was on the first wave of the set, or the second wave of the set, which he was given first priority. He moves in, he gets that wave, he's going to have plenty of time to get in, tag his next surfer, and they'll be able to get back out there in position, hopefully get a good priority for the next set.
Absolutely.
And like we see here, this is an unfortunate situation here for the surfer from Port Fairy. Because when you do fall off closer to that right wall, it's really hard to get across.
Yep,
like
absolutely.
It is difficult.
It's so tricky.
And you can get washed right in, and sometimes you actually can't get back out across the line until you come right in and do the loop around.
Correct. So this is 13th. Pretty sure it's their 4th surfer. This is Jack Bassett, rising star from the Surf Coast area in the 13th Beach Boardriders Club. And looked like he's a little bit frustrated with that one, and he might head back out the back of the lagoon.
And there's the rip running out. We see that ever grateful rip that just drags you out the back.
Yeah.
Gives those arms a bit of a breather. Like I said, all the energy pushes in on the left side of the pool when the waves come in, and then it all has to filter back out somewhere, and it filters out next to that wall and gives you a nice little kind of elevator ride back out there.
Correct. And we're already on surfer 4 for both Peninsula and 13th, so they've only got the one surfer to go out and then their power surfer, and we've got about 25 minutes to go. So teams are really smashing through this 50 minutes, and we've actually ended up ending a couple of the first heats with a bit of time to still elapse because we're all good. Heats finished.
Yeah, I think moving forward in this event, obviously this is round 1. Top 2 teams in round 1 progress. Then we've got the semis, then the final. We're going to re-flip the coin for the semis.
Yep.
Either we surf the right or the left. So that's going to be a big thing coming into play. And then I think there's going to be a lot of tactical talk between the coaches of the teams that have moved through because they've seen what's happened. It's a new format here. We've never done it in the pool. So everyone's probably a little, finding their feet, finding their grooves, understanding how this format works. And they'll have it dialed right in after this first round. I feel that there's going to be a great emphasis put on how many surfers, how many waves each surfer gets. And, all right, this is your limit. You're going out. You're not going to go catch 4 waves, 5 waves, because it's going to leave the power surfer with 1.
Yes.
If I'm a coach, I would really be trying to get the power surfer to surf their maximum 3 waves in the back end, because that will eliminate some. It eliminates risks for you. I feel like, because if you're chasing an 8.5, the last surfer, you want him to have 3 shots at it, not 1.
Absolutely,
because
mate.
and that's where I think in the back end of the heat it's going to be really important to give your power surfer the 3 opportunities. It sucks. So sometimes you might have a fall off, but you've got to kind of swallow the ego and go, all right, I need to get in for the team.
Yep.
It's not about the individual. It's a team event. Got to come in and just tag, even if you have had a little fall off.
Absolutely. And like Jimmy was alluding to before, we'll quickly pop back into the action. This is Port Fairy. Good looking wave.
His board's looking magic out there. Just
nice and whippy.
Yeah, nice and whippy. He's not small fella either. He's looking really lively on that board. And that's a big factor out here, like you said, the equipment. I think he has his equipment dialed right in. But he's going to have to do something special because Port Fairy are kind of running a bit behind here.
And this looks like 13th beach. It'll be Taz Higgins on his backhand, just going down on the inside there. So currently Peninsula are looking pretty comfortable in first place. We do still have a score to drop in for 13th. Port Fairy a little bit behind, certainly not out of it. Still got the 2 surfers to go, being the 5th surfer and the power surfer.
Yeah, they have only locked in 3 surfers so far in the live heat, so we'll see when that updates. The other teams have locked in 4. So, if they want to get back on the money, they're going to need something pretty special up around that 10-point range.
Yeah, absolutely.
They are in combo land at the moment. So
here's a bit of a replay. So this is Ava Holland for Peninsula. So rated on the women's scale, really, really fine riding here on this one. Unfortunately going down on the end, but she did get some really nice hits on those first few sections.
Yeah, it can catch you out here as well. It's so fast, and it is quite sucky that if you're not really paying attention, watch at the back end of this wave, just here, it's very easy to catch the nose of your board. You don't realise, because it does suck up the face a little differently to the ocean. It's very similar, but I feel like snapper would be the closest example to what this wave's like.
Exactly, man.
Surfing snapper in that really sucky green mountain section where it's very, very pockety and it's almost barreling, but you kind of want to do turns at the same time.
Yeah.
So I feel like snapper would be really at home at this type of event. If they ever had to come to the pool, they would be one to watch, because transitioning from the ocean into the pool, I felt like the biggest similarity is surfing those waves at the points.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Noosa as well could be one.
Of course, yeah. Fingers crossed we do get that opportunity to have those sort of clubs in the pool one day. But we've got another set coming through now, and it looks like yellow with priority, so Port Fairy. Going to need some pretty strong scores to peg themselves back in this heat. And surfer for Port Fairy on this one. Getting a couple of good hits, trying to maintain a heap of speed down the line, which is very important too. Like we've seen on a couple of waves, people are getting caught behind. Very important to maintain that flow through the wave. So it's not too bad of a wave there for Port Fairy. Probably one of their better ones for the heat, finishing that one up right on the inside. So currently their best score that they've dropped in is a 5.03 for their surfers. So here we got Peninsula on this one.
It's the female surfer for Peninsula there, up and riding. So we do see the 2 more experienced clubs putting a bit of separation here on Port Fairy. And I always talk about this in the format, whether it's in the pool or in the ocean for the ABB. You really want to be looking at that 5-point mark as a benchmark for every surfer. Mate. And then you have your, if everyone can lock in a 5, that's 30 points. That's a great total. We see Peninsula already eclipsed that. So, but in the pool though, obviously having a bit more opportunity, obviously you take the luck factor out of it being in the ocean, you could probably raise it up a little bit. So, the teams will probably be looking around that 6.5, 7-point range as a benchmark coming into the final, I feel like, because that's the numbers you want to be locking in each surfer. And, You know, we see Port Fairy, their first 2 surfers, just a 2 and a 2.8. They've upped it on the 3rd surf of the 5. But I think that's that benchmark you want to look for, that 5-6 point mark, and you're going to be looking pretty safe coming to the back end of a heat.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we've got a replay here of Taz Higgins for 13th. His wave from just before. Also a little replay here of Port Fairy's last wave. Did a really good job, and like you were saying, board's looking pretty spicy and small under his feet, which I think really appeals to the judges, having that look of a smaller board and really whipping it around in this pool setting.
Yeah, well, it also the response of the board, the way maybe the tail rocker you've got on the board and the way that the outline is of each board is the way, if you can get off the bottom real fast and it's able to pivot really well, it allows you to get a lot more vert. Whereas if your board's a bit too stiff, you know, it's maybe too much of an outline, too long, it's going to make you go a little bit wider, and then that's when you kind of miss those pockety sections.
For sure, man.
But it does allow you to then to get more extension in your surfing. So where's that happy medium with the board? That's when you go down to the surfboard store.
Yeah.
You go, give us your best.
Give us what you've got. And
There's
it is
a good one.
interesting down there. They've got like a big range of smaller boards. A lot of those sort of like Spine Tech, Channel Islands ones, Firewires, all those sort of smaller kind of small wave specialist boards, or like really tight lip boards. So
Yeah, JS, we saw them a few JS. Even some sharp eyes. They've got some good range down there, and I feel as this just keeps building as well, it's going to be great for shapers as well. As this is the first pool in Australia, obviously, of its kind. Now we've got another one coming out. His board is looking so good. I just want to steal it off him, go for a surf.
Looking like it's a Spine. Is it a Spine Tech?
Yeah, it looks like a JS, maybe a JS Monster Box,
JS
or
Monster Box, yeah.
DH. It's looking really good though, and with now the wave pool coming into Sydney, here's the surfer from 13th.
Yeah, got Taz Higgins here for 13th. Connecting really nicely with that last section. Looks like he'll make his way in. So 13th will be on the power surfer thereafter, and it's looking like it's going to be Zeph Lampard, who was their first surfer of this heat. So they've given him a little bit of a break, being the first surfer, and then now the power surfer for 13th going out. This is our female surfer for Peninsula, Ava Holland.
Nice tag in the pocket there. And then another one. So she's managed to link a few good turns together there. Unfortunately come down at the end, but well-ridden wave. The first section, she almost got a bit caught, a bit high, and then she got back to the power source and then just reset and just clicked those next 2 turns. So that was great surfing for Peninsula, and they're going to love that one to get the power surfer out there.
And here's Port Fairy's wave. Our man with the spicy board, Chris. Really getting a couple of nice turns on this one. So we do have a couple of scores still to drop in for all 3 of our clubs. Ava Holland for Peninsula was looking to drop a 5.83. That was her best score, so wait and see where that one comes in. Looking like this one will be Port Fairy's best score.
Just went bonkers on that thing. I think he locked in about 6 turns. I reckon he's hit the record of the most turns on one wave today for sure.
Could be. We always used to talk about that at Urban Surf when we were here. See how many turns you can do on the wave. Just absolutely grinding a heap of turns out. So Peninsula's power surfer looking like he's paddling out here, Caden Fowler. So they're on their last surfer being the power surfer. Sitting pretty comfortably in first place with 33.17 points.
Yeah, they're well out in front.
13th in second. Port Fairy trailing in third place. Like we were alluding to earlier, this format being 3 teams in each heat. The winner of each heat goes straight through to the final. Second and third going into the requal rounds. So that'll be super interesting. So we've had Torquay and Phillip Island progressing thus far. Straight through to the final. And then looking like with 1 surfer left to go for pretty much most of our clubs here, Port Fairy, you could say, will most likely be surfing in that requal round. But you have to see who's going to take this one out. 13th, still in reach of Peninsula with under 15 minutes to go. And here we go, Port Fairy with their female surfer here on this one.
Okay, yeah, so that's right. So I did have it mistaken before.
Yeah,
so
no, I had a look before because obviously this is a new format and it's changed multiple times.
Yeah, I need to get my head around it. So yeah, you were spot on there. I actually need to correct myself that there's no one going home in this first round, which is great. Everyone gets another surf, and that's a great thing about the ABB. They've put that in all of their formats. Every club rocks up. They're all guaranteed 2 surfs. But that's the beauty about what Surfing Australia and the Battle of the Boardriders. are doing. They're always adapting to different situations and making it entertaining for everyone. Here's Caden up and riding now, and a quick one. He's the power surfer.
Smash that first section. Gets caught a bit too far behind. And that can generally happen if you're really trying to release the fins on that first section or that critical second or third one. You can very easily get caught behind. And then, like we were seeing before with some of the guys and the ladies on their backhand, just doing that turn and then bogging the rail straight in on that whitewater section. So it's always very interesting to see how everyone certainly tries to attack the wave. But whilst we've got a little bit of a break in the, we'll go to this replay first. I was just going to do a bit of a sponsors run, but this is Zeph Lampard, the power surfer for 13th, just going down on that third turn there. And talk us through this one of Caden Fowler, Chris.
Yeah, that was that first slash, and then he's come off the bottom nicely, tagged it, and we saw him just get a little bit on his heels there. So that's the timing factor and how quick in transition you need to be. And if you get caught a little bit off guard, it can be all she wrote for that one. So he'll be back out there. Looks like there's a few more sets left in this heat.
But we are going to cross down to the lagoon with Jimmy. He's got Dylan down on the lagoon in the sun, crossing down to you, Jimmy.
Thank you, boys. Hope you're having a great time up in the booth. Out of the sun, I'm here with the 56,000-time Otway Boardriders Club champion, the Otway Panthers, Dylan Schultz. Dylan, what brought Otway out of retirement and back to the ABBs this year?
It's been a long time since any team's competition for us. A chance to have a decent surf. It's been horrible on the surf coast for the last month or two, whereas we're guaranteed some waves today. And we've also got a lot of young crew that were really keen to give it a crack this year.
Now, you've surfed one heat, you're through to the repechage rounds now. What changes? Does the tactic change for you?
Same team, same order, but we're all pretty happy to be going backhand. Most of the teams that seem to get the best scores were all on their backhand, so hopefully that gives us a nudge this time.
What is the backhand advantage, particularly on this wave setting? What is it that these teams are leaning towards the surfers on their backhand?
Both the advantage of being able to turn tighter, and we all surf right every day, and none of us go left, so a little bit of both.
Fantastic. Thanks, Dylan, and well done to the Otway Panthers. Great to have these guys back amongst the grassroots surfing fold. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Jimmy. Yeah, great that you had Dylan Schultz down there. It is really good to see Otway is back in the fray here in the ABB. They're running, with the same 5 surfers, but they've got a really strong team and they look spicy in that first heat. It was a shame they couldn't manage to get through, but they got another chance in the requal.
Yeah.
So
that they do. And up and riding here, that looks like the female surfer for Port Fairy, working her way down the line. Nice length of ride there. She'll be stoked to get that wave in the pool. I mean, how can't you be stoked? Look at that plane flying over the background. It's pretty surreal, isn't it? Like where things have come right now, and it's just exciting because up and riding now, 13th beach. He's just going to absolute town, teeing off on this one. Some great turns in transition there. Really whippy and tight in the pocket.
Yeah, it was a really strong wave there from Zeph Lampard, who, is one of 13th best open surfers. Still under the age of 18, but certainly knows how to throw a board around, and he's had some really good results in our Victorian Open and Junior series. Been to the Australian titles multiple times. So, we're stoked down in Vico. I know you being from New South Wales, but I feel like we've got a really good group of young, aspiring, almost pro surfers that want to really, really take their surfing seriously. And even we saw the other day with India Robertson from Victoria qualifying for the CT, which was absolutely amazing. We've got a little replay of Zeph Lampard on that last one, throwing it up vertical on his backhand. It was a super nice wave.
Yeah, it's great to see. Like you just touched on India. She is a superstar. I mean, I've spent a lot of time traveling the QSs over the last many years, and seeing her grow and evolve as a surfer, it's been unbelievable to watch. She, just came into her own this year, and I think that's a big props as well to Surfing Australia and all the work she's doing up north, and at the High Performance Centre up there, and with the great team she's got around her. And I feel like it's really brought together that the Surfing Australia team, like camaraderie that we've got. Connor O'Leary, Cooper Chapman, Jacko Baker, and a whole bunch of crew. They're all now travelling together, and they really back each other. And I feel like this year it almost was a bit of a blast from the past when you see all the Aussies together.
Yeah.
But that's what we get every single time here at ABB, and I feel like this is a part of it too, because the ABB comp brings together all those surfers. They all rival each other, but they all push each other. And then when they go on the QS, they all feel like mates, and they all travel together now, the Aussies, and it's a real good thing going on. I love the way Surfing Australia is putting so much emphasis into surfing and also Surfing Victoria and all the regional officers as well. It's great. And here's Caden up and riding. He's been a Kiwi warrior for many years. And
he has, yes. Just coming towards the back end of this wave, throws the tail out, unfortunately going down. Still got 9 minutes, so he might choose to go back out. 9 minutes remaining, 13th trailing. They are definitely in reach of Peninsula and can take this heat out.
Especially with that little mishap there from Caden. I feel like he's had 2 waves. He hasn't actually locked in anything too solid. So it'll be interesting right now to see what he does lock in. There was his best wave was a 3 and then a 0.8. I think that was his 3rd wave there. So
that was, yes.
That was his 3rd. So he's had to come in, and this puts a little bit of, pressure on the 13th crew. And
Jeff Lampert doing a good job at this one.
Oh, this is going to be very, very interesting because we'll see what happens. I don't know if he's going to be in reach because he's got a 6.67 locked in. He'll need to better that.
Yes, of course. I've just noticed that one's dropped into the system from before, so it would need to be...
He needs combo.
Yeah, he needs combo.
He's just out, so...
We just saw that come through.
Peninsula have done enough to take this one out. They weren't in reach 13th beach, but however, great effort there on the back end for the last power surfer for 13th to, really kind of give him some momentum maybe moving forward into the next repechage round.
So, yeah, here's a replay of Caden Fowler's last wave for Peninsula Boardriders Club. Jagging those first 2 sections really nicely. Thought he could have been going for an air there, but threw the tail out and unfortunately went down, but really made some money on those first few sections.
5.73 he locked in, and then this is the last wave here for 13th beach, and he locked in a 6.07. His wave before that was a 6.77, so great back into the heat there for the power serve for 13th. But moving on through to the final will be Peninsula Boardriders, 13th in 2nd, Port Fairy in 3rd. They're going to go to the repo, and, very interesting with the repo that kicks off next.
Yes.
Moving over to the right. Is that right? Have we thrown the coin yet?
I don't know if we have, but we are.
Have the coin yet. We'll find that out very soon. But it will be all the teams that place 2nd and 3rd in the first round into the repo. And then the exciting thing is there's only 1 spot left in the final.
Crazy.
So the highest score out of all the 8 teams, all the 6 teams in the repo round, is going to go through. So almost a bit of an advantage being in the second heat, knowing what the first score team's got, and kind of, I think it's just going to be go for broke.
It will be.
Yeah, this will be just go for broke. So we're going to throw it to an ad break, and we'll be right back with more action from the repo round. Right off this is the ABB qualifying round in Vico from the Urban Surf here in Victoria.
Hey Jim, it's Jules. Hit me back when you get this. Yo Jules, what's up? It's been 10 years and we've had a hell time, but if things don't feel right, then you've got to change it up.
Hey babe, I really missed you. The kids miss you too, but talk to you soon. Love you.
Ash, you know what? I'm coming home.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
This is how we lay it down. Start with a generous base of fluffy rice. Drop in the juiciest slow-cooked meat, a hit of fresh, flavor-filled salsa, then fine-tune it your way. Sound like the best burrito in town?
Zamrite.
Zambrero. Feel good mix.
We got the Queensland qualifier for the Australian Boardriders Battle. We've got 15 teams throughout Queensland, predominantly from Gold Coast and Sunshine Coast. We're here at Talabudgera Surf Club. We've got some great little peaks. It's been a great morning of surf so far.
It's crazy how consistently good everybody is. Normally there's one or two teams that are standing out, but it seems like today is going to be a real battle.
Well, D-Bar Boardriders, we officiated in 2008. A whole core group of guys from the whole Coolangatta Tweed region, where we were prior members of Kira Surf Riders and Snapper Boardriders. And at the moment, we've got guys like Callum Robson that are looking down at the barrel of the Challenger Series of the WSL, and guys like Brent Dorrington that have been doing the QS for years and years, and really good local guys, Nick Vasicek, who also does the QS and will stand out anywhere in the world, wherever they go. Just unfortunately with the COVID-19 guidelines, a lot of our guys, they all reside in New South Wales, so unfortunately they couldn't be here today. They're here in spirit, and we're really looking forward to knocking up with our replacement team.
Yeah, I love representing D-Bar. It's such a laid-back, fun club. Everyone wants to win, but you know, at the end of the day, it's all about fun. So yeah, we're just down here for a good time. Yeah, Harry ripped it. Bit of hassling there from the young girl as well, which was sick to see. I was pretty stoked when I saw him go straight up the inside of some bloke and just power into one. But yeah, I'm stoked that Harry's surfing for us.
Oh, it was pretty nerve-wracking, but got it done, so did the job. It's going to take a lot to go to semi, so it'll be pretty good. Yeah, Winning Sea's pretty good club, same with Kira, so yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately our run here at the Queensland qualifiers come to an end in the semi-final, beaten by two really strong teams in Burleigh and North Shore. Wish all the competitors in the final good luck. It's been a great day, some really high quality surfing, and hope to see you in Newcastle, everyone.
Rightio, welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. Of course, we are today at Tullamarine, Urban Surf Melbourne. You can see the beautiful Hyundai cars behind me. What we're going to do today, if we can figure this out technically, we're taking a 10-minute break. We're going to walk through what it's like coming to Urban Surf. So I'm just walking around rocks here. So what you'll do when you come up, you've made your booking online, you'll head over to someone like Kim here at our check-in team, and you'll scan your wristband in if you've been here before. If not, you'll give your name, make sure you've signed your waiver for the day, and away you go. You're into Australia's first surf park. Once you're signed in, we're going to head over this way. You can see the lagoon in the background. It's just a beautiful vision today. It's not always like this in Melbourne, I will be honest with you. Sometimes it gets a little cold. What you're going to do, you can notice the RFID wristband. Every surfer's going to get one of these. As we come up to the booths, we scan it in underneath, and that's going to take us through. I'm going to send my camera through the other way here so he doesn't get snapped. Go around that way. There we go. This is wild times here. Once you're through, you've got a choice of a lot of different options here. You can head over to the grass area. You can see all the tents and things over in the foreground there. We've got the Gauge Roads bar over there today. You can head over there. It's a public space where everyone can relax. At the other end of the pool, we've got our business side. So the Surf Academy is over there. So if you want to do a lesson, we've got surf rentals. So if you're heading in from Sydney, you can grab a wetsuit, you can grab a surfboard, you can try the latest JS, the latest Paizel, the latest Loss, whatever it is that you want. The lagoon itself sits over here. We'll head down towards the front. You can see down the middle of the lagoon, you can see 46 pistons sit in that machine, and they fire waves left and right. So when you arrive here for a day at Urban Surf, you've got this amazing view straight up the pool of these perfect waves. Now, what's different about the competition today is the guys started off on the left. Now the challenge is they're going to switch over to the right, and we're going to see different teams, different athletes, and a different style of surfing. So that's what's really exciting. We're going to head over to the lifeguard tower here. One of the great things about Urban Surf that makes it really unique is that it's a controlled environment. So a lot of the guys here today, really competent surfers, really competent oceanmen. I'm hoping I'm not going to fall on my ass here. Really competent oceanmen. But not everyone that comes to the pool is like that. A lot of the people that come to Urban Surf, in fact, over 20,000 of them, have been beginners, have never surfed before. And one of the great things about Urban Surf here, as we walk our camera down, we've got our lifeguard tower here. We've got our guys watching at all times. So it's a safe, controlled environment for beginners. It's an awesome place for those progressive surfers to really move their surfing forward. And of course, for the best in the country, the best of Australian board riders, it's all out here. Amazing waves. We haven't even seen the barrels today. It's an incredible place. So hopefully you get the chance to come down to Urban Surf. If you do, don't forget to finish your surf in here at Three Blue Ducks. Australian iconic restaurateurs, Mark LeBroy, Andy Allen from MasterChef. They look after this place. You can finish up with an incredible beer, maybe a reef tip rum. That's all from me. We'll be back with the action soon.
We started Seaford Boardriders just over 25 years ago now. There was no local club in Seaford, so we started that, and we've got all the good young kids, and then it's evolved now. We've got old boys, young guys. We've got a couple of guys who've made the WCT, being like Jared Housen and Dion Atkinson, and they've helped us a lot to get to the national finals. Look, the club probably, to be honest, we're just more focused about sticking together, surfing together, having fun together. I'm probably the biggest frother in the whole club. I just love it. It's not just a part of my sporting life, it's part of my family life, so we love it. Yeah, I think we've got what it takes to have a crack at the national final. We've been there plenty of times now. All our team's pretty experienced at competing against the big clubs. Obviously, you got the big famous clubs like Snapper Rocks, North Narrabeen and all the other ones, but we always seem to find a way to get through a few heats and do well. So we're down at Middleton Bay. The waves look fun. It's kind of cold and windy. South Coast and Roaders have got a super strong team. It's part of my family.
Introducing the 2022 Hyundai Palisade, the flagship of our SUV range. Boldly designed with first-class technology and 8 seats over 3 luxurious rows. Your kidults will love it.
Yeah, it's good.
This is how we lay it down. Start with a generous base of fluffy rice. Drop in the juiciest slow-cooked meat, a hit of fresh, flavour-filled salsa, then fine-tune it your way. Sound like the best burrito in town?
Zamrite.
Zambrero, feel good mix.
Let's ride the waves, finding friends and laughs all day. Get strong, be safe, we'll learn our way with ocean play. No matter if you try, no matter where you're from, you can be a Woolworths surf grom. Go on, give your kids the gift of surfing at woolworthsurfgroms.com.
Welcome back to the Victorian qualifying series of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. All roads leading, of course, to Newcastle and our final. What a day here, Rivo. You can see us basking in the sunlight. Thanks, we've got the 2XP sunscreen on, keeping us nice and warm. We're moving now into the repecharge round. So, of course, business time. You don't make it through here. We're going to say goodbye to Tullamarine for the day. Seen some incredible surfing so far. What have been the highlights for you, mate?
Geez, I reckon watching Willis Dreamer absolutely tear apart a couple of those waves for Torquay was definitely a highlight. And I did also really enjoy watching Otways in that first heat. Obviously, they didn't get through, and they're going to be in this heat in the red, but they certainly surfed really well. So I think that they're a good chance at progressing into the final. Yeah, absolutely. And we can see South Coast kicking off here with Geordie Campbell, 12-time Victorian Indigenous surfing champion, semi-finalist in the Nationals. Really nice, stylish surfer, beautiful polished technique. Good to see Geordie out there today, and that's not a bad start for South Coast. I reckon he'll want to go and line that up. And, of course, we started today on the left, and we've headed now over to the right, probably the preferred side for most Victorians. As we see, I believe it's Xavier Snelling up and riding, the young junior surfer for Urban Surf, and he's going to come undone there. Sorry, that was for Point Lonsdale. So obviously we've shifted over onto the right. Now, interesting, my chat with Dylan Schultz. A lot of the teams happy on the right, especially the ones that had the big enough squads to put their goofy footers on there. As we do see now from Otway Boardriders, this looks like Joel Kerr up and riding. You can see straight away, really comfortable on his forehand. Big lad. Geez, that was a good committed turn. So a great start for Otway. It'll be interesting to see whether he thinks that's job done for him and he'll head in. Yeah, that was a really epic start for Otways. Joel Kerr, one of their up-and-coming juniors, he's been really getting some good results in the Victorian state titles of late as well. Sort of been in and amongst the ranks of it for 4 or 5 years, but really I think going through sort of growing and just he's huge now. He's such a big fella, like we were alluding to earlier, probably the biggest 16-year-old we've ever seen. He's absolutely massive.
The biggest 16-year-old I've ever seen, yes.
He's absolutely massive. So, yeah, we've got Otway in the red here, South Coast in the white and Point Lonsdale in the yellow. Here's a bit of a replay of Geordie Campbell on his backhand. Like we were saying, 11-time Victorian Indigenous champion, so certainly knows how to make a few heats and really has been a trailblazer for the South Coast Boardriders for quite some time. Here we got red.
You see Joel Kerr's wave here, really good committed rail calf to start and then bang up in the pockets. What we saw from Bodie Williams for Torquay earlier in the event, and you can see a couple of nice turns there, and that's going to drop in at a really nice start for Otway Boardriders. Judges just finalising their score now, but it's going to fall towards the very good, excellent range. So really nice wave. You can see priority orders shifted a little bit there. So it'll be Point Lonsdale on the cherry second wave of the set, the cleanest wave. You know, one of the interesting things about it, though, people, obviously the earlier waves in the set, there's less disturbance, so they're cleaner. But those later sets can often throw up a little bit steeper sections, a little bit more variety that can give you something to turn. So while it feels like an advantage to have these early clean waves, in actual fact, you can get some really interesting sections towards the back of the heat. It's almost like a rip bowl as the water moves around. So we'll see how the surfer from
Point Lonsdale.
Lonnie.
Starting this one off. So nice first turn there for natural footer from Lonnie. They did surf quite well in the first heat. Pretty stiff not to make it through. Torquay and Phillip Island both had very strong teams, but also really performed strongly. And it's sort of what we were going to kind of expect. Torquay and Phillip Island have sort of been the mainstays in the ABB over the last couple of years. And here is Geordie Campbell on his backhand. Really love how Geordie flows his waves together, but
Yeah.
I did put the moz on him a little bit there and he goes down.
Commentator's curse. What are you doing, Rivo? No, he's a beautiful, stylish surfer, Geordie. It's a beautiful part of the world up there on the South Gippsland coast, as we see. Here we go. Joel Curry at a 7.5 on his first, so a good number. Looks like he got a bit caught up there. He'll pull the pin on that wave. He knows he's not going to improve on that 7.5. And there, this is the tactics that we start to talk about. No, you need to waste the energy. It'd be interesting to see here. He's had 2 waves now. He's got a good score on the board. Does he make the decision to come in? Does he give his surfers coming after him more of an opportunity? Looks like he's going to paddle back out. So they've probably got a strategy here. Look, Joel, you go out there. You've got the big firepower. You go out there, take the 3 waves, and make the most of that opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a pretty interesting call to go back out for a 3rd wave. Chris and I were sort of talking about it before, that if every surfer's getting an average of a 5, it's a 30-point score. That's pretty strong. So anything above that is pretty excellent. So, Joel Kerr putting together a 7.67 on that first wave, but he's going to paddle back out and he might better that, but that's a really strong foundation.
Yeah, look, if you feel confident that, and look, they have some really good goofy footers coming up that I think are pretty confident they can lay some decent scores down on their backhand. But, you're burning a wave here where you probably don't need to. So it's an interesting decision. You're trying to get through this heat. You're not wanting to be in the last position. You're not wanting to go home. It's a long drive home from Tullamarine to South Gippsland, Point Lonsdale, and all the way down the Great Ocean Road to Otway. So they want to make sure they're qualifying here. So, it's an interesting decision. We'll see how it plays out for them. I sound like the commentator in Dodgeball. It's an interesting decision there.
I actually watched that not long ago. Jeez, it's a good film.
Well, we've based our commentary today solely on ESPN 8, The Ocho. So,
The Ocho.
The Ocho. You can see the first half wave come through. That's obviously because the wave fires to the right first, so it gets a half because there's no water filling in. And then we can see now Geordie Campbell has priority. So he's trying to increase a 5.17. All 3 surfers here are using 3 waves. So he'll be looking to improve his situation here. And a lot of this comes down to that first turn. If you time it right, you set yourself up for that second one, that's where you want to be. And Geordie's timed this one really well. A couple of good snaps here. We'll see if he can finish this one off on the inside. He does. That'll be his best score. And another little bonus section on the inside. Don't know whether they'll score that body surf, but it was a nicely surfed wave. I think that'll be the best for the South Coast Boardriders opening surfer. Geordie Campbell. Great to see Geordie here today. Now we have Point Lonsdale up and riding. That's a better turn from the surfer from the Lighthouse as well. He'll work his way through, but I've put the commentary curse. I've caught it off you.
We have put the commentary curse
Put the
on
commentary curse. Now, of course, the big question here. Joel Kerr, he's taking a 3rd wave here, looking to upgrade on a 7.67. It's a big ask. The pressure's on. This is what it's all about, the big stage here at Urban Surf. He's up and riding. We've got the long shot here. Shows you the length of ride here. Nice tail slide to get things started. He goes up into the second. So he's burnt 2 waves there after a good wave. So, interesting tactical decision. We're going to see all 3 teams swap over here. Yeah, Rivo, you spent a lot of time in here as a surf guide. For you, did you prefer the left or did you prefer the right, or did it change depending on the setting?
It did change a little bit according to the setting. I like to ride shortboards and longboards, so looks like we just got a replay of Geordie Campbell on his last wave. Really connected nicely with the first 3 sections on this one, getting nice and critical.
Yeah, the judges like this one, mate. There's a good number dropping in for South Coast. So
I was going to say, you almost went diving for craze. That's what you usually say in the ocean, but this way's time is eating concrete.
Diving for concrete. Absolutely.
For concrete. But yeah, as I was saying, differing settings depending on what I kind of liked more on my longboard. I'd like to surf my backhand, but forehand, definitely my shorty, because we just don't really. I don't really surf my shorty in any lefts at home because we've got none.
No, we don't have a huge amount of lefts. They're there. You just got to look for them, River.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, absolutely. I'm the opposite to you. I really like I like surfing on the left, but I really like surfing on my backhand here. I suppose it's the same as what you're saying. We don't have world-class lefts, whereas we have just a plethora of world-class rights in the Surf Coast. So the opportunity to come here and particularly the barrel setting to ride tubes on your backhand is a pretty amazing thing. And it is a great place to really start to get a lot of tubes. You can travel around the world, whether it's to Cloudbreak, G-Land, deserts, it doesn't matter. Not easy to get waves at those sorts of places. Whereas here, in a session, in an advanced session, you're going to get 5 to 6 barrels and you're going to spend some time in the tube and you're going to get some vision, and that's only going to improve your barrel riding for when you do go overseas and you get to surf at deserts and you're sitting in that barrel and you're like, what do I do? You've got that muscle memory, it kicks in. So it's a really cool environment for practicing those skills. Rightio, up to set number 4 here. So this will be the surfer from South Coast.
This looks like it's Eva Bassett here on her forehand.
Yeah, one of those juniors that's really making the transition from the junior open rounds up to the seniors. We've seen the likes of Ellie Harrison, Mia Huppets make that transition, and Ellie's definitely one of those people that is in that conversation now. A really strong wave there. It's going to be a big advantage for South Coast. Is that really strong female? Although speaking of strong females, Lucy Naylor here for Point Lonsdale. She's really strong on her backhand, but you see plenty of chops on the forehand as well, and she'll finish that out. So 2 really strong female surfers here for South Coast and Point Lonsdale. Interesting to see whether, and they have, so Otway have gone with their female surfer as well.
Bella Day.
Yeah.
This one on her backhand.
Cool style from Bella as well. Nice and low to the board. Looks like she's riding a bit of an alternative craft there as well. She'll finish that one off. Diving for craze. Everyone thinks there's crayfish out there.
Diving for craze. I was speaking to Chris about this in some duration, but the amount of really promising junior women that we have coming through in Victoria is just absolutely gobsmacking. Like, it's just it's unreal.
Yeah, and look, Victoria hasn't been the powerhouse, as we see Eva Bassett up and riding here. Nice drawn out turn. Look at that rail carve there. I mean, that's really good surfing, and then she's gone tight in the pocket. This number's going to go fairly high, and deservedly so. That's 3 quality turns there. They're obviously judging the women on a slightly different scale. But I tell you what, she would have dropped a good number on any scale there. That is really, really great surfing. So a little bit of a situation update. So South Coast Boardriders, Geordie Campbell, he's last, and 8.17. So well worth the 3 waves there. That gives them the first lead out of the first exchange. Otway Boardriders had a 7.67 Joel Kerr on his first, so just a little bit behind, whereas Point Lonsdale with a 3.77. A little bit of work to do from Lonsdale, but on the female side, we've now said the second surfers, it's going to be a couple of excellent scores for South Coast and Point Lonsdale, and a more of a mid-range score for Otway. So we're seeing here the depth of clubs come into play, and obviously those 2 super talented juniors, as we see CEO of Surfing Victoria in the foreground there. Adam Robertson, you'll be happy with how everything's gone. The magician, he's brought some good weather. Everything
seems to be going along nicely. We just saw Otway's make another change just before Bella Day making her way in. James Sinclair, the larrikin himself, paddling out. So always, like we were sort of alluding to earlier, I'm just stoked to see some of these. I guess the ABB format, just because of that team culture, brings together people that probably wouldn't usually compete in some settings, such as the Otway crew, Port Fairy, new club, Urban Surf as well. So.
Yeah, it's great to see those. So we see Eva Bassett up here, and again, a nice drawn-out first turn. She's going to overcook that one, though. She did need to chase a pretty big number to pass her last one that was well up into the excellence stage, waiting for the last judge to drop his scoring, but a couple up above the 8 range there. And we're going to see a similar situation here with the Point Lonsdale surfer. That's Lucy Naylor. She's got an excellent score on the board as well. So it's how, you have to go pretty hard here to upgrade that score. And, that's a really stylish carve from Lucy. She's got another section standing up in front. Good jam in the pocket there. She'll look for one more. She's always been good at getting the most out of waves as well, Lucy. She's probably stronger surfer on a backhand. She's got to be the Joanne DeFaze to her, but really good surfer and a couple of great numbers that have locked in there. So an 8.5 for the first of Eva Bassett, as we see the third surfer for Otway.
James Sinclair on this one, putting together a nice combo of backhand snaps.
Yeah, that's their strength, isn't it? The 2 goofy footers, they're going to be relishing this. I can't wait to see Schultze, who I had a chat with down before in the roving interview, surf here. But you can see both Eva Bassett and Lucy Naylor taking those 8s and heading back to the beach. So they've just burned one wave. They've turned it around. The female surfer from Otway, 1 wave, a 3. That's a good number. And she's gone, well, that's good. I'm going to take that, and I'm going to give my other surfers the time. So as we sit at the moment, it is going to be South Coast out in front after 2 surfers. They'll be closely followed by Point Lonsdale when that score drops in. A little bit of work still to do for Otway, but a good start for South Coast. So the South Gippsland boys, as we see James Sinclair, he's put a good number on the board there as well.
Yeah, looking like that one's going to be a pretty strong one. So, yeah, at this stage, South Coast in the lead. Otway with a reasonably good score still to drop in. As do Lonnie. Lonnie got a pretty strong score. It looks like it might drop, but may not be better than Lucy Naylor's first one. So that might remain.
Yeah, the difference here, South Coast, 2 good numbers on the board. There's an 8.17 and 8.5. That's 2 excellent waves to start. Dream start for South Coast Boardriders. Lonnie, though, with the 7.93 for Lucy Naylor. And then Otway, of course, with the 7.67, sort of balancing each other out. And then a 3 and a 3.77 is the second scores there. So really close for the second place here at the moment. And that's, of course, where all the focus is, because if you misstep here, mate, it's goodbye Tullamarine for the day.
It is. And no national final as we see Virgin Airways flying through the sky.
Great to see it back, isn't it?
Great to see the planes back in the sky, and a bit of international and domestic travel back on everyone's agendas.
Yeah, can't wait to see. I mean, you've got to remember that as a business, Urban Surfers operated without international travellers. The European, the US, the independent Chinese market, they're just going to be coming here, licking their lips. They get a photo of a koala out at Hurstville and a photo on a wave here. Day in Melbourne, you're going to head back overseas. And as we see James Sinclair up and riding again, and a couple of big snaps, beautiful backhand style. The Otway boys were keen to go on the right, and they're proven why that's the case now. We'll head back out onto wave number 5, and it's going to be the team from Point Lonsdale. Hair flying everywhere. And he's going to get a bit caught behind there, the surfer from Point Lonsdale.
Yeah, very easy to do as well. Just like you can just make one little mistake and then bang.
And that is an important wave as well, because Point Lonsdale here have dropped another good number. Otway here have dropped another good number. So 7.67 for this first surfer.
White.
Yeah, as we see
the South Coast surfer. Bassett
yep.
On this one. Eva Bassett's dad. So bit of a Bassett theme in the South Coast lineup. They've got Lillian Bassett, younger sister as well, who also rips. I don't think she's surfing in the team today, but yeah, great to see Eva smash that wave before for a pretty massive score. So
yeah, an 8.5, and that's look, South Coast Boardriders really. We saw Phillip Island and Torquay with the big numbers early on in the opening rounds, but the South Gippsland crew making sure that people realise that they're in this hunt as well. Similar with Otway, actually. They've really put together some good numbers here. You can see James Sinclair sneaking those fins out the back of the wave. Bit of a tighter carve on that second one, and then he finishes that off on the inside. So, some good numbers dropping in. It doesn't look like he's going to improve his 7.27, but Terry Bassett from South Coast Boardriders, an 8.5. That's 3 surfers in a row dropping excellent numbers. And they've only 3 surfers through, all with excellent numbers, and they've only had 5 sets. So dream start from the boys from Wilson's Prom, Walkerville, Sandy Point, big stretch of coast there.
Yeah, there's some epic waves there. It's a bit of a surprise packet. I'd say South Coast already having 3 8-point plus rides in their lineup against, I'd say, some reasonably good competition in Otway and Lonnie that have been pretty good in these sort of series over the last couple of years, especially Lonnie. Yeah,
Lonnie had I think a final in the recent Victorian teams titles at Bells, and they're a really good team, as are Otway. So this is a great start for South Coast. So they continue this form in the final. They're really going to rattle the cages of some of those bigger clubs. You can see the wind picking up a little bit here, and that's the beautiful thing, Rivo. It doesn't really make much of a difference. You've got the big retaining wall. So this is an onshore wind from the south, and it really doesn't make that much difference. As we see the surfer from Point Lonsdale up and riding, talk us through this one, Rivo.
So release the fins nicely on the first 2 sections, but as we were saying, just one little mistake and you can get caught behind the white water. So
you heard the crowd start to warm up there, and then a little bit of a heartbreak there. It was a good start on that wave.
Absolutely. But yeah, whilst we do have a little bit of a break in between that way, we might call whites first. So this is South Coast. Derek Bassett did have an 8.5 excellent score on his first one, so they've decided to, with heaps of time still, keep him out there, try and beat that 8.5, but not sure if he'll do so on that one. He really linked that first wave he got together super nicely, but it looks as if we'll have a red now on this one. Dylan Schultz, who we were interviewing just before, the Otway Panthers love the backhand attack, so Dylan cracking the top out of that one. And getting another one. Super strong one there, Jimmy.
I did say shades of Ryan Callan. He let me down a little bit off on the left, but you see that there. I mean, and he does that at 6 to 8 foot winky pop exactly the same. He's a really, really good surfer, Dylan Schultz. So it's good to see him put another big number on the board for Otway. And they've tightened right up here. You can see those numbers starting to drop in, and they are impressive. So really interesting to see what's going to happen after that last of Otway drops in, because it's an amazing start for South Coast, but Otway very much keeping pace here, as we see from the South Coast team. Their fourth surfer heading out into the water now. So this will be the last of Point Lonsdale. Big Connor McDonald there.
It was nice first two manoeuvres. Unfortunately, he did go down on that one. And this was Derek Bassett's second wave. He did have an 8.5 on the first one, so it was looking as a bit of a task to eclipse that, but did a reasonable job. It was still a nice wave.
Yeah, it was. It does get tough to change, but here we see this number's going to drop in at a 9.17 for Dylan Schultz, and you can see why. Just good, committed backhand surfing. Couple of nooners in amongst that. He is definitely a really, really good surfer, Dylan Schultz, showing why he's a 467-time Otway Boardriders Club champion. I make that joke flippantly, but I think he is like a 13 or 14-time champion.
It's pretty much him or Sinclair, but
Yep.
I think Dylan has the wood over James.
I think he's about 12 years older, and that's the 12 that he picked up. But yeah, 9.17 there. So that's rocketed Otway back into the mix here.
It's an epic score for them. So they've gone into the lead with 28 minutes to go. So we're almost halfway through this one. South Coast and Otway is already almost at that 30-point mark, so already a reasonably good score. Both teams getting scores in the 8-point rides for several surfers. So.
And here we go, the surf from Lonsdale. They've got through that tricky second section they were having trouble with, and they get caught by the third. That was my fault. Put the commentary curse on him. I'm a bane of grassroots surfing in Australia. There we see Schultzy up again. Let's see what he's got for us. Dylan Schultz, big backhand hook on the first one. He'll know he's got a big score on the board. He'll know he'll have to really go at this. And he gets a little bit caught behind. He knows he's not going to change the situation. Little spin to win there. But 9.17 on the first time, that doesn't matter. It was a free swing. It was a no ball, so to speak. And he will head on in. Great to see the Aussies win the Ashes again. You know, this is what it's about.
Yeah.
Grassroots Aussie surfing, the Ashes. What a weekend in Australia.
How many Aussies qualified for the World Tour, especially for next year?
Absolutely.
So
we had a Victorian on the spreadsheets, Cowbell Warren, obviously, with Baker Watch and India Robbo Watch, and then Molly Picklam just falling out, but she'll get the first wild card there. So where we're at the moment, we've seen 4 surfers through for Otway, 3 each for Lonnie and South Coast Boardriders. At the moment, it is Otway out in front, but South Coast have got an extra surfer up their sleeve. But this is where the depth comes in. Are they going to be able to keep those excellent numbers coming, as Otway have continued to put really good numbers on the board? So this is where it gets really interesting. First for South Coast, fourth surfer is coming at 2.77. So that's the depth of these clubs. That's why you can have a club rocket out in front, but then a club consistently put together a couple of good numbers and suddenly they're right in it. Lonsdale a little bit behind at the moment, but they do have a 7.93 from Lucy Naylor. That's going to keep them in this contest, but they're going to need some pretty amazing surfing from their last couple of surfers. Chris Enover now tells me he's got a forecast down on the beach. What can the forecast be about from perfect waves and perfect weather? Down to you, Chris.
Has been all day, and one change. We have moved over to the right, so some new tactics may be coming into play with all the surfers. One other thing I have noticed, a bit of a breeze coming up from whatever that direction is. It's coming across the right, so it's actually good for the right-hander because it'll be blowing kind of behind the wave. It's not so much up the face. We'll see if they get over the left later, if it affects the conditions at all. But right now we see teams are all posted up here. They're running out through here. That's the Oakley area where you check in and you run back out. But I had a little walk out the back wall there, and it literally looks like you're standing on the wall at D-bar off the wall. It's just these perfect peeling right-handers running down the concrete bottom we got here, and it's just pristine. So good afternoon of surfing we got in store for us, and well, here's a set, so I'll throw it back up to you guys so we get this action.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, like you said, a lot of tactics to it, and as much as it is about depth, it's certainly about tactics and how long you keep each surfer in the water. And we saw Otway's sort of giving Joel Kerr a bit of time at the start, but we've got South Coast on their fourth surfer here. Just finishing this one up on the shore. Yellow out the back though for Lonnie. Oh, nasty. That was a nasty little fall there for Point Lonnie. So they're currently in third.
That's the surfing they need. I mean, that's not the surfing they need to be doing, but that is the attitude that they need to have right now. They really need to be chasing a big number because it is neck and neck out in front with South Coast. And, of course, Otway, as we see the Otway surfer
Luke
up
Layla.
and riding here again. Luke Layla looking a lot more comfortable in his backhand as well. So this is the thing with Otway is that, you know, all of their surfers have just grown an extra leg over here on the right as they've got on their backhand. We saw them a little bit sticky over on the forehand, but they've dropped some good numbers here. Now, we've got a situation update because it is close at the top of this leaderboard. And, of course, one team is going to head through this reportage round. So this is really important stuff. South Coast Longboarders, their last score of their fourth surfer was a 2.77. That has given them less than a point lead over Otway Boardriders Club. So as they come down to their fifth athlete and their power surfer, there's going to be a difference of only 1 point between those two clubs. Now that's come about through consistency of Otway Boardriders Club. Each of their surfers just below an excellent or an excellent wave, one mid-range score. Similarly, South Coast have come out with 3 excellent scores, but then one of their surfers just had a bit of just a little bit of bad luck, catching a couple of sections there, only being able to manage a 2.77, and that means now that Otway's right back in the race for the final. Peninsula have got a world of work to do to get, Point Lonsdale have got a world of work to do to get back in this, but it is exciting times at the top of the leaderboard. So right now,
looks like we're going to have a replay, Jimmy, just before we go to the situation. So this is just a replay of the last of South Coast Boardriders. So putting together a nice combination of manoeuvres on that one. They're currently in second. However, there is...
Yeah, a little bit of word coming through now. It looks like there's been an interference on South Coast Boardriders. So what that probably means is that a surfer has taken a wave out of priority or they've ridden an incorrect wave. And that obviously impacts the ability of the other teams to be able to score. In doing that, that means that they're going to lose half a score of their best score. That's going to drop them out, and it means that their last surfer is going to have to, I think it's going to have to be a gap of around 7. So they're really going to have to hope that Otway don't perform up to expectations. As we see, a good wave from the surfer from Point Lonsdale, well rewarded with a good cheer from the crowd. But they're really going to need the fifth surfer from Otway and the power surfer to not perform, and that's not happening at the moment because the fifth surfer, Lukey Laylaw, has dropped in at 4.7 on his first, and he's up and riding again here. And there he goes to the air. Little chop-hop air reverse from Luke Laylaw. He's a very good aerial surfer, and that's going to make it really difficult for South Coast. So right now, the Panthers have got their claws out and a stranglehold on this spot in the final. Although we see South Coast fighting back now, desperate for a good number, and that desperation causes mistakes.
Yeah, one of the Cicero brothers just going down on that one. Ryan, Jarrah, both excellent juniors from that South Coast area. I think they're living in Sandy Point, but yeah, they've really come up in the competitive scene over the last couple of years and getting some results. But we're gonna have a replay of last of red, which was Luke Laylaw. He did have a 4.7 on his first one, so not too sure if this score will achieve or be better than that. That chop-up was pretty sick, though, at the end. And like we did say, he's an amazing aerialist. It got a 10 in the Trades Challenge a couple of weekends ago.
Head to the Surfing Victoria Instagram, you can see that it is a very lofted air reverse. I think Chris Gauthier would call it a 540, but we won't fall down that rabbit hole right now.
So clean as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has improved. Looks like he's going to drop in a 483. So that is going to really put Otway in the box seat here. They've got either Dylan or James Sinclair is going to come in as their power surfer. But realistically, they're going to have to get an interference or they're going to have to really not nail anything on these waves for South Coast to be able to get back into it. So disappointing result for South Coast. That's such a great start. But this is what ABBs, is what team surfing is all about. it's a really interesting situation. But hopefully Chris is down there. I'm sure he's hunting out the contest director to find out what's going on. For you, Rivo, though, what a day. I mean, it really couldn't be any better. It's bluebird skies. You can see us Victorians, we're going to melt right now. We'll be the most sunburnt people. We've got our 2XP on, though, so we should be right. We've got our Oakleys on when we're out rolling around, so we'll be fine. But what an incredible day. Just a beautiful lagoon, beautiful bluebird skies. The sun's shining, and now we're starting to see the complexity of this format, and that's what makes it so special.
Yeah, it's absolutely stoked to be here on a sunny day. Being away for 5 weeks and being up in New South and all that, I feel like maybe I brought the warm weather back and the sun.
Claim it, mate.
I'm claiming that. But
absolutely.
Looks like we've got Rice Cicero on his forehand here, throwing it up. They're just almost getting caught behind. Manages to do so on that last section. But, yeah, like we were saying, that interference for South Coast may be costly. Otway, obviously, being pretty skilled across the board with some pretty solid scores. And it looks like we've got Lukey Layla again on his backhand here, just scooting past the whitewater and looking like he might come in and swap into their last surfer, which will be the power surfer, either Dylan or James, as we were alluding to. So they're looking pretty well placed at this stage, Jimmy.
Yeah, and what a great return to the competitive space for Otway Boardriders. They've been around since 1986. But really have taken a long hiatus off. They obviously, with the Hughes brothers back in the mid-90s, they had a really dominant team. And Dylan was saying that one of the things that inspired him to get back into this event was he was standing in the Strapper store down there at Aries, and they've got one of the team's trophies up in the back. They used to be Hughes surfboards, obviously, and he said a couple of the Groms were getting really excited about it. Oh wow, we used to beat Torquay, we used to beat Phillip Island, we used to beat Peninsula. Like, what are we doing? We've got a great bunch of surfers. Let's do it. And it was that, enthusiasm to get back into it. And, Dylan and James were saying that what's really got them back into it is this enthusiasm of the juniors, which is super exciting. Look, if you are in Melbourne today, we've still got plenty of surfing to go on. We've got the Gage Roads Bar up on the lawn. You can go and grab yourself a tin or a reef tip and sit here and watch some absolutely world-class surfing. And you know what? Waves aren't going to go off. They're not going to change. It's going to be awesome and perfect all day.
And we got a bit of a replay here of Rice Cicero from South Coast Boardriders. Yeah, it is a nice warm day, so we do have Gage Roads down there on the lawn, so grab yourself a beer or something if you end up coming down.
Absolutely.
Not
Head
much
to the
better
Ducks,
to do.
grab a meal, and you can do this every Sunday if you're a Melbourneite. You don't even need to come and surf to enjoy urban surf. It's not just a surf park. It really is an amazing venue. World-class food and beverage from Three Blue Ducks. You can walk right up on the walls, and as Chris says, get that view over the top of the lagoon. And you can see incredible surfers day in, day out. You'll often be out here and see Nicky Van Dyke ripping it up in the pool, or, the great surfers we've seen today from Phillip Island, Harry de Roth you see here on a regular basis, the guys from Torquay, Willis Droomer, all these stars, they're here all the time. So, even if you're not a surfer, if you're just tuning in today and wondering, what is this all about, mate, come down to Urban Surf, check it out. Great event series as well. Last year running the For the Love music series, the likes of Ocean Alley, Fisher, Paul Fisher, of course, one of the Gold Coast's favourite sons. Flight Facilities, and they had Hayden James in last night, as we see Rice Cicero up and riding now for South Coast. Good whip in the pocket to get things started. He waits for that one, and that'll cost you out here, because once you're caught behind that section, it's very hard to make up ground. And maybe just the pressure of chasing that big number has got to him there. They're going to need a swing of around 6 points, so that means that if Otway score over a 5, it's going to be very difficult. But, of course, we are to power surf, and we've seen some big numbers from South Coast. So they're still in it. They'll just want to give themselves the best opportunities. We see the surfer from Point Lonsdale, nice carve to finish that one off. And all eyes will head out the back to the Otway Boardriders power surfer. A good number here is going to put the nail in the coffin of South Coast and Point Lonsdale.
Yeah, Point Lonnie was loving that. Looks like it's we might still be on Luke Layla here, so they still haven't swapped into their power surfer unless Luke is their power surfer.
There's still plenty of waves, and they can only surf 3 waves as the power surfer. So maybe Luke's just, thinking, I reckon we're in the finals here. I might just keep my feet in the wax. He's looking in there for a bit of guidance, and I think his teammates are telling him to head on in. But it does look like it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult for these other clubs to make up the gap. I believe Chris has got the president of 13th Beach Boardriders down there. Chris, heading down to you.
That's right, lads. I'm down here with one of the veterans of 13th Beach Boardriders, JJB, Josh Johnson-Baxter. Well, so you're into the repos. Bit of a change-up. Surf from the left last heat, now to the right. You're coming to the lineup. What's the tactic behind that? Give us a bit of a rundown on kind of how the whole team kind of operates there.
Yeah, so we've just got a heap of young Groms that have just been ripping on the left. So we put all those boys out there and they did a pretty good job. Nearly got through to the final. And now they're going to throw me in and give the old boy a crack and see if I can throw some bigger turns or whatnot. So see how we go.
Yeah, well, he's renowned for throwing buckets, JJB, and also as well, another little tactical thing that comes into play. Only one team qualifies for the final out of the 2 heats. So being the first heat, obviously you have no idea what's going to happen in the second heat. What do you tell the team? Are you going out there, playing it safe? You got some tactics up your sleeve, or if you just go hell for leather and try to get the biggest score you can?
I think we're just watching this first heat now. They look like they're getting some pretty big scores, so I think we're going to have to go hell for leather and just put it all on the line because, it's only first place that's getting through. So, just go for it.
Leave it all out in the line, leave nothing for chance. That's exactly right. Well, you guys are coming up next in the next heat, second repercharge coming up after this. So best of luck to 13th Beach and all the other clubs, and hopefully see them in the final later.
Thanks for that, Chris. So we're back out in action in the water. South Coast Power Surfer Geordie Campbell up on this one. Absolutely tearing on his backhand, and it was really good. Chris chatting with Jar Jar. He's been a stalwart of the Victorian Open Series for a very long time, and as much as he's a veteran, he's not super old and still has got a lot of good surfing in him. So
he's an incredibly powerful surfer. Of course, won the inaugural Hells Bells Challenge, JJB. So much to the chagrin of the Torquay faithful, took it back to 13th Beach. Of course, 13th name because it backs on to the 13th hole of the 13th golf course. It was an amazing stretch of sandbanks and reef bottoms, waves like Beacon, just one of the few places you can get a barrel like Urban Surf out in the wild, so to speak, Rivo. As we're waiting now it looks like what happened there is that Otway didn't make it out in time for their wave. So they've decided just to sit that one out. They're going to have 2 waves to try and put a score on the board. Now, the last of Geordie Campbell needed to be big, and guess what? It was. It
was big.
He's dropped a big number here, and this is really important. This has really put it back in, as we can see this up on the screen. He didn't ride out of this final turn, but all the damage was done on the outside. Judges loved the smooth approach, and that is going to drop in at an excellent score. Now, once that drops in, we're going to see a shift in the leaderboard here because Otway did ride a wave there. They came unstuck. It was only a small score. It's going to double up to a 6. That's going to mean that it's going to be really tough, but it is going to be possible for South Coast to make up the ground, and this number's locking in. We've got 2 judges' scores locked in.
It's looking like a pretty good one.
It's not a good number. The first judge probably has gone a little higher than the other judges, though. Swinging back down. We'll wait for it to lock in. I'm going to guess he's going to need a bigger score than that.
And even Lonnie's had a score come in, and that's might also throw a little spanner into the works. So we're just waiting for those scores to come in. Whilst we do have a little break, events like this sort of don't happen without our amazing sponsors. So massive thanks to Hyundai, Oakley, Ashiona, Reef, Tip, Gage Roads, 2XP Sunscreen, which we definitely need a lot of today, out at Tullamarine, MySurf TV, and of course Surfing Australia for their ongoing support of this event. And it's a pleasure to be here at Urban Surf for our first ABB in a wave pool, which is a pretty cool thing to say.
Absolutely, it is incredible, and this is of course thanks to the partnership between Surfing Victoria and Urban Surf. But you mentioned there Surfing Australia. What an amazing job they've done. I wouldn't say turning around, but if you go back 12 months ago, some of us were talking about the death of Australian surfing, and in 12 months' time, they've got an Olympic bronze medalist, as we see Dylan Schultz up and riding here. If he gets a good number here, it is Otway into the final, and that is 2 good scores and another, and I think that'll be enough for the Panthers to stride through to the final. It is going to take an extraordinary effort from Geordie Campbell right now. In fact, I think a mathematically impossible effort. So what a return to the competitive ranks for Otway Boardriders. This is what it's about, Rivo. Grassroots Australian surfing at its best.
Heard a big cheer from the beach when Schulte finished that one up. Geordie Campbell coming around the whitewater on this one as the power surfer for South Coast.
You don't want to do the maths here, but I tell you what, it would be razor tight without that small interference. So great performance from South Coast. They are ahead there on the leaderboard, but we've still got a big number to drop in for The last surfer from Otway, I suspect it's going to be big and it's going to be double whammied. And what a... Almost rode out of that one from Point Lonsdale. So we're talking about Surfing Australia there. 12 months ago, death of Australian surfing. You know, the big name journalists really looking at what's coming next. 12 months later, we've got an Olympic bronze medal with Owen Wright, and we've got this resurgence of grassroots Aussie battler surfers, the likes of Jacko Baker, Connor O'Leary back on tour. We're seeing the Evans Head Slayer, Callum Robson there. It is just a real resurgence of underdog, gritty Aussie power surfing. And Surfing Australia has a lot to do with that. It was them that sat down everyone in a house in Hawaii a couple of years ago and said, it's time, guys, to get together better as Australian surfing. Yeah. And now, you know, we interviewed Gabby Bryant, who's just qualified from Maui a couple of weeks ago on Lift, and she was saying, I wish I surfed for Australia because the support that you guys give each other is so huge. And you know where that starts, Rivo?
Grassroots.
Right here.
ABB.
Right here at ABB. So thanks to Hyundai. Thanks to Oakley, thanks to Surfing Australia for getting behind events like this, because it is what's leading for this resurgence out of the Australian team.
And we saw some replays just before come through of Dylan Schultz's last one. And
yeah, what a
that was
number.
A pretty epic number. It's still sort of dropping in, but geez, it's tight at the top.
And that's it. These older guys, Dylan Schultz won't be ashamed of me saying, he's a guy who's in his mid to late 30s. He's got a kid, he's got a family, but he's still out there ripping and he's showing what's possible to these Groms. And, as we talked about, the Groms see that trophy and they go, I want to be like that. I want to be like you, Uncle Dylan.
And here it's
They've
dropping
gone back.
again.
Yeah, here's the replay. You can see just really nice, precise surfing. Look at that upper body technique. The way that he's leading with his upper body, his legs just follow through. Shades of... Mick Fanning was famous for that. You could always tell what Mick was going to do on a wave because his body led the way, and that's what we're seeing from Schultzy there. He's got priority here, and there we go. That number drops in, and that is a big lead for Otway Boardriders, and I would suggest, I'm just doing my maths here, that it's almost going to be unassailable for South Coast as Dylan smoothly goes through another one here, and he'll ride out of that as well. So he was looking to upgrade at a 733. You know what, River? I reckon he might have done that.
He might have done so. That was an absolutely cracking one from... the Otway Panthers faithful. So, might have made some breathing room between themselves and South Coast. However, Geordie Campbell's really leading them strongly here.
It's beautiful surfing from Geordie. He's such a nice style.
No wonder he's an 11-time Victorian Indigenous champ.
Yeah, and proud Indigenous man. Runs the Surfing Victoria Indigenous Surfing Program. Urban Surf has had a fair bit to do with Geordie. We donate all of our wetsuits. Once they've gone through the high store, we donate them and the boards back to the Indigenous program that Geordie runs. He does an incredible job. Urban Surf also working with the crew from Strong Brother, Strong Sister, working with Indigenous youth here in Melbourne. And it's one of the real great things about the pool is that you can work in these metropolitan markets. I can't wait to get up in Sydney. There's some incredible crew around the La Perouse area. Indigenous surfers are so passionate and so proud, and to be able to offer them support and help them nurture and foster that culture is just going to be great over the next 24, 48 months as Urban Surf spreads up to Sydney and beyond. So that's it. All the surfers have headed in. It's going to be Otway Boardriders through to the final. They face up against Torquay, Phillip Island, and the winner of the next heat. And that'll be between 13th Beach Boardriders.
Be 13th.
Urban Surf.
And Port Fairy.
Great to see Port Fairy. There's another club that's come back into it.
Yeah, it's great.
And they actually re-established their club. They're a long-time club, but they've had a bit of a hiatus over the last couple of years. It was a trip with all the boys up here to Urban Surf in the bus, all the way up here, get some barrels, grab a few slabs on the way home, maybe some reef tip, maybe some gauge roads. And those conversations flow on the drive on the way back, and the next thing you know, here they are at Urban Surf in the ABBs, and it is great to see clubs like Otway, like South Coast, like Port Fairy here in the lagoon. So that'll be a wrap. That's our 15 sets. If you're watching, 15 sets. So the time is not quite as relevant. It's about fitting your 6 surfers in the most effective way across 15 heats. And those clubs have done that. And it is Otway sliding through to the final.
So we've got Heat 2 in shortly. 13th, Port Fairy and Urban Surf. So
just trying to work through the numbers there. We'll come back to you after the break. We're going to head to some ads now, and we'll be right back with repercharge number 2 of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle.
Asiona's Feeling Swell program is a program through the Surfing Australia where it's creating a better tomorrow by including women and men, any age, any ability, and bringing them together and showing them the love of the ocean and yeah, creating a happy, healthy environment.
Space. So big, so vast, so practical. This is Staria. Technology light years ahead of its time. It carries 8 humans. Comfortably. Windows stretch to galaxies beyond. And thanks to this, you'll always be part of the cosmos.
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Jimmy Miles joined by Chris Enover. We're up here at the booth at Urban Surf Melbourne, a very un-Victorian day here today. The sky's blue, the wind's light, and the waves are, of course, perfect because we're at Urban Surf.
That's right, they are. It's cooking and it's such a great day. And the action's been, red hot so far.
Absolutely. So right now we have Torquay Boardriders Club, Phillip Island Boardriders Club, Peninsula Surf Riders Club, all through to the final. Otway Boardriders have 1 foot in the final. But if one of the teams from Requal Heat 2, which is on in the water here at the moment, can eclipse their score of just over 40 points, then they will take Otway's spot and be into the final. And I tell you what, Otway, first competition back since the 90s. It would be a heartbreak at that point. But 13th Beach, Urban Surf and Port Fairy Boardriders Club, a couple of new or reformed Boardriders clubs back in there. And, of course, 13th, just a powerhouse over the years. 13th has kicked off with a pretty decent number here, Chris.
How is that? 9.5 to open off quarter final, Requal final number 2. That's a great start for them. They must be absolutely stoked. We just had a good chat with Josh Johnson-Baxter before. He was pumped up, getting a call up into the team because they've moved to the right.
Yep.
A bit of tactical play comes into there. And like we said, that magical number, 40.09, that's the score that Otway scored in the first Requal. So the highest scoring team that after the 2 requals goes into the final.
Goes through the final. They're going to join Phillip Island, Torquay and Peninsula Surf Riders. And I tell you, 13th would be singing a bit about going down to Peninsula. They've been the 3rd or 4th teams over the last couple of years. Over the years, they've been dominant clubs. And that is a bit of a rivalry that's developed over the last few years. So they'll be stinging. They'll be keen to get into the final. They don't want Otway stealing their thunder. As we see Surfer from Port Fairy here. Great to see the guys from Port Fairy. Way down in Western Victoria, past Warrnambool. Beautiful bit of coast, Port Fairy. Just amazing waves. Most of the time, people down there looking for people to surf with, to be honest. And, of course, well known for its humpback migration. And Port Fairy these days becoming a bit of a food and bev mecca. Speaking of food and beverage meccas, it is here, of course, the team from Urban Surf. And we have 3 Blue Ducks. This is Xavier Snelling, the junior, up and riding. A couple of good turns from Xavier. And he's a genuine metropolitan surfer, the young man. Goes to school here in Melbourne, spends his time surfing out here at Tullamarine, and great to see the Urban Surf Boardriders Club with a team, and that'll be a good number for Xavier. He's locked in a 4.33 there, so that's a nice start for him as we see the female surfer from 13th. Emma's a surf guide here at Urban Surf, so she spent plenty of time. She had the timing down, but I put the commentary curse on her, mate.
Yeah, you did. It always happens, doesn't it?
It's just terrible.
It is the biggest curse in surfing, the commentary curse. And, well, great way to start things off. I mean, and you look at it as well from the results going back of the, the ABB qualifiers. Down here in Victoria, there has been 2 teams that we've always spoke about that are really at the front runners. And, 2021, Phillip Island. Then you go 2020, Torquay. 2019, Phillip Island. Then 2018, Torquay. 2017, Torquay. And then it just rolls on from there.
And there is no love lost between those 2 teams. I will give you the hot tip, of course. The Victorian teams titles held at Bells just a couple of weeks ago. Interference from Torquay cost them the win, and Phillip Island were very happy to point that fact out at the presentations. And Carl Wright, the power surfer, here today, mentioning that there'll be a rematch in the pool. It's funny, last year, though, it was 13th that snuck past Torquay in the qualifiers for the ABBs, and Torquay had to rely on a wild card, which they were given. And they really did go into that event as a bit of a favourite. But last year, 4 teams up there at the ABB finals because Peninsula got a wild card as well. And it's great to see this resurgence of Victorian surfing. And, as we talk about with the ABBs, the great thing is it's a national competition. The guys from Seaford in South Australia through South Arm in Tassie, Margaret River over in WA. These are clubs we see, and they up against the powerhouses like Snapper and North Stone that have already qualified. How did North Narrabeen take North Stone, beating them in the Sydney qualifiers?
That was a crazy event up there. And, well, there was some last-ditch efforts there by one of the surfers from North Stone. Got locked in a 9.2, I think it was, in his last wave. It was unbelievable surfing. But we thought we had it wrapped up and then pinched right at the last minute. But
we'll see you, the defending champs, we'll see you up at... that was just a bit of a shoulder loosener for North Narrabeen.
That was a funny one. We were meant to have it at North Narrabeen, and conditions didn't cooperate, had howling, typhoon conditions, and we went over to Warriewood just around the corner and got these fun right-handers. It was a great day of surfing there.
I was mentioning on the broadcast before, of course, Queenscliff Boardriders Club, out in straight sets, and North Stone winning.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the rivalry between 2 Boardriders clubs, one stretch of sand.
Yeah, that is a funny one there because, you do have
This
North
is a barrel from the Port Fairy Boardriders Club. Plenty of hollow slabs around that point, so he's going to his strong suit. Yeah, you're telling us about Northstone and Queenscliff.
Yeah, so they are separated. There's a pole, there's a pipe in the middle of the beach. Used to be an old sewage pipe, ran out years ago, and that's kind of the defining place. Whereas if you're from Northstone, you don't go go north of the pipe.
Yep.
And if you're from Queenscliff, you don't go south of the pipe. And it's kind of the defining spot in the sand, the line in the sand, as you would say.
Wow, as we see, sorry to interrupt you there, Chris, but Brissa Malaga for Urban Surf Boardriders just putting down one of the better waves we've seen all day. Former third place in the 2016 SUP World Championships. Hasn't got the paddle today, but still really looking good. Hopefully we'll see a replay of that wave, because that was some great surfing. She's down from Sydney, but a regular surfer and part of the Urban Surf Boardriders Club. Great to see it. They really have just scrambled this team together, and it's so exciting to see the guys here today. You know, they kept on going to, some of their staff. Are you able to surf in the club for us? And all of these guys are obviously connected to their own Boardriders clubs. And if there's one thing about Boardriders clubs in Australia, you're in for life, right?
Yeah,
it's like the Banditos.
Yeah, well, there has been a few, there's certain clubs that have chopped and changed. Like you've seen some breakaway clubs these days. You've got D-Bar Boardriders. Up our way, we've got Bungan Boardriders. That's kind of a mixture of, Avalon and Mona Vale come together in Newport as well. So one beach right in the middle, and never had a Boardriders club. And I think, after maybe a few beers at the pub one night, a few of the boys have said, let's start a club. And then next thing you know, they're in the ABB and very competitive.
So here we see Brissa Malaga, the Peruvian surfer for Urban Surf Boardriders. And look at that, some crisp surfing up in the pocket. She's going to drop a huge number. And with the underdogs here, Urban Surf, off to a great start. Xavier Snelling a 4.33, and then Brissa has dropped an excellent score, an 8.17. And so that's a great start. They are trying to make up a bit of ground, though, on 13th. A 9.5 and a 6 for their first two surfers. They are out in front. Port Fairy, bit of work to do early doors here in the recoil round first. But, of course, you don't just have to win this, Chris. You've got to score over 40.9. 40.9.
40.09.
It's a very exact science here.
That is the magic number. And we look at that, we break that down. So what, 6 fours, you kind of breaking it down. If you've got 40 points divided by the 6 surfers, kind of gives you an average number of what you need to get for each surfer there. And if you look at 13th Beach, they kicked off with the 9.5 and they've looked into 6. They're well ahead of that average.
Yep.
So we're going to...
Ahead of the curve.
Yeah, they are ahead of the curve.
We need Cal Bell-Warren here with a spreadsheet.
Well, that's it, yeah. I might need to get a start on the Lit podcast soon because I've got the spreadsheet, the Excel formulas going down. It's probably going to be around a 6 point...
Oh, little tube there for
probably going to be around a
Malaga.
6.6 is the magic number for every surfer. If you look at 40 points, 6 is a 36, another 4 points.
But is your power surfer a double?
No, power surfer's not double.
Power surfer's not double. It's just the extra
just
extra
an
weight.
extra surfer. So
yeah,
we've
so
got 5
it's around
surfers.
6.
Yeah, 6 waves gets added up. And then we
Here
divide
see
that. Yeah.
Sean Todd, a.k.a. Mouse from 13th Beach, long-time surfer, former finalist in the Australian University titles for Deakin University Boardriders, and he is a really, really good surfer. Dropped a 9 in the recent teams titles over at Bells. He's the Masters surfer for 13th. I believe in his spare time he's a molecular engineer.
Hey, there's some crazy surfers out here doing some crazy things in Australia. Kira Bell Olsen, I know she's one of the forefront surfers up there for Avoca and Central Coast area. She's studying biomed science.
Yeah,
crazy. And Freya Prum is a pharmaceutical engineer and there's some like I said, some surfers that are spending a lot of time on the QS and behind the scenes doing some really in-depth studying to some great future benefits.
Even at the top level, our new CT starter from Burleigh Heads, although, to be fair, he is Victorian. Liam O'Brien, as we see Sean Todd there. Wow, he's really got this place wide on his forehand. That is hard to do, those multiple tight hits in the pocket. Liam O'Brien studying engineering, as is Isabella Nichols. Isabella spends a lot of time down here at Urban Surf, fascinated by the technology, always wants to jump behind the house and have a look at how it all works. She's really into that. And, people like Isabella and Liam, really, really switched on people. And, if their surfing career doesn't go to plan, which it is at the moment, number 7 in the world and recently started on the CT, they've got a great backup plan there as well.
Yeah, they do. It's wild just at the mentality and the education that these surfers have. And it would pay huge dividends to have that, that depth of knowledge and the way you can kind of train your brain into learning. such
Yeah.
hard skills.
Yep.
And then also spending so much time training in the ocean.
But it's that grit and determination.
Yeah,
it's that growth mindset. They go across all fields. And, the safety nets of big sponsor budgets are just gone. It's even sometimes these guys on the CT are doing it without any sponsorship backing. As we see the guys from Port Fairy pulling into the tube. There we go. That's what we get. Port Fairy Boardriders. The Passage, one of their best spots down there. Nice little right-hand point into a river mouth. They've got a whole bunch of weird and wonderful waves that they'll kill me if I ever talk about. So Port Fairy, the Passage, that's about it. As we see also, Rissa Malaga up and riding, trying to improve on that 817. Couple of good.
Yeah, we've seen here. So she's dropped in an 817 to start, and then she's gone back out and locked in a 2.3. Now she's gone again. So
it's burning waves, isn't it?
This is one of that was one of the things I noticed with Urban Surf in the first round. They didn't get to their power surfer. They used up all 15 waves, I think, before their power surfer went in.
See Sean Todd there. Wow. That first turn, one of the best turns on the outside section we've seen all day. And he's done it again, Chris. What am I doing?
You've cooked him. You've cooked him. But so Port Fairy out there, obviously just running a little bit behind the time here. We saw them get a nice little tube in that last one. There isn't much shade out there, so he's probably trying to find a bit for himself.
Done. That is diamond commentary, mate.
That is.
You're after Toby Martin's job up at Newcastle. I can see this.
Oh, had to be said. But
yeah, so Rissa Malaga's dropped a 6 there. So she's had 2 waves, and it hasn't changed the situation. And to be honest, to increase on an 817, it's going to be a tough ask.
Yeah.
So it is that tactics. Simon Ashford, he's their manager. He's an Englishman originally. And again, you talk about smart guys. He's heading up a unit at one of our local arts colleges up here. And he was telling me this morning he feels like Arsene Wenger or something, trying to get his team up and riding, but maybe made a bit of a tactical blunder here. You'll hear this back on the broadcast and he'll give me a hard time. But I probably wouldn't have sent Brewster out. 817, you've got it. Give your other surfers time.
Yeah, and I've seen a few of the, teams, when their surfers got 2 turns in, it's, put the flag up, make the signal, get them in. So maybe a bit of miscommunication between, surfers and the coach on the beach or the manager.
Yep.
But they are showing a lot of great faith in her to keep surfing, but yeah, where do you pull the plug here? Because she's locked in 817, a 233, and a 6.5.
Yeah, you've got the score.
She's already
move on.
Yeah, she can only beat her other score by a point. 1.8.
Whereas the difference between one of their other surfers getting their best surf is going to be more than 2, and she's not going to be able to increase her score on 2. So
Exactly.
We saw the last of Sean Todd there. Doesn't improve his situation. So a 5.93, a 6, and a 9.5. So currently, as you see the Gauge Roads bar there. So currently, they're sitting on pace. But
yeah.
Geez, it's tight.
I know, very tight. So 21.43 at the halfway mark, 3 surfers down.
Yep, as we see Sean Todd trying to improve on the 517. He got the fin release there, and another good jam in the pocket. This could be an important wave for 13th. He'll ride this one all the way through to the inside. Sean Todd looking to upgrade to 593. The 13th beat faithful on the beach. Jeez, Rabs warranted myself there. Very excited, and we'll see those numbers start to drop in. From Port Fairy Boardriders again. Will they hunt another tube? No.
Nice jam out of the lip there.
It's a lovely little turn. And as we said, great to see these Boardriders clubs here mixing it up with the big boys and doing a really good job of it. I think that's your mate JJB on the Corey Russell surfboards.
There he is.
So Corey Russell obviously shapes a lot of the boards for these guys around 13th. So that's Chris Simon up and riding for 13th Beach Boardriders. Victorian bodyboard champ. Doing well on the stand-up equipment. He tries to spin to win, and I've commentary cursed him again. JJB on the Corey Russell. Really interesting with Corey Russell, one of the first shapers to get involved in a series we did with Lipton Urban Surf called Behind the Shaper. We actually got to take him for a tour here of the pool before it was filled with water. And you've never seen a bloke so fascinated by what could be achieved, not from a surfing perspective, but from a shaping perspective. So he was talking, can I get under the water with a cam and watch the way that the water disperses off the bottom of different bottom shapes. So he does a lot of jet bottoms and channel bottoms and things like that. It makes it really, really interesting. Speaking of water moving, or liquid moving, we're going to head over to the Gauge Roads tent on the lawns. Rivo, you're enjoying a quiet tin over there, I believe.
Obviously, these sort of events don't happen without our amazing sponsors, and here we are in front of the Gauge Roads Brewery car. Here with a couple of spectators, Kyle and Maddie. Kyle, how are you enjoying being down here in the sun? Absolutely perfect day for a beer.
Yeah, amazing weather, Nathan. Having a single fin summer ale here. Absolutely amazing.
Who paid this guy?
Cheering on the Torquay boys here at Tullamarine.
Yeah, ripper. And Matty, what are you drinking there? Obviously, Gage Road's got a few different drops. What are you drinking there? And how is it? How does it taste? Obviously, like a pipe dream. Beautiful.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a coaster lager. Pretty good. Yeah, perfect for the good weather.
Beautiful. And plans to stay down here for the whole day and sink a couple of beers or what?
Absolutely, mate. Perfect day to have a few and just watch some good surfing.
Perfect. Well, make sure you enjoy yourselves, guys. We'll throw it back up to you in the booth. Cheers.
Perfect place to drop the knee down there, to be honest.
Yeah, they look like they're having a good day. A couple more tins, it might be time. Hey, wouldn't that? We've actually had a couple of weddings here at Urban Surf out on the lawns. So they have the ceremony at ceremony on the lawns, and then they do the reception in the duck. So if you're interested, sales admin at urbansurf.com. Let us know.
Hey, babe, hold the camera. I'm going for a
That's
quick
right.
wave.
That's right. Imagine if Rivo caught that. Yeah. The other interesting thing that we have started hosting here at Urban Surf is Boardriders Club events. So obviously doing the Urban Surf comp, we've got a format where you can get through a 36-person draw in just 2 hours. We've got all the jerseys, so it's colours and numbers. We've got a format that works. As we see your mate, Jaja, the original.
JJ Binks.
Look at him. All arms.
Bang.
But wow, he's putting the board in the right spot, and that is what it's all about. And that is a good wave, because Sean Todd dropped in an 8.23. That's put him ahead of the curve, the Cowbell Warren curve, as we'll call it, ahead of the Cowbell Warren curve. And now JJB's probably dropped in a pretty good number there. And they are out in front of this curve, chasing down Otway's total. See Chris Simon here. Alternate Craft. Nice jam in the pocket.
Oh,
He's got the windscreen wipers. Like the Gage Rose truck. He's winding him down, trying to steal the beers on the inside. But yeah, what we were saying is, so we've now got a couple of Boardriders clubs coming down to do events in March and April. Obviously, we don't run till midnight in April. So we run the Boardriders Club after hours. Could get very messy, but yeah. So if you're a Boardriders Club out there, want to run around at Urban Surf, we could do 36 surfers in 2 hours. So it makes it super cost effective if you break it down. And it's an incredibly fun format and obviously something entirely unique. What I want to see, though, is start to get some of these rivalries. As we see the replay of the surfer from Port Fairy. A couple of nice turns to get this started. Nice drawn-out carve there. Comes back for the rebound for the figure eight. And then we see Chris Simon up and riding here for Urban Surf. As I mentioned a few times, he went dual equipment in our last Urban Surf Boardriders Club competition. Thought he was doing the old Rolo then.
He'll be making his way in and tagging fourth surfer. So currently we do see the 13th Beach Boardriders Club well and truly on their way to eclipsing that number of Otway and making a, jump into the final. Be a few nervous souls down there for the Otway Club after seeing this start from 13th.
Yes, the Panthers would be nervous, mate. They'd be nervous like Penrith in a grand final. Oh, I shouldn't say that, should I? There we go. So, interesting to see, though. JJB dropping in a 5.6, so just below the mark there. They remain in front of the line, but they're going to need around a 5.5 from their last two surfers based on it at the moment, but I suspect that Josh Johnson-Baxter will have headed back out for another wave in the boardies, mind you.
Yeah.
22 degrees in the water here at Urban Surf today, and I'll tell you, it's not 22 degrees in the water down the coast.
No, it's not. I wore a pair of jeans today, and I'm regretting every single minute of it. I thought, I'm in Melbourne, I'm going to put some jeans on this morning, and the sun's out, and I feel like I'm on the sunny coast.
Yeah.
So, but it's lovely.
This is what it's like all the time here in Tullamarine.
Yeah, exactly.
Never a bad day. Middle of winter, it's just like this.
Yeah. Just got to bring your snow gear.
We do describe it like going to the snow. Rightio. Here we go. Josh Johnson-Baxter. Bit of a lifeblood member of 13th. He got tight on that one. Floater comes down. He'll get another tag on the inside, and that is a well-ridden wave looking to upgrade a 5.6. See what the judges think. Jar Jar likes it, though. He's going to head into the inside, and they'll hand off to their fifth surfer. So 2 surfers to go. Brendan Davis now for Urban Surf. A couple of nice jams for Brendan. He was the first... He was the winner of the last Urban Surf Boardriders Club and crowned the King of the Beast for this summer. It was a barrels-only event. So he's got that tag for this summer. Although
just a tube pig.
Just a tube pig. On a daily basis, though, the amount of amazing tubes that you see, it just becomes monotonous. Just time and time again, people just getting spat out of barrels. And you see guys get crazy ones that come out, but the ones that I really love seeing is you'll see a person that probably shouldn't make a barrel or
Yeah.
maybe isn't super deep in a barrel, but it's clearly the first time they've got the vision and come out, and the smile on their face and the like. That look is just,
it's the best.
It's so gratifying. You know,
I know.
it's why the guys created this place, and it's so good to see on a daily basis. No matter the weather, no matter the wind, it doesn't matter. You're going to get barreled, and you're going to have a big smile on your face. It's really cool to see.
Yeah, it was funny last night when I had my little late night session down here. I was with one of the guys out there, John, I think his name was, and he was meant to be on a pub crawl, and he just bailed and came and surfed Urban Surf at 11 o'clock at night. And it was me and John out there just getting tubed. It was so fun, and I was just like, you made the right call, mate.
Especially in winter when you get the smaller numbers on the barrel settings. You can get barreled on the first wave, come out, swing around and get barreled on like the 6th or 7th wave. And there's nowhere else, I reckon, in the world where you can get two really nice, clean, long barrels in the space of a minute and a half. And so in a half an hour of barrel settings that they use in the advanced sessions, you're getting 12 waves in winter when there's not as many people in the pool. So last of Josh Johnston-Baxter, a 6.17 above the curve. They are staying out in front of the Otway Panthers at the moment, and it would be nervous times for the boys from the Ocean, Great Ocean Road, as they watch 13th slowly chip into it. Urban Surf and Port Fairy falling off the pace a little bit. So really all eyes now on the team in red. They're going to need to average around a 5 per surfer, as we see a nice turn from Brendan. Gets out the back. He'll be disappointed with that. Knows the wave inside out.
Yeah, 5 won't do it. About 5.5.
5.5. You're very precise with your maths here, mate.
Well, 5.5, they'd be exactly on the...
Grassroots surfing, grassroots mathematics. No engineers here.
No engineers. That's it. And here we go. Port Fairy just tagging his way down the line. I love how that wave just kept giving. It just kept giving. It's just the gift.
Yep. Yeah. And you do get better and worse waves out here. It's to do with the way that it's called the reticulation of water, the way the water moves around the bottom of the pool. And so the wind can affect it, the bathymetry can affect it. And if there's not as much water moving up towards the machine, then it doesn't load up with as much water when it pushes out.
Yeah.
So you get sets with, really steep sections and sets that aren't as good. On the barrels, you can get ones that, are almost dry because not as much water has come up the pool, and then sometimes they're tight and you've really got to wind through. So while there's a similarity to the wave each time, it's not exactly the same. And that's what makes it amazing.
That's why it's so good. I mean, when I surfed last night, I noticed that the second and third wave on the barrel setting was way better than, the 6th wave because there was a bit of reverb. But sometimes being on those waves, you can get super drained and it's a bit sketchy. When you come out of it, it's almost like you feel a bit more... It's a bit like, oh, God,
the clean ones are amazing and they're beautiful, but it's when you get one on the 10th and you're rock and rolling over foam balls and all sorts of different things that it feels amazing.
Bouncing through the tube, foam ball kind of riding, and it's just chandeliers and it's a bit sketchy, and you've come out with... And it feels
it's also
good.
the variation in performance. So, the thing that makes surfing addictiveness, obviously, is the inconsistency of the outcome. So some days you're going to get the best waves of your life. The next day you're skunked and can't get a wave and can't stand up. In the pool, well, the conditions are always going to be pretty good, and it's that inconsistency of performance. Like I've had surfs out there where I'm like, I'm going to jump on the queue. And then I've had surfs out there where I'm like, I'm never surfing again. Yeah. I'm just absolutely terrible. And it's that inconsistency that just makes it addictive, because you do have this progressive element here. You can just keep on getting better and better and better and better and trying new things. And, we refer to it a bit like a golf driving range. It's that opportunity. And then when you get down the ocean, you reap the rewards of the hard work you've done in the pool.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I think that's why this allows the format they've got going on right now for the 2 repecharges. It allows the format of the top scoring team across 2 heats.
Yep.
Usually in an ocean that wouldn't be feasible because, one heat might have more waves than the other heat, and the ocean could be inconsistent at times and not going to provide the right opportunity for the other club. But everyone here is going to get equal opportunity. Yes, the wave's going to be different, but that allows us to surf, which is surfing is always a variable environment. It's always changing, and that is the case here. It's always changing, but you get equal opportunity. You're guaranteed to get 15 waves in your heat.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, update on the numbers here.
It's hectic.
6-4 from 13th Beach. So surfer up and riding on the next wave from 13th. They're going to need somewhere around a 5. You're going to be more precise with the number. I think it's a 5.7. But that's all they're going to need to lock away the finals position. And there you go.
That's the same surfer. He's gone back out for a second go.
He has.
He went back out. That's the 5th surfer.
So that's the 5th surfer.
5th surfer's gone back out. He's coming in now. So he's going to tag in the power surfer.
They're going to need a 4.6.
Yep, around about
4.61.
Yep.
There we go. No grassroots maths here. And look, a big thank you to our sponsors, of course, today. Asiona, Hyundai, 2XP, Oakley, Gauge Roads, the Reef Tip Beer, 10% going back as we see Luke Wallace out there. The Bearded Battler from Urban Surf Boardriders Club. And again, another one of those guys that's really grabbed the opportunity to create a Boardriders Club culture here at Urban Surf in this metro market. And, you know, that just delivers a much more authentic surfing experience. You know, we've spoken at length today about how important grassroots Boardriders clubs are across the country. And so for the guys to be replicating that here at Urban Surf in this metro environment is super, super important. But all eyes on 13th Beach. Be great if Rivo was down there with the boys from Otway. Could you imagine the nerves? I don't know where he is. He's probably got stuck into the Gauge Roads van.
Yeah, so going off my calculations right now, 13th have had 11 waves.
Yep.
So they've surfed 10. I'm pretty sure their 11th is coming up. Let me just double check that.
This is impressive, Chris.
Yeah, they've surfed 11 waves. So this is the 12th wave coming up.
Yep.
There's 15 waves left. So the surfer out there right now, if he can eclipse his 6.4 on the next wave, obviously puts him in a better position.
Yep.
But if he doesn't, he's going to come in and hand over to the power surfer.
They're going to have 3 waves.
They're going to have 3 waves. So he's going to have 3 shots. A very well managed heat here by 13th Beach.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so it's giving good opportunity for all the surfers. And, well, it makes it a lot easier when your first surfer gets a 9.5. I don't even know why he caught a second wave, to be honest. He went back out and got a 3, but...
well, you know.
He's earned it.
He's earned
a second wave.
The second wave.
Yeah.
Well, and, you know, like you say, though, they've managed this to perfection. You know, 2 waves is still under par for, 15 waves, 6 surfers. So he's still done really well there. And a 9.5 obviously is a great way to start the heat. I believe that was Charlie Marnie dropped that number. He's one of the up-and-coming juniors from Victoria. And he would have been on his backhand out there. He's a really, really, really good surfer. A name to watch over the couple of years. He falls into that Willis Droomer category, 16-year-old surfers from Victoria that have really been in that surfing Vic system for a long time, and he is absolutely a phenomenal surfer.
Yeah, and so, that is the surfer there for Urban Surf. They're just going to be rounding out this heat and enjoying... that was Port Fairy. They're going to be rounding out this heat. Here's the Urban Surf rider out the back. Nice hook in the pocket. He's got this wave on lockdown. Showing some nice patience there. He works his way down the line.
As if this day couldn't get any better, the wind's gone offshore.
I know. If it went side shore before, like kind of, side onshore, but that must be another factor here, like how the winds operate around this venue and, the direction of the venue. Obviously, that would have come into the planning.
Yep. So, that's a really important turn, a really important wave here from 13th. Looking to upgrade on a 6.4, and if he's done that, he's going to lower the requirement of their power surfer. So that is, I suspect that was Isaiah Norling out there, the young goofy footer from 13th Beach. And so now their power surfer, they're going to have 2 or 3 waves based on your count to try and chase down a score that if he's improved on the 6.4, and so far it's going to be right on the mark. If he can improve...
Yeah, so is this Charlie Mahoney going out?
Charlie Marnie should be heading out. He dropped the 9.5, so you'd suspect he's going to go out as the power surfer. So we see the surfer from Port Fairy, some really nice crisp surfing going on there from the boys from way down the Great Ocean Road past Warrnambool. Dairy country down there, Chris. Cows and calves, that's all you do.
Yep, so there it is. He just locked in, was it 6.4?
He was looking to improve a 6.4. He's a 6.33. So he hasn't changed the situation. So he burnt 2 waves there, but the power surfer can only surf 3 anyway. So really no harm, no foul. They're going to send Charlie Marnie out, and he is chasing a 4.6.
Yeah, so that's... We'll see. This is where the nerves come into play here. This is probably the first real test of nerves.
Yep.
Chasing and score a specific number that we've seen in this event right now. Yeah,
this is a moment.
This is a big moment. So, I mean, we did see a really tight heat earlier in the first round.
Yeah.
But a lot of those teams that progressed through were, the top teams. They were quite spread. They were quite far in front. So
4.61 is the requirement. Charlie Marnie, young man. I don't even think he's turned 18 yet. Can't enjoy a Gauge Roads just yet. The pressure of this club is on him now because if he scores higher than a 4.61, his team's going to be into the final and a chance at one of those spots up at Newcastle, which is important. In the meantime, we see Luke Wallace surfing really well like a lot of these guys from Urban Surf, grew up in Cronulla, I believe, Luke, and then moved down here. He's got a career with a fairly prominent CRM software system. And then suddenly there's a pool at his door. We'll see the Port Fairy surfer up and riding now. And then all eyes will head out to Charlie Marnie, chasing a 4.61 to move his club through to the final and one step closer to being there in Newcastle in February.
We can hear some cheers from the crowd. He's out the back. Will he get a shot at this set? It looks like he will, and he's up and riding. So here's Charlie Marnie on his last effort here for 13th Beach. Nice first tag and a second one.
Big second one as well.
Will he get a third? There it is. That's a third one. And, well,
cometh the moment, cometh the man. How about that? Not even 18 years old. Charlie Marnie, the weight of the Bellarine Peninsula on his shoulders, and he just shrugs it off. And I reckon he's probably dropped a excellent number there.
Yeah, that was really good surfing. I mean, it looked like he was a bit out of sync at the first turn and then the second one, but then he finally got into gear and he got within, got in the rhythm of the wave and the speed of the wave and just went bango 2 more times. And, well, I dare say that will be heartbreak for Otway. They'll be watching this score dribble in, and unfortunately the ABB run might come to an end here.
The fairy tale of the Panthers. They'll tell their children about the days at Urban Surf when they almost made the ABB final. It's not going to be today because Charlie Marnie is going to drop in a number that's going to match his first and might come in at a 9.4 under a 9.5, 45.70. Wow. That's all she wrote. 13th Beach are going to be joining Phillip Island, Torquay and Peninsula Surf Riders. It is the big 4 powerhouse clubs in Victoria in the final. But, Chris, only 2 are going to head up to Newcastle. So an amazing final in front of us here.
Yeah, so there it is, 45.7. That was the number that got him there. Eclipsed the 40.09 of Otway. And, well, Charlie Marnie now, he's going to have a bit of time out there just to have some fun. I probably would recommend coming in and resting up.
Don't wreck the board, mate.
Yeah, sit there, leave it. You're only as good as your last wave, right? So
Sure.
9.4.
I hope that's not the case for me, mate. It wasn't good, I'll tell you.
Mate, my last wave last night, I'd nosedived. We went and got skittled along the
Maybe
bottom.
we are as good as our last waves, mate.
I got a nice shack on my first one and just went, I'm going to get one more, and I raced back out because I got the second wave of the set. I raced back out. Come on. I got there and I was so wrecked when I got there. I went to take off and arms kind of just were a bit jelly, and I just went over the hangers and I got the worst skittling I've had the whole time I was out there on my very last wave. I went, all right, that's time to go in.
You certainly know about it when you fall off. People think it might be a bit softer out there, but it's pretty shallow bottom. Sure, it's not sharp coral, but you still slide across that concrete and give yourself a nice rug burn from time to time.
I had one, and it was also, it couldn't have ended any worse. I got skittled. I paddled back out thinking I could maybe get another wave. I got out there and the horn went and there was no wave, so I had to paddle all the way in.
Yeah. We've had some incredible nights testing as we see Charlie Marnie. If you're only good as your last wave, well, he's in sensational form, the young man from the Bellarine Peninsula. It's a beautiful part of the world, some incredible golf courses over there on the Bellarine. Obviously, the 13th hole of the Barwon Heads Golf Club does give the beach its name, but 13th has its own golf course now as well. Beautiful seafood. It's a really beautiful, special part of the world. All these parts of Victoria are so diverse, though. The Bellarine's beautiful wine country. You've got ocean views on one side, then over the other side of the peninsula, looking out over the bay. Torquay, of course, in Wadawurrung country down there. Just a special place. Anyone that's been to Bells knows how important it is, and it's been great. The WSL has recognised that the last couple of years with the Welcome to Country ceremonies and their work in the Indigenous space. And then Phillip Island, Bloke's Island, as they like to say. It's getting a little more gentrified these days, but it really was a throwback part of Australia.
Yeah.
Where the Hemsworth brothers comes from.
Yep.
And
Thor.
It's all 4? Is that
Thor,
all?
Thor.
Thor, yes.
But that's one thing I've really liked as well about Surfing Australia and the regional offices, Surfing South Wales, Surfing Victoria, WA, Queensland and South Australia. They've all put together, they've partnered with the governments and, doing some great destination stuff for all the places. I feel like a lot of the time, back in the day, you used to go to events. There were so many events on. You go to so many different spots, but you didn't really get to, appreciate where you were in the world. And so many times you come and go, and now they're really, making some good marketing around all of it, and really showing off how beautiful the scenery is around the areas where the events are.
Yeah, you're 100% right.
Bring good tourism in, and that's what it's about. It's about travelling when you go surfing. As a surfer, you travel down to the spot, you enjoy the culture around it and everything that's going on as well as the waves.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been, you know, it's been something that's been occurring over the last couple of years. We've switched away from the support of those big brands, and that's been filled in with the tourism space. You know, the work Destination New South Wales is doing up there with Surfing New South Wales. Visit Victoria here, one of the major sponsors of the Rip Curl Pro. Obviously, Queensland, perfect one day. Maybe not quite as perfect as Tullamarine today, but still a good place. And it has been great to see, because it is such an amazing, diverse coastline we have all around Australia, from, you know, the inner city beaches, mate, where you're from, down to the surf coast here in Torquay. They're completely different coastlines, but all offer something incredible for people wanting to visit. And if you haven't done the Great Australian Road Trip yet, from, you know, whether you start from WA and you go through the Margaret River area, through the desert and the waves there, over to Adelaide, a bit of mid-coast grovelling, through the southwest coast of Victoria up to Torquay, along the Gippsland coast. We've seen the guys from South Coast to the South Coast, New South Wales, and further north. Wow, you're really missing out. It's an incredible one. So see Brendan Davis up and riding.
Yes, he's rounding out this heat for Urban Surf, and that was a bit of a throttling there.
Yeah, just section
pounded
dropped
into the
away from
concrete.
him. Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. Happens in the offshore wind. It just gets steeper and steeper. You can almost see you can get barreled on this section there.
There's a little bit of an almost afternoon glass off going on now. It's looking so pristine out there. And
Here we go. Charlie Marnie on a victory lap. As you said, I would have gone in, put that board on ice, put those legs on ice. He is going to be a big linchpin if 13th Beach are going to rattle the cages of Phillip Island, Torquay and Peninsula. Now we're heading into a 45-minute Zambrero's expression session.
yeah, we can see the lineup has just been packed.
That's right. It's gone from 3 surfers casually surfing to, well, now like 25 surfers casually surfing, because, of course, no drop-ins, no hassling out there in the lineup. It is very easy. You know what the winner's going to get, Chris?
A spot into the final. Into the national final.
Into the national final.
The expression session.
Yeah, the expression session, yeah.
The expression session, no. Oh, yeah, a year's worth of Zambrero.
A year's worth of Zambreros. Mate, a year's worth of burritos. I want to get out there. I got Buckley's chance of actually winning it, but if there's burritos on the line, I'm into it.
And so the judging criteria of the expression session.
Yep, best wave.
Best wave.
Judged by head judge, I think Christian Pritchard today. And he's going to judge the best possible wave, and the winner of that best wave, a year's worth of Zambreros. Zambreros behind this event. Great to have them as part of the ABBs.
Yep.
Beautiful burritos, and of course, a really good giving component to their business, using their business as a force for good. It's something super important. And yeah, the expression session about to go down. It's going to be absolutely incredible, because we're going to see guys not trying to surf for a score, just trying to surf for the highest impact, highest velocity manoeuvres.
It's been cool to see different companies like Zambrero jumping behind surfing and supporting it. They were a big part of the QS that ran around. Mad Mex as well. Other companies like that. There's always been these food companies, Woolworths, all these big brands that are jumping behind people and promoting surfing. It's been great. So good shout out to Zambrero. They're doing great things for surfing.
Absolutely. We're going to head to a break. The expression session's underway. We'll be back with the finals of the Victorian round of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle.
This is how we lay it down. Start with a generous base of fluffy rice. Drop in the juiciest slow-cooked meat, a hit of fresh, flavour-filled salsa, then fine-tune it your way. Sound like the best burrito in town?
Zamrite.
Zambrero. Feel good mix.
This is the truth, I found it on the floor next to lies. This is the face, frozen on the page, it makes headlines. Beautiful girl, lost in the world. You change the clocks, but not the time. Picture of you fading from view. You changed the name, but not the crowd.
This is how we lay it down. Start with a generous base of
Welcome back to the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. In the background you can see the Sombreros expression session. Best wave out there, as judged by the head judge today, is going to win you a year's supply of burritos. Nathan Rivelin with me here in the booth. Geez, I could do with a year's worth of burritos. Probably not the only good thing about that. Of course, Sombrero is doing some really good things, giving back around the world. Sombrero, feel good. Thanks for this expression session. And Rivo, we're just seeing some pretty unbelievable barrel riding going on.
Absolutely.
Of course, this is the barrel setting at Urban Surf. See this in the last half an hour or 40 minutes of the advanced turns, depending on the waves. And speaking about this with Chris before, just this constant stream of people coming out of barrels that they probably shouldn't come out of. That's the last wave, so you're not going to come out of that. And just the non-stop smiles that you see from that. It's such a great place to be, and obviously un-Victorian weather, as we've said many a time today.
Absolutely. It's, very un-Victorian-like. I think temperature's topping about 30 degrees. And, beautiful day to be back into it. And, what better opportunity, and first time we're in the pool for the ABB.
Absolutely.
Very exciting.
And we've got a huge final in front of us, of course. The two big powerhouses of Victorian club surfing, Phillip Island and Torquay. We've spoken a lot about that rivalry over the years, since 73, 74 for Phillip Island, of course, 1978. Torquay Boardriders kicking off. Ross Slavin, the manager of Torquay Boardriders, of course, the first ever club champion as well. And then we've got Peninsula Surf Riders, an amazing Boardriders club because of the conservation work they do. Obviously some really precious dunes out there on the Mornington Peninsula of Victoria, and they do some incredible work as a club doing that. And then, of course, 13th Beach from the Bellarine Peninsula, making it through the repechage, Charlie Marnie on fire. A couple of 9.5s. You know Charlie pretty well. What's he like? Who is the young man?
Absolute ripper of a kid. He's really sort of come into his own the last couple of years. He's always had the talent, and then I remember early on, probably when he was about, probably wouldn't even be 18 now, probably about 16, 17, but early on when he was starting up about 11, 12 years old with his brother Harry Marnie, Charlie was sort of like surfing really well, and then he'd have like semi-melt, like one heat, he'd just be a little bit off, miss out, but he's really at the moment fine-tuning and getting all those heats together and really doing well. Like in the open ties the other week, he was a star there, surfed really well, and then obviously in that last heat, leading the brigade for 13th with 2.95, so absolutely epic.
Yeah, and look, I think that's something that we've all touched on a little bit here today as we see the barrels turn back on and someone lose their head. Heading over the left, that looks like Brissa Malaga from the Urban Surf Boardriders Club, and she has just spit water out Triple H style when she came out of that barrel.
Are you a WWE fan?
I am a WWE fan, yes.
Me too.
There you go.
I used to froth it. I mean, I still watch it a little bit, but...
Yep. Too many times on Lipped I've referred to Gabriel Medina as the heel of the WSL. Yeah. But look, here you can see, obviously, the backhand barrel riding. It's a tough thing to do, and I didn't put the commentary curse. I actually made it. I don't know if we saw the one on the right. That is Luke Wallace. He's, again, another Urban Surf Boardriders club. And if there's one thing you get good at, if you surf here enough, it is this barrel setting. It is a little bit of a trick. It points in a slightly different way, and you've got to time the setup so you've got enough speed, but you're not too far back. My mate Carl Bell Warren there.
Oh, geez, that was pretty late getting in.
And look at that. People of all ages, all abilities, every gender. It's the most diverse surf spot in Australia, Urban Surf. And that's one of the great things about Urban Surf has been the ability to attract a much wider variety of people to the surf park and to surfing itself. And we run schools programs here. We've had over 10,000 school kids come through the program so far. And the thing that you notice about these kids is they're just from such diverse backgrounds and cultures. And what that brings into surfing, that multicultural aspect, is new ideas, new visions, new ways to think about surfing. And it's great that Urban Surf and Surfing Australia in general is really starting to recognise and embrace this. We're seeing diversity at all levels of surfing. Brooke Farris taking over as CEO of Rip Curl is so great. It's so great to have that sort of person at the board level of one of our biggest brands, and, so excited for Brooke and that opportunity. She's such an incredible leader. She's going to do such a great job there. And that's what, these diverse people being able to access surfing in a different way, that's what Urban Surf's about. And look, if there's a man that knows Urban Surf, it is their CEO, Damon Tudor. 6'7", And no one is more excited about the Sydney project than Damo because he is straight out of the western suburbs of Sydney. And he's down there now with Chris Enever for the coin toss.
Down here, how you been enjoying the action, mate?
I've been enjoying it. It's good to watch, yeah.
All the teams are ripping, and well, this is the most exciting thing about down here. Obviously, the way you've been partnering with Surfing Victoria, Surfing Australia, now bringing grassroots surfing of the Boardriders, Australian Boardriders battle, to the TV screens and the people around Australia. We want to say a big thank you from you to allow us to have it in your pool. It's a great opportunity, and I mean the training aids as well you offer to all the surfers is something special. I know that'll go really far in the future for Australian surfing. So we're down here now, and we're going to run through the coin toss. This is the important part of the final. It's going to play a big part in the tactics. So what side do you want to see the crew on, the left or the right? What's your favourite?
Look, I'm a natural, so right-hand side for me, but some of these waves these guys are riding, a bit beyond my talent. There's some good surfers out there, I must admit, so I can't wait to see them on the right-hand side, I reckon. That's my pick.
On the right, so right is heads, tails is the left. What are you looking for, Fletch?
Right, definitely.
All right, we've got two rights. I'm a goofy. I'm looking for the left, so let's give it a flip of the coin and we'll see what side we're going to be surfing the pool in the final. It's a heads. We're going right, guys. We're going right. So, exciting times. The final will be coming to you very shortly. We've got the expression session on now. And, well, thank you again, Damon and Fletch, for having us in your pool. All the great things you're doing for everyone in Australian surfing, and all the Boardriders. I'm pumped to be down here, and it's been a great day. So, thanks very much, mate.
Thank you, mate. Great to have everyone here, and let's have a good day. Love it.
Let's go. Well, we're set for the final. The teams will submit their lists, and we'll be back to you very shortly with the final coming to you from the ABB Battle of the Boardriders.
Thanks heaps for that, Chris, and always great to catch up with Damon Tudor, boss of Urban Surf. Yeah, we've got the Sombreros expression session out there right now. Like we were alluding to earlier, free burritos for a year, which is pretty insane. And just great to see the general stoke on everyone's faces. We saw before, crew coming out of barrels, everyone's throwing shackers. It's just a really good vibe that's creating, and free burritos for a year is obviously a pretty good thing.
Yeah, we're seeing some replays here. I've been watching during Damon's, I saw Sage Goldsberry get an absolutely incredible barrel on her forehand. This is it here, actually. So this is Sage Goldsberry from Phillip Island Boardriders Club. Look how deep she is. Rocking and rolling over the foam ball. She comes out. A little bit of a semi-claim there.
Claim.
That's right. So some really good surfing going on. And, we were talking about diversity there. It's funny, I surfed the pool the first time. Ellie Harrison, the Australian under-16 female surfer, was in the pool. And she said, I'm really keen to learn how to backhand barrel ride. She's from Beacon at 13th, which is, has some great left tubes. And I said to her, surely you're a good backhand barrel rider. And she said, on a busy day at Beacon, how many set waves do you think I get as a 14-year-old girl? And it was that moment that I really realised what the power of urban surf was, that she can paddle out there and she knows that in an expert session an hour and an advanced session 40 minutes, half an hour, she's going to get 6 to 12 chances to tune her barrel riding. We saw that with Quincy Simons in the Grom Search, obviously out of Queensland. She spent a lot of time coming down here learning her tube riding, and she dropped, I think, 2 10s, 10 on the left, 10 on the right. Just incredible. And again, same thing. She's like, well, how many times am I going to get a wave at Snapper or somewhere like that? I'm just not going to get sets. And that's the really amazing thing. And, we've grown from about 16% female occupancy here. In summer, way over 25%. You would have seen it as a surf guide. In some of those cruiser sessions, it's 80% females. And that's so exciting.
And you guys have run so many women's, specialised events here too. You got the
Surf and Sip.
Surf and Sip, yeah. Obviously, that's a great concept. And, yeah, it's just really great to see that gender equality really coming into the fray. Here at Urban Surf and with Surfing Victoria and Surfing Oz. So
CB Dubs deep on one of the last waves of the set. He's not going to come out of that one. Yeah, it's funny. We saw Damon before, and what a ride as a leader. He came into the business in early 2019, still in the construction phase. He's led the opening of this park. It was such a successful opening, and then 12 weeks into trading, you close down, and we've got a global pandemic. And to lead through that environment, not just lead in a way where the business is consolidated here in Melbourne, but they're doubling the size of business back into his heartland. You know, he grew up, his dad ran a hotel in Narrabeen, but they lived out west, and he'd come on the weekends and get his surf fix. For a guy like that to be able to bring surfing to Western Sydney, I know it's, you know, got to be huge for him. You know, similar to Andrew Ross in Western Australia and all these sorts of guys that are able to really deliver back on things that they didn't get when they were growing up. So super excited for Damon. He's, you know, as someone that obviously works for Urban Surf, he's done an incredible job leading through a really tough time. And, you know, the launch in Sydney on Tuesday was a pretty emotional time, I think, for a lot of people in Urban Surf to be doubling the business out of a pandemic. And hopefully with, you know, interstate travel, everyone will come down and experience this. And with international travelling coming back, lots of great opportunities.
So at this stage, we've just been notified Sage Goldsbury is currently in the lead in the expression session with that really long tube.
Jeez, I picked it like a dirty nose, didn't I?
So
just looked up and saw Sage in a barrel.
So deep in that one. So she's currently leading it. So early days, she might win the Boardriders for a year, which is pretty amazing. So, yeah, like we were talking about gender equality, be nothing better to see a woman take out the expression session here, I reckon.
It's been the year of the Victorian female surfer. It really has. And look, that's hard work from Adam Robbo and Cowbell Warren and the team at Surfing Vic. Of course, India Robertson, you know, I can't claim her as Torquay Boardriders anymore. She is Jan Juck Boardriders Club, so well done to the JJBC. India Robertson, of course, onto the big stage. But not only that, Sage, 2020, won the Hydrolite Pro Junior up in Queensland. So a huge result for her. We've seen Ellie Harrison at the upper end of those Pro Juniors. We've seen Bella Wilson and Ange Ball moving on to the regional qualifiers. And, of course, nothing tops Ange Ball, the 50-year storm, the big wave event to end all big wave events at Bells, the day that Bodie would surf. And who gets the wave of the day? It's a 20-year-old young lady with so much heart from Torquay. And it was funny talking to Kale about her. It wasn't an accident. You go there on a 12-foot rogue day where it's onshore and no one wants a bar of it and everyone's down surfing fishos. You know who's out there?
Ange Ball.
Ange Ball on a 7-8.
I just got goosebumps even thinking about it because I remember watching that wave live and just going, holy moly, that is unreal.
Here's Sage Goldsbury again, trying to top her one last time. I'm not going to come out of that.
But yeah, like I was saying, I was there live watching it. I got goosebumps even when we were just talking about it. That wave.
Bruce and Malaga on the wave behind Sages. I think there's a bit of a shootout with the ladies over on the left here. The 2016 SUP bronze medalist. And, of course, she is, from Peru, now surfing for Urban Surf Boardriders.
Might have been Jack Bassett, went down so hard on that one. So we've got two surfers from each team on each side, is that correct? I'm pretty sure I was reading that correct. So two from each team, there's 4 competitors from each team, they're allowed to go in, 2 on each side.
Yeah.
So anyone from any team can win in at the expression session.
Absolutely. That's Simon Ashford, he's the manager. And he's a guy that surfed a little bit growing up and has only really got back into it from Urban Surf. He's lost 16 kilos, stopped drinking alcohol.
Wow.
All just so he can get in the pool on a regular basis and rip it up. And, you know, we talk about these guys from Urban Surf that are trying to really get that grassroots spirit. You know, their first Boardriders, we said, do we want, 3 blue ducks to cater? I said, no, mate, I want a barbecue. I want this as genuine as possible. I want an esky with some beers and I want a barbecue. And that's what they delivered. And they're now trying to really get that authentic Aussie grassroots surf culture.
So it looks like we're going to be heading down to the lagoon. Chris has got someone for an interview. We'll throw it down to you, mate.
Guys, I'm down here with Mr. Torquay, Ross Slavin, first ever club champ for the Torquay Boardriders, and well, you're into the final. Now you're managing, co-coaching with Pez. Talk us through the day and how you thought things have unfolded.
Well, the first round went really well. Everyone did their job and everyone was shining on, and probably the standout was young Willis with a 9.79 or whatever it was. So I think that was the highest, obviously the highest score for the morning. So everyone consistently produced big scores. So we're ready to go, mate. As long as we can keep the roll going and maintain our consistency and stay focused, we're in there with a big chance. But of course we really respect the other teams in the final, and it's the island, it's Peninsula, and our neighbours 13th, so we're ready to take on the challenge. We love it.
Yeah, great. And I mean, obviously one little shift up from your first heat. We surfed the left, obviously, this morning. Now we're over the right for the final. Any tactical changes in the team, or how do you approach it any differently?
Yeah, well, we've made one change, and young Bodie, who did an extremely good job this morning, will come out and we'll go to Cale Bell Warren on the rights. So that was the only adjustment that we had planned, and so we'll put that in place, and hopefully that will complement the team and keep us in good stead, mate, as we battle it out.
Yeah, that's all right. I know he's got a big part of Torquay Boardriders, but he's also been a big part of Victoria surfing and Australian surfing in general. So thanks for everything you've done, Ross, for everyone, and we're looking forward to this final, and hopefully you can knock over those competitors of yours.
Oh, thanks, Chris, and great to talk to you, mate. Yeah, look forward to the final.
Always a pleasure, mate. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Chris. And yeah, Roscoe, what an absolute legend of Victorian Australian surfing. And a big congratulations to the Slavin family at the moment. Obviously, Ross's son Tyler welcoming Digby Desmond to the family to go with his brother Rexy. So the Slavins are an amazing Victorian surfing family. And if you ever want to hear the story of how Simon Anderson came up with the single fin for 1981, go and have a chat to Roscoe, because he has got all the inside information, and I dare say in his shed somewhere some pretty historical boards. So great to hear from Roscoe there.
Yeah, he's a pretty big figure down our way for sure, and Australia worldwide. So yeah, it was awesome to have a chat to Roscoe. James Sinclair going to the air. Not the first time I'd seen that, that's for sure. He loves going into the air.
Now, I saw a barrel on the right before. I'm not sure who it was, but it was without doubt one of the deepest barrels I've seen on the right. So we're going to try and get a word down to our head judge and see if there's been an update. We'll wait and hear on that, but just an incredible barrel. Best of all, a little claim as the surfer came out. Looked a little bit like Luke Wallace from Urban Surf, but you know, it was a good forehand tube, and we'll see whether that matches up with Sage Goldsberry, who currently setting the pace. Rightio.
Epic. Well, I was going to sort of touch on a bit of the history with the ABB, because we did talk earlier about the rivalries that have come out of it. But before we do that, we've got a little replay of this barrel on the national footer, getting a little cover up there. But we did touch on, the rivalries that have come within the ABB, Torquay and Phillip Island. Obviously, major rivals, been back and forth the last couple of years in the ABB and the teams titles. Torquay and Phillip Island coming first and second 4 of the last 5 years in teams titles and ABB.
Yep.
So pretty much most of the time they've been the ones heading off to Newcastle and up north. But we've had a couple of years in there where Juck have come second, Peninsula have come second. And the year the Peninsula did come second, Torquay were lucky enough to secure a wild card. So Phillip Island, Peninsula and Torquay all went in 2019.
Yeah, absolutely. They are the 4 clubs that have headed up to the Nationals as well. Obviously, 13th and Torquay back in 2014, and then Peninsula and Phillip Island in 2015. So, you know, they do tend to swap those positions out. I did see on the replay there the beach commentator, Hayden Farley from Port Fairy Boardriders, calls himself the Jerry Lopez of the concrete left. It's great to see Farles getting a wave in there.
Oh, that was him with the T-shirt on,
absolutely, of course. Looks like Lemmy from Motorhead in a T-shirt.
Does it? That's not a bad comparison.
Yeah, well, he listens to that sort of music as well.
Epic.
Lives on a farm out the back of Port Fairy, surfs incredible waves, and that's pretty much what he does. Here we go.
Well, that was a pretty nice tube. Unlucky to not make it out of that on the right.
Yeah, that's the setup, though, is to turn or not to turn, because you really want to be in the whitewater at the start of the barrel, and then you're essentially just moving forward as it opens up. If you ever see Adam Robbo do it, as we see Joel Kerr go down there, if you ever see Adam Robbo do it, he doesn't turn. He basically goes straight along the wall in that whitewater and then turns in the whitewater and gets blasted out. And that technique came from, incredibly, Otis Carey, Indigenous surfer from Coffs Harbour, who was doing it early doors, and everyone was just blown away as we see Sage Goldsberry going for an alley-oop out of the back of the tube there. So that's sort of the style. You almost want to go straight. That's obviously not the style, but you want to go straight, get in that whitewater, and then as it opens up, as deep as you can possibly be. That's definitely... You see the waves get a little choppier towards the end of the set, but that often creates these really wide open ones. They're the ones that'll spit. They're the ones that'll get you. As we see a great barrel on the left.
Not making it out, unfortunately. Yeah, like you did touch on with Otis Kerr, it was interesting when we watched the Rip Curl Grom search and called that one together. A lot of crew like the Lennox Smiths and even Willis to an extent, I remember in his age group, really trying to get so close to that wall, use the whitewater, that way you're already in, and that's when you're going to have the best opportunity of getting a long barrel.
Yeah. The funny thing is, with the Grom search, we didn't see the best of the barrels. So what we've learnt is that you need a little bit of water moving around the lagoon to get the most out of the barrels. So we can see the replay here. I think this is Brisa Malaga. Oh, no, sorry, that's Sage Goldsberry. That's our current heat leader. No?
I don't think that one's Sage.
I don't think that one's Sage either.
The sun's coming onto the screen, so it's causing a little bit of hard to see, but this is Rai Cicero, it looks like, on his backhand. getting nice and churned up there. Oh, I just see you getting sucked over. That was nuts.
2-wave hold downs at the pool, not uncommon.
No, not at all. But yeah, it's interesting, like we're watching them paddle across now, really using that rip. Tell us a little bit about that and how that all works, because the rips are definitely a big factor here.
Yeah, so it's technically called the reticulation of water around the lagoon. So obviously, you've got your 46 pistons, they fire independently, and it's a software program in them that essentially creates the waves.
Yep.
There's around 3,000 survey points in the bottom of the pool, which creates the bottom contours, but obviously the contour can't move. So it's the pistons that change the wave. What has a really big impact on the wave is the way that the water moves around. So when it gets to the bottom of the pool, depending on the way that the winds hit that pool, all those sorts of different things, it'll come around, and you can see on the shot there that it's going to run up the side of the pool and up towards the lagoon. Now, the more water that's moving out the back, as that wave fires to the left, the right will fill up with more water, which gives it more load and more power as it pushes out the other way. So what was happening with the Grom search is you're only firing 1 or 2 waves, so there's not a huge amount of water moving around the pool. So those barrels weren't as big and round as we see, obviously, today and in our general public sessions. Look at this.
Jeepers.
Luke Wallace from Urban Surf Boardriders, the local boy from Cronulla originally.
Grom on the left just got the sickest tube as well.
Yeah, the left's a little, does tend to be a little hollower than the right a little bit longer. We'll tell you that the bottom contour is the same, but I think the earthquake might have shook it up a little bit.
Yeah, how is that?
No, it's all good, all good.
Oh, how is that? Sinclair.
Wow, the clown prince of Otway Boardriders.
Oh, yes.
So yeah, the more water that moves around, the more power that's going to have. So if you're not running a lot of sets like we did in the old format, if we were running the WSL format, you're not going to see the best waves. So that was one of the decisions made by Surfing Victoria. To run more waves means you're going to get better waves, and it also means that you're able to use what's great about this technology, and that is a lot of waves in a really short amount of time. You know, we're pumping through 15 sets of 9 waves in 40 minutes. I mean, that's phenomenal. Like, I'm not having a go at Kelly's Pool, but at Kelly's Pool, that's 4 waves. Well, I am. But
yeah, it's pretty insane.
It's pretty insane the amount of waves you get and just the quality of waves on and on. But that reticulation of water also has the negative impact that as you get later in the set, it creates different ridges and things like that on there. So it's a really interesting dynamic, and I think as we move forward with wave pools, that's a real consideration with the technology. It's like not just how do you fire the energy. So, something like a surf lake's got this big bit of energy that goes out. They fire, 4 or 5 waves in a set. Where does that energy go to make sure that it optimizes the best wave?
For sure. Here we got a little bit of a replay of crew on the left getting a nice deep tube. I think that was the one I managed to have a look around towards the lagoon and saw with my own eyes.
Who's this?
That's James Sinclair. That's absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, a bit of Mason Ho backwards there.
Unreal. I don't know if you've come across them before, but he did a bit of a film series a couple of years ago with a couple of local photographers, younger guys like Sam Waite and Arnold Sykes down in Fairhaven, and pretty much he'd just act like the stupidest bloke in these films, and they went into all the areas inlet film festivals, and so he's definitely a character. If you're out there and you want to check it out, I think you can still find him on Vimeo. They're called James Sinclair is Bojangle Pockets or something. Anyway, he's got all this series of hilarious short films. So
I do love Victorian surfers that disappear out into the wild and just create these movies.
It's unreal.
There are just such characters. This is what ABB is all about, right? You bring these characters to the forefront. You're not going to see a James Sinclair, surfing around the Rip Curl Pro. He has no interest in that. He just wants to surf great waves around his home. But you bring him up here, and you see those characters shine.
It's awesome that we're really bringing that all together through this grassroots format here at the Hyundai.
You can tell Bodie Williams has been surfing up at Lennox. He's gone to boardies, and he hasn't got the traditional Victorian moon tan.
It's good to see a couple of crew in boardies.
This is Sage, our current heats leader, and we'll see whether she can get much deeper.
Oh, that was pretty.
Look at the style
pretty
there.
Clean.
Little wrap to finish.
Yeah, she's someone I'm super interested to watch in the next couple of years. I feel like she's got all the makings of doing really well in the QS series. How's that claim that we
just saw? He wants his burritos.
Wants the burritos.
What I'm disappointed is Chris Watson there from Urban Surf. I'm surprised he didn't go out on the boog and try the transfer, because that's what he's been threatening for a while, is to take off on the bodyboard and go over.
Yeah, have a look at some of this footage. Such a crisp day down here, like we were talking about earlier.
But this is just a standard day. Like, this is just what happens. You watch an advanced session, these are just the waves.
Just the weather, the waves, everything, it's all...
Well, maybe the weather's not quite...
Yeah, all the elements have really come together today for us. Not going to lie.
There's not a breath of wind. It's about as perfect as it gets. And look at that. What a final we're going to have. It really has come down to the 4 clubs. You probably expected the start of the day. The fairy tale story, of course, was Otway, but they weren't able to get it done in their return.
Yeah.
But we're going to see Peninsula, Torquay, the big guns out there, and we'll see whether 13th or, Phillip Island and Torquay, and whether 13th and Peninsula can go with the upset. See some excited people out there in the lineup.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier, Peninsula and 13th have beaten Torquay and Phillip Island in the past and gotten through to the ABB and through to and winning the team's titles. So it'll be super interesting to see, and hopefully we get an amazing final and it's super competitive. But here's a replay of Sage Goldsberry's last one. Just how clean is she looking in the tube? Unreal.
Yeah, that's not an easy thing to do. She's done that very well.
Got
we
it
see
wide.
here the old clubby kneeboard.
I think that's Taz Higgins from 13th Beach, one of their grommets.
Yeah. Brendan Garrow, or Swiv as he's known, the Bird Rock enforcer, loves the old clubby ode as he calls it. Jumps on the knees, comes through the barrels.
He's still doing clubbies for Torquay, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah,
he is.
Still in the fray. So
I think he'll always be a clubby old Swiv.
This looks like, I think it's Jack Bassett.
I don't think there's another part of his body he could stick in that to slow down. Some impressive tube riding there.
Yeah. So,
little chop
awesome
up to finish
action
it
thus
out.
far in this Sombrero's expression session. Obviously, as we were saying, free burritos for the winner of this one. At the moment, Sage Goldsberry's in the lead of it. So, looking like she's holding a stranglehold over that. And
Yeah, we need to find Chris, get him down there and get in the ear of Christian Pritchard and see whether Sage is still out in front.
We've had some pretty amazing tubes. And
Yeah, absolutely.
wait and see how we go. But yeah, absolute pearl of day down here at Tullamarine. Like you were saying, doesn't really get much better than this, mate. Sun, waves. There's beers over there.
Beers over there.
All
Well,
our amazing
we've just
sponsors.
wrapped an outdoor cinema series here at Urban Surf, and I think it was -5 and sideways rain for pretty much every night. We would have killed for a day like this, but that's all good. You take the weather and look, a few people comment on, it does get cold in the pool here in winter, 10 degrees or so. But what you do get is less people in the pool. And if you've got a good 4.3, boots, hoods, all that stuff, you won't be like my mate Bodie Williams here with a very nice boardie in the trunks. You won't be in the trunks, but probably less people in the pool, and that's always something to enjoy. And if you've got the right gear, it's like going skiing, right? If you go skiing in jeans and a T-shirt, you're going to be cold.
Yes.
But you put a good 4.3 on, pair of booties, pair of gloves,
There's
and
Louis
a hood.
Oates there.
All for hire.
Louis Oates just won the Open Men's Championship for Torquay Boardriders recently.
Yes, and I believe he won the BOG for the after party as well, so congratulations to Louis. If ever there was a representation of grassroots Aussie surfing, it is Louis Oates, just an absolute legend and a really, really good surfer. He jumped on the Sharp Eyes this year and he's been really surfing well on them.
Hairdresser by trade as well.
That's right, he always looks sharp, Louis. Yep.
He's got the long locks, long luscious locks, but it's always funny. You look at him, you wouldn't think he's a hairdresser. He's got that, funny look, but it's epic and we love it.
Perfect. Well, this is, of course, the Sombreros expression session, all fighting out for a year's supply of burritos thanks to the legends at Sombreros. We're going to let the action speak for itself, and we'll be back to warm up for the Australian Boardriders Club final. Some replays here of the amazing action in the Sombreros Expression session. Welcome back to the final of the Victorian round of the 9th ever Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle. My name is Jimmy Miles, joined in the booth by Nathan Riverlin. Chris Enever roving the site for us. It's finals time, and the two big guns and the two underdogs, Phillip Island, Torquay, Peninsula Surf Riders and 13th. It's a very fitting Victorian final. The four big clubs here, and the action's going to be incredible. Where do you see it going? Do you think one of the two underdogs is going to be able to rattle the cages of the big guys? Will the pressure get to them?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, Jimmy. Obviously, Torquay and Phillip Island have been mainstays in the ABB and teams titles format for a long time. Peninsula, I reckon, is my dark horse. I think I just saw 13th's list come in. They're going with pretty young lineup. So Jar Jar's not, Josh Johnson Baxter not surfing for them in the final. They're going with a young lineup. So I reckon they'll surf really well, but we'll see how they go. But Peninsula's my dark horse with Caden Fowler leading the charge there as their power surfer.
Surfing really well, Caden Fowler. He spent a fair bit of time here at the Lagoon, one of the first surfers to surf in a public session, Caden Fowler. As we see the replays here of this Sombreros Expression session, we're waiting to see. So Sage Goldsbury held the lead early on, and then it went to... we're waiting for the final result. It was Bodie Williams from Torquay Boardriders Club. The goofy footer scored a couple of huge, excellent numbers early for Torquay. He's sitting on the bench because they've brought in the old gun, Cale Bell Warren on the rights. Old backhand Bell Warren moving over to the rights on his forehand. They leave him off on the left. So Bodie Williams might be sitting on the bench for this, but he's going home with a year's worth of Sombreros burritos.
Unreally be stoked with that.
Absolutely. So if you're just joining us today, this is, of course, the Australian Boardriders Battle Victorian Qualification Round here from Urban Surf. And this is how the format works. You can see the four teams down there on the side of the right-hand side, which was decided by a coin flip. They're going to have a paddle battle out to a designated part on the wave generating machine. It's where the Wave Garden logo is. We're, of course, surfing today in a Wave Garden Cove facility. Once they get out of there, first, second, third, fourth priority is determined. There's then 15 sets of 12 waves, and each of those surfers will surf second, fifth, 8th and 11th wave. There's a marshal out on the wall, tell them it's the right wave to go, and they'll be scored from that. Now, after that wave, whether they swap over or whether they're coming back around, priority is re-established. And obviously those earlier waves are a little bit cleaner. The later waves, they get those opportunities with the section, so priority all important. You've got 6 surfers, so 5 surfers, and the power surfer surfs twice, that you've got to get through in 15 sets, and that's the challenge.
Absolutely.
Wave management. We've seen teams like 13th absolutely nail it in their repecharge round, giving their power surfer plenty of opportunities. We've seen teams like Urban Surf miss out and not have a power surfer at all.
Yeah, it's a massive thing. Strategy, tactics, and obviously what order you go in is definitely a massive factor. We can see like the team list has sort of just been released, and like I was alluding to before, 13th going with a pretty young and up-and-coming lineup. Phillip Island bringing out some of the big dogs, with Carl Wright being their power surfer, along with Sage Goldsbury, bringing in Ash Easton as well, who I don't think surfed in the first heat. But he certainly rips. And then Torquay going with some of the old dogs, the old guns like Jack Perry, Harry Mann, and Cale Bell Warren. So can't wait for this one, mate. It's going to be excellent. And top 2 teams going to the national final.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you don't understand the depth of rivalry between some of these clubs, this is North Stain, Queenscliff, Snapper, Burleigh, you name the big rivalries around Australian grassroots surfing. It's as big as that down here in Victoria. I can tell you there is a genuine dislike between Torquay Boardriders and Phillip Island, and that's not far behind with 13th and Peninsula. They feel like they're the forgotten little brothers of Victorian surfers, and they want to prove they're up there with the big dogs. And look, the score that 13th put on in that repecharge round, Charlie Marnie dropping 295 is probably the big story of the day so far.
Yeah.
Is that they may be able to get it done. We're going to head down. It's about to be the beach start. On the side of the lagoon is Chris Enever.
All right, boys, we're down here. The final's about to get underway, and the way we kick things off, when the first set wave, the whitewash hits their ankles, they're allowed to get out the back. We've got the 4 surfers for the clubs. We've got a great star-studded lineup: Jack Perry, Carl Wright, Hayden, and who's the other surfer? I forgot. Well, we've got a great surfers lineup right here, and they're paddling out now. They're paddling out for priority. First surfer to get out the back will get priority for the first set when it comes through next. 15 sets, actually be 20 sets this one because we've got an extra team in it. And, well, it's going to be a great afternoon of action here as the final rolls through. We'll see who takes it out, boys. Back up to you.
Thanks for that, Chris. And yeah, it's 15, just for clarifying, there's 15 sets still in the heat, even with the 4 teams. However, there's 12 waves in a set, so we're surfing waves 2, 5, 8 and 12. But obviously the guys are paddling out for priority. It's currently looking as if blue, 13th, is going to have priority. We're only probably halfway up the machine though, so yellow making a bit of a, I feel like I'm a horse caller or something.
Yes, it's yellow coming out the outside. No, look, it was interesting strategy at the start there. You saw 2 of the teams, rather than go straight out, sprinted across. We were talking about the rip just before in the expression session. Sprinted straight across the rip and out they go. And that's the first 2 teams out there is of course, Peninsula and Torquay, although looks like 13th was snuck out there as well. Carl Wright tried to go straight out, and obviously he's now going to take off on the 11th wave of the set. Now, not a huge disadvantage on a day like today because there's not much wind. And in a way that they get that opportunity to, see the other guys surf a wave, maybe lower the nerves a little bit. But the nerves will be high. Jack Perry, this is a big thing for Jack. Torquay Boardriders is a really important part of the Perry family, from the late, great Steve Perry to Jack himself, and obviously now to Lenny, his son. This is a really big deal for families like that. So there'll be a bit of nerves, but, it's a big stage. He's been there before. I'm sure he'll do really well. So it looks like it's going to be Peninsula. And did we say it was Hayden Forrest will take off? His brother Angus living over in Torquay these days, but it will be Hayden.
Yeah, so we'll have Hayden for Peninsula. Charlie Marnie starting things off for 13th. Pezza starting off for TBC, being Torquay Boardriders, and Carl Wright, Philip Arm bringing out the big guy, who's also going to be their power surfer in as their first one. So
I love that Carl Wright cares not for the rip. Just like, I'll just go straight in the middle. Yeah. You guys can do that. I've grown up on beach breaks my whole life. I can duck dive.
It was the same in the first heat. He was just like, I'll just cruise out. No
you guys can race. You can get your lactic acid up. I'm just going to roll out.
No, it's going to be epic. I absolutely can't wait for this one. And
you're not going to have to wait at all, mate. Waves are inbound, so we'll watch this first one go underneath, and then it's going to be Hayden Forrest. He'll be the first surfer to surf in the final of the Hyundai Australian Boardriders Battle. Big thanks to the sponsors, Asiana, Surfing Australia, Gauge Roads, Reef Tip, as we see a nice first turn in the pocket there. The level's gone up straight away. There's no room for half surfing, and that's fine. Chase the number. You're out there early. You're going to get 1 or 2 chances. Get those nerves out of the legs. Maybe those nerves can, fire you up and you really drop an excellent score early on. That's a great way to start.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. So we've got 13th here, Charlie Marnie on as the 13th first surfer. Big first whack out of the top. Goes for broke on that second section, but just getting caught a bit too far behind, as we're saying. You're just that 1 second off, or 1 millisecond it even seems like in the pool, and you fall behind.
Yeah, and he dealt with the pressure really well in a tense situation in the second qualification heat. He needed a score to see 13 safely through, as we see the big man, Jack Perry, up and riding, probably on a 6-6 out there in the pool. A couple of big carving turns from the surfer from Torquay. Spent plenty of time in the lagoon, and it shows there. Looks to the shore, and it'll be whether he's going to go, you know what, that's about all I've got.
The Torquay faithful love that one as well. You could hear him roaring just below where we are.
Yep, here we go. Carl Wright up and riding. Again, a good, big, strong power surfer from Victoria. 2 big turns from Carl. Matching weaponry with Jack Perry. And a good start for the 2 big dog clubs of Victorian surfing, Torquay and Phillip Island. And look at that, stare back to the beach. Some passion from Carl Wright. I love it.
And club pride on the line, like we've been talking about. There's nothing better than this. Grassroots surfing, clubs behind you. Everyone's pretty much got their tents set up down on the lagoon floor. Just outside the lagoon pool, and far out. What better than this?
Yeah, one part of me is really glad I'm not Chris Enover down there, covered in 2XP and trying to get away from the sun. As we see Jack Perry, if there's one thing Jack Perry knows how to do, it's hold a rail through a turn, and you'll see that in some of his turns here. Just beautiful technique, and straight back up into that. That's really excellent surfing from the master surfer from Torquay, but not to be outdone. Carl Wright right behind him.
Should have some scores.
Dropped a big number, and we're starting to see those scores. You'll notice the scale straight away has been set a little bit higher here. So neither of those numbers is going to go up into the excellent range, but when you see the firepower behind, we sort of understand that. So that's a great start for Phillip Island and Torquay. Looks like they're going to get some very good numbers, so somewhere between a 6 and a 7.5. Lower numbers there for the Peninsula and 13th Boardriders. And straight away, what does that put in your mind? A little bit of doubt.
Little bit of doubt.
Scoreboard
absolutely.
pressure. It's a real thing at the ABBs, and we've seen it time and time again.
Massive thing in surfing in general. I don't know, even I'm just thinking back to some of my competitive days when it seemed like a very long time ago, but you're sitting in the water and you hear, say you're hearing Jack Perry, oh, you've secured an 8.5, or you're like, oh, jeepers, you're really behind the 8 ball early, and that's, 2 minutes into the heat.
Charlie Marnie's a young kid, dealt well with the pressure in the qualifying, but this is a different kettle of fish. And, look, he's got a 9.5. We know that he's got the firepower here to get the score. It's going to be, can he execute? Rightio, it'll be Hayden Forrest up and riding first for Peninsula Surf Riders. Good tight turn in the pocket. You've got to be careful, though. You don't want to go too far back, and he's done well there. Times the second turn really well. It's a great wave for the surfer from Peninsula. He'll finish this off on the inside with a nice little jam. He might even get one more bonus section, and that is a really good wave for the surfer from Peninsula. He says, that'll do me.
I reckon
and
he heard us talking about saying Torquay and Phillip Islands. First waves are really good, and he's like, all right, let's show him what we got. So here we got Charlie Marnie, Goofy Foot Dynamo from Bowen Heads in the 13th Beach Boardriders. Couple of sick whacks on this one.
Wow.
Big manoeuvre to finish and foam climb.
The underdogs bite back here. Wow. And they've both said, that'll do me. I'm out of here.
Unreal.
Great surfing from 13th and Peninsula Surf Riders. And now, pressure's back on Jack Perry. They would have heard the crowd out in front. That's the great thing about this lagoon. And Jack Perry, straight up in the lip. 1-2, kangaroo. Another big jam from Jack. And he's not going to chase the bonus section. No need for bonuses around here.
Crew are loving it.
Carl Wright will be up. Talk us through this one, Arrivo.
So here we got Carl Wright just taking off at the back of the lagoon. Big bottom turn out of the top. Huge whack to start this one off. Oh, just absolutely throwing some mail on these sections. Gets a third turn there. You can see him in the foreground of the shot on our live stream, and that was unreal from all four of our surfers in that set. So
unbelievable set. And speaking of unbelievable, Chris Enover down on the beach. How's the atmosphere, mate?
Guys, we're down here with Hayden Forrest, first surfer for Peninsula Boardriders. Mate, that first wave was a doozy to kick off the final. How you feeling?
Oh, mate, the legs are burning after a little run out there, but no, it's good to get one under the belt and get the team underway.
I mean, how does it feel coming up in the final? Obviously, you got the heavy hitters of, Phillip Island and Torquay, and obviously 13th. What would it mean to get a win over them?
Oh, mate, we're ready. We're ready. We're primed. Bring us on to nationals. So, yeah, hopefully the boys follow through and see how we go.
Mate, we'll keep it up. You kicked off with a great start for the team. We'll wait for those scores to drop in. Things are heating up down here. It's the start of the final. Don't go anywhere.
Final, and we've seen probably the best set I think I've ever seen ridden here at the Urban Surf Lagoon here at Urban Surf Melbourne.
Yeah,
wow, still recovering from that. Scores are dropping in. And, the judges being pretty conservative here.
Yeah, we're just checking out some of the scores that are starting to filter through. None are really big scores. Obviously, the judges just holding out that scale, going a little bit lower because you never know what you're going to see. We might see a Willis Droomer or a Sage Goldsbury or someone like that come out and just absolutely tag the crap out of a wave or do a big air reverse, and that's what we want to see. So the judges obviously looking at that scale and going, we might see something bigger than that.
Yeah, so that was Jack Perry. We're just seeing those numbers drop in. It looks like the best number's going to go to Phillip Island, and that's the judges rewarding that power and spray of Carl Wright. As we see the second surfer, it is Caden Fowler with a first whip off the top. Commentary curse all day. It's been the case. That first turn was unbelievable. So we're seeing the numbers drop in there. That is the first wave. So these surfers still have a number to drop in. So we'll still wait for those scores to readjust. They're starting to adjust now. So after the first exchange, we'll pause just for a second.
Here. So Emma Walker has always worked at Urban Surf as a surf guide as well, so does know the wave like the back of her hand. But unfortunately, just coming off the back, looking as if we will have red on the next one, Phillip Island. Actually, it appears to be white, so this is Torquay. We've got, looks as if it's
Harry Mann here, up and riding, short, sharp style of Harry Mann. Jams that last turn, gets a bit caught up. He'll head out and reload and go again. A couple of good turns on the outside, though, so he's probably got himself a mid-range score there. But, you know, really the attention at the moment is on the judges as we see the second surfer for Phillip Island up and riding.
So one of their up-and-coming stars. Throw and tail on that one. That was epic from Blake Green. Getting the late hit.
Way. Well done. They're junior there, and he'll happily take that, I think. You can see the...
They've got the flags going.
That's right. You can see the Phillip Island boys. They'll be happy with that. Cody Jeffrey's been their star junior over the last couple of years. Just won the Tradies Challenge. I think he's on the tools this weekend, so wasn't able to get off. But great to see another generation of juniors coming through. Right, score wrap. 2 waves scored, and after those 2 waves, all clubs change. So we've got a really clear idea of what the scores are at the moment. As this replay goes on in the background of Harry Mann, you'll see Phillip Island with the best of that first exchange at 8.83 for Carl Wright. Torquay narrowly in second place with a 6.83. 13th, Charlie Marnie with a 6.5 and Peninsula with a 4.67. So, difference of around 4.2 across the board from Phillip Island, and they've got a really good junior score on the board as well. So, good start for the boys from the island. You'll see Torquay out in front of the leaderboard there, but you've got to remember, not all the scores are dropped in. We're not through the second surfer yet. So really at the moment, Phillip Island are out in front, Torquay in second, 13th a close third, and Peninsula a little bit to cut up. We're going to head back down to all the action, Lagoon side with Chris Enever.
All right, guys, down here with, well, he's like a red wine, fine wine. He keeps getting better with age. This one, Carl Wright, locked in a 7, backed up with an 8.83. Mate, great start for Phillip Island. How you feeling?
Yeah, obviously, always good to get a decent start. Probably hope that coin toss had us on the left, being on your backhand. A little bit easier when it's smaller, but it's pretty rippable out there. So yeah, it's fun.
Stoked, and obviously it'd be great to get a win over, your rivals Torquay and the other 2 heavy-hitting clubs down in Victoria. How would it feel to get the qualifiers win and qualify for that national final?
It's obviously something our club strives for, to go to Newcastle each year. It's a great event and surf with all the good heavy hitters in the country and stuff. So yeah, we ultimately qualify for that, but if we get the win, we'll be super stoked.
Perfect. Well, Phillip Island off to a cracking start thanks to Carl Wright, and plenty more action to come. We'll throw it back up to you guys.
Thanks heaps for that, Chris. And Carl Wright, yeah, certainly giving Phillip Island an amazing start there with an 8.83. So they're currently sitting in the lead. I think they've got a second score that's dropped in too, which is looking around to 4.93. So Phillip Island currently in first. And here we go with Torquay. Harry Mann, beautiful turn to start this one off. Gets another second jam in the pocket. And a third, fourth turn, really ditching
Ross
the
Laven in the Torquay Surf, Torquay Boardriders Club lighting up on the beach there, and no wonder that was a really well surfed away by Harry. It's all about timing and all about rhythm. As we go out to the back now to the young surfer from Phillip Island, dropped to 4.93, looking to improve, and he goes up in the lip, chasing that number. And again, so a good wave for the surfer from Phillip Island. Great start from Carl Wright, and backing it up here all the way through the lifeguard tower, and he'll say that's enough. 2 waves, tag over. You can see all of these teams running on a two-turn rotation at the moment, which is exciting to see.
Really epic wave there to start off with, or second wave for Blake Green there as their junior. Really, you don't want too much more than what he did there. Really surfed it really nicely all the way through to the inside, managing to connect with all those sections. We just got a replay of Caden Fowler from just before, went down on that one, and Emma Walker for 13th. Just getting a bit caught behind on this one.
Yeah, that's Caden Fowler has really started well on both of his waves and just hasn't been able to convert that. As we see a man that did convert it, this is Harry Mann. Of course, up in the pocket there, Harry's got that really nice stabbing turn, driving the back foot out through to end the turn. That's what the judges want to see. Really nice, complete surfing. A couple of good turns there from Harry, and it looks like another good number is going to drop in as we see Sage Goldsberry in the water. We see Willis Droomer in the water for Torquay. Big guns are coming out. This is getting close to the premiership quarter here as we go through this third surfer.
It is. We love our AFL references, both mad Richmond supporters, aren't we? So I'm looking forward to having it back.
That's why I was on board with the Otway Panthers today. It was close to the Tigers.
Yeah. Not too far from it. So, yeah, we've got about 36 minutes to go. Obviously, a heap of scores still to drop through into our system. You can see Will Watson for Peninsula waiting on the shore there. He looks like he'll be the next surfer in for Peninsula.
Another one of that generation of really, really good, stylish young surfers. We've seen Charlie Marley, Willis Droomer. He's slightly younger there, Will Watson, but a very, very nice technique and a big future in front of him. Right, Caden Fowler, bit of pressure on this wave. He's going to really need, because this is his third wave, he's going to need to convert here. He's got all the firepower in the world, big backhand hooks. You can see him go up there, waits for this one this time, and now connects with that second turn. And a third. Good surfing from the surfer from Peninsula. He'll work through, find a little extra section on the inside here, or at least he'll try to. He's not able to. Looks into the beach, says, well, can I burn another one here? And they say go back out. Probably not a bad call. I mean, he's definitely got an excellent score in him. Meanwhile, for 13th beach, looks like it'll be Sean Todd up and riding, the Masters surfer.
Yeah, Shawnee Todd's really held it down for 13th as their Masters surfer for a long period of time, and certainly showing his credentials there, getting a couple of really nice turns on that one.
Couldn't meet a nicer bloke than Mouse either. Just an absolute legend, one of those guys that keeps giving and giving and giving back to the club. Meanwhile, we see up and riding Willis Droomer. We saw him drop back-to-back nines in the qualifying round. What has he got for us now? Nice and tight, right up in the pocket. Hasn't got the power maybe of a car right, but geez, he's got the style.
How's the flow he had on that thing? Just unreal. Really
I think he's going to ride this one all the way onto the inside and just jump off in the channel. So that's a man that knows this really well. Sage Goldsberry up and riding oh so close to a year full of Zambreros burritos. She'll go up into the lip twice, and this is going to be a strength of Phillip Island, their female surfer, a Pro Junior winner in 2020, and she's showing why. Great wave from Sage Goldsberry. Phillip Island maybe starting to creep out in front here at the moment. It'll be interesting to see what the judges made of Willis Droomer's score. But there's little doubt that Sage Goldsberry on the female scale is going to drop an excellent number there.
So we've got the Open, the Masters and the Junior all scored on the male scale, and then female having their own scale, correct?
Absolutely.
Yep. Caden Fowler, just a bit of a highlight reel and replay of his last one. Really connected beautifully with the first couple of sections and narrowly just got caught behind on this inside little bowl. It is super challenging to get through, and Willis Droomer was an absolute star of their first heat in round one. And he sort of started pretty well here. The flow and sort of speed and manoeuvrability that he has on those boards. Is he on Sharp Eyes?
No, I think he's on Channel Islands.
Channel Islands.
But he's got a little bit of the Mikey Februaries to him, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Just that lanky sort of style. It's very aesthetically pleasing, and he always seems to have the board effortlessly in the right place on the board. And that's what you need here at Urban Surf. It's a short, sharp pocket, and if you're in the right spot, it's actually quite an easy wave to surf. If you're in the wrong spot, it's a horror story, especially on this setting. There are other settings that have a bit more power out in the face and allow you to carve back a bit, but if you want to surf T4 Advanced, which is the middle setting they used in the advanced turn sessions, then really you've got to be tight. So numbers have dropped in. Phillip Island for Sage Goldsberry 783. They are out in front now and on their way to Newcastle at this stage. Torquay Boardriders last a 5.77. That'll be a little disappointing for Willis. Dropped 2 9s in the qualifying, but this ain't the qualifying. This is the final. Peninsula a 7 converted finally. Caden Fowler got the number that he was after, and then 13th with a 5.33 for Sean Todd. So a good number there for 13th. Everyone's still in it at this stage. Peninsula are a wave behind, but you can see their third surfer now up and riding, and they are the team that's got it all going on the backhand, which is smart tactical work from these guys.
And Peninsula absolutely loving it. You could hear the roar from up in the commentary booth. So Peninsula, very proud, long history of tradition, and they'll be super happy with that last one. It looks like we've got Mouse, Shawnee Todd up here for 13th. Really nice wrap back into the foam. Clips that section with the floater. Comes up again. And like you were saying, when you hit those sections right in the sweet spot, geez, it looks good. But if you're not, you can definitely tell.
And you can see there, Sean Todd, question, do I go back out? What do you think? I got a mid-5, right.
Here we go with Willis Droomer.
Willis Droomer. I reckon he's going to get a little more aggressive on this. I reckon he will have heard that score and said, really? What do you think of that? Wow, fins out the back, and again, this is better surfing from Willis Droomer. You can see he's lining up for a little air there. Gets the air, gets the flare. Will he get the score? We'll leave it in the judge's hand. Yeah, glad I'm not a judge today, mate. Look at that. I swear to God he's ridden that onto the plinth.
Sage Goldsberry on her backhand.
Wow.
Certainly a highlight of the first round as well. And the expression session. Smashes those first 3 sections.
Wow.
Gets a 4th hit, and the Phillip Island faithful will be raring that one in. That was an excellent wave there for Sage Goldsbury.
Yeah, if it was a 7.83 on the last, you'd have to think that's going to be an upgrade. And we're seeing some of the numbers drop in. Wow, Phillip Island, they must be loving this.
Yeah.
Putting the scoreboard pressure on Torquay, on Peninsula, on 13th. Surfer from Peninsula here.
This is Caden Fowler. Still just a replay of that one.
I reckon you'll find that's Lachlan McDonald. I reckon they've changed the order around a little bit here. Or is that Caden?
No, I think that was a replay
Caden did
of
go out.
Caden.
Yep, you're right. Caden's still out there. Then we see Harry DeRoth paddling out for Phillip Island.
He certainly definitely held it down for Phillip Island over the last couple of years. Been very successful in the Open Series.
Underrated surfer too, I think.
Very.
Just the last couple of years, he started to get those victories and props. He's dynamite in his backhand.
Yep. So he was originally from Great Britain, Harry, moving over a couple of years ago.
Geez, you never would have guessed speaking to him. He's got the broadest British accent I've ever heard. I reckon he should have had a run at the Olympics. Old Harry DeRoth.
He could have been. He was a good chance, I reckon.
Of course, facility very similar to this in Bristol now, a little bit smaller, 36 to the 46 Pistons here. But doing some amazing thing in adaptive surfing over there in Bristol. They support a lot of surfers with different access issues to the pool, and they're doing some incredible things, hosting some big events, and certainly really setting a benchmark around the world for that, as we talked about before, access for different people to surfing. So good on. Shout out to the guys at the Wave over in Bristol, I'm sure are watching this today. So here we go, a 9. Not unexpected for Sage Goldsbury. Best score of the heat so far. Second best score is Carl Wright as well. Torquay's in second. A 6-6 there for the young Willis Stroomer. There we go. And I reckon he'll still be a little disappointed with that. Mouse went out for his third surfer here. He's trying to upgrade in a 5.33. The master surfer from 13th Beach. Nice compact style. Honed on the beach breaks off 13th. He'll come unstuck there. I don't think that's going to improve. And so it'll head back out to...
Looks like he might be coming in. It's so funny. I could hear the 13th crew going, yeah, every section he hit. So this looks like it's Will Watson for Peninsula. Connects super nicely with that section. Floats it up vertical.
Wow. Great
Ditches
surfing.
the fins. And this is an amazing final thus far.
Wow.
Surfing on show is
Peninsula
unbelievable.
were in trouble early, but what a comeback from their youngster. Cat amongst the pigeons there. Here we go, out the back.
Willis Droomer.
He'll be desperately keen to get up into the excellent range. Couple of big fin drifts there, and he'll ride along to the inside, look for an air section. Comes unstuck. Might have done enough work out the back to upgrade. Torquay currently in that second spot, but I reckon you're going to find that they're under a bit of pressure from Peninsula. Although bear in mind, Willis is their junior surfer. So, Harry DeRoth up and riding. Beautiful, refined technique. That's a big turn from Harry. Surfs this flawlessly. He'll ride that out in front. Late wave in the set, and that's been the story of this final. Late wave in the set for Phillip Island. No dramas at all. They're making the most of those little bits of bump on the face to really put an exclamation mark on the turn. So waiting for that number to drop in for Harry DeRoth. He's the fourth surfer for Phillip Island. Still 3 surfers have gone through for Torquay. I'm pretty sure Will Watson will have gone in after that. No, they've sent him back out. So I thought they would have tried to make up an extra wave because Caden Fowler had 4. He's going to drop a pretty good number for a junior, and maybe they've thought he's got a bit more under the hood. That'll be it for Sean Todd. He looks like he might just upgrade his score. And that's a good performance, as you say, holding it down as the master surfer for 13th. Yes, joining us, you are watching the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle from Urban Surf Torquay. 15 sets to decide the 2 finalists who will head up to Newcastle. If you're wondering how priority order is decided, it's a paddle battle over to the Wave Garden sign on the sign of the wave generator there. That sets priority. And then each team will have a surfer in the water, and they'll surf waves 2, 5, 8, and 11 here in the final. They have 6 surfers and 15 sets to get through the team. Of those 6, 1 is a surfer that surfs twice.
The power surfer, and we're almost halfway through this ABB Victorian qualifying final. Phillip Island currently setting the tone in first place. Torquay in second, 13th in third, and Peninsula in 4th place. However, like we were talking about, Peninsula really making a comeback, I think, with these last 2 surfers locking in a 7.63, and then I think it was Will Watson also getting a good score of late. That's still to come through. So they're certainly making a bit of a bold comeback, and reasonably close. Phillip Island just creating a bit of breathing room with that last score.
Yep.
And
But they're up to their 4th surfer, so that's the scores you're seeing on the screen. You've got to basically minus 6 to 9 points off that, and that's their lead. So they're probably about 3 out in front at the moment. As we see, Will Watson trying to get Peninsula right back into this. His score hasn't locked in yet, so if you're looking at that going, Peninsula are off the pace here, they're not. They've got a big upgrade to come, and it's thanks to this young man who has absolutely surfed the lights out. That's what it's all about. As we see Harry de Roth, the former Englishman, now for Phillip Island, up and riding. And he goes to the air, and he's not going to ride out of that one. But geez, Peninsula are happy with their boy Will Watson, and deservedly so. Young man, pressure on the shoulders, and hasn't he shone? So it'll be Torquay on the last wave of the set this time. 13th beach now. 2 jams there. Looks like he gets caught behind that section there. Now all eyes will be on Torquay because there's going to be a bit of pressure on. Looks like they sent it out, but we're going to head down now. Sage Goldsberry on the beach as we watch this wave on the screen from Bella Wilson, her competitor from Phillip Island. Sage Goldsberry is with Chris Enever.
All right, crew, we're down here with one of the queen of the island, Sage Goldsberry. Best wave of the final locked in, 9 points. How's it feel?
Oh, pretty good, yeah. My first one felt good, and they sent me back out, and I just wanted to unleash on the second one, so made sure I gave it my all, and I was pretty stoked with the score, yeah.
Yeah, well, you're well and truly unleashed. You're one of the up-and-coming superstars in Australian surfing. It's been great to watch you lately. How does it feel to put on the Rashi for Phillip Island, and how are the nerves in the Boardriders battle?
I mean, you've got your team behind you, supporting you, but yeah, you always get a bit nervous because you want to perform for the team. Yeah, it's good to get back into Rashi. Haven't competed for a while, but yeah, good to get back to competing. Great.
And one thing I want to ask you is, I surfed the pool last night and I was pretty average at it. I found it tricky. How do you get so comfortable in the pool? Like, it's obviously there's a lot of similarities to the ocean, you know, more kind of like a snapper suckiness to it, but give us a rundown how you get so comfortable and read the pool and what the difference is.
I've surfed it quite a bit, but yeah, it does feel kind of different to the ocean, you know, even though it's kind of similar. The first section kind of you carve out a bit more, I reckon, and then the second section probably stands up the most. So yeah, carve down a bit more, and then yeah, the second turn you can snap it harder, I reckon. Yeah.
Yeah, well, maturity well above her years, and she's a woman going places. All the best, and thank you, Sage, for putting that performance for us, and all the best for the rest of the event. Hopefully you can take down the final. Phillip Island are well and truly on their way to a good score here, guys.
Thanks heaps for that, Chris, and awesome to catch up with the top scorer of this heat thus far, Sage Goldsberry, absolutely unleashing, like they were saying, down on the lagoon floor. But Phillip Island, we've had a little bit of change in the leaderboard. 13th of Peninsula crept up into 3rd, and then 13th have retaken them there. But this is Zeph Lampard for 13th Beach. Almost looked like he was going to pull in for a little tube on the inside, but opts to go around that, and just that millisecond of thought you can sometimes makes it mean you're at the end of the wave and off the end.
Yeah, worth noting there that 13th got an extra surfer, so we'll see an upgrade to the score from Peninsula as well once that comes around. Harry de Roth is already locked in an 8.77. I'm not quite sure how he's going to top that, but he's been sent out for 2 extra waves after that. Tries to go to the air there. I reckon that'll be Harry de Roth, and job done for the former Englishman. He's riding a brand new epoxy. He's never ridden until today, and he said he upgraded the leaderage after watching Tully Wiley from Torquay Boardriders win the last pool battle. So here we have,
Peninsula surfer. That
Peninsula
looked like
surfer
it was Lockie McDonald, so he went down pretty hard on that one.
The president of Peninsula. He got the boys locked in for a private session this morning to warm up, Lockie McDonald. He's well organised, and shout out to Lockie and the team from Oakley for supporting this event.
It looks as if we've got white here, Torquay Boardriders. Bella Wilson, nice first turn out of the top, comes around, jags the second section pretty nicely there, gets a third whack.
Wow.
Really milking this one through the inside. Torquay faithful, pretty happy with that one down on the beach. It'll be interesting to see if they bring her in. Looks as if she may do so. They'll go into their next surfer, which I believe will be the veteran, Cale Bell Warren, ex-president of Torquay Boardriders and QS warrior for many years, but he's now moved into the coaching realm and, yeah, doing some great work with that.
Yeah, the king of the spreadsheets, Cale Bell Warren, up next, my good mate. Interesting to see Bella Wilson there. You know, she's really made her name at 12 to 15 foot bells, and gee, she surfed that wave well. She dropped a 6.6 on the first. She'd be around the same mark on the second, so a really good contribution to the team. That's going to help Torquay stay in that vital second place. You can see her now, this second turn, really attacking the lip, throws a lot of spray, and that's another one there for Bella Wilson. So great performance from Bella. She's really helping her club hang on to that second spot. Phillip Island, on the performances of Sage Goldsberry, Carl Wright, Harry DeRoth, all of them with high, excellent numbers, have really got a stranglehold on this in the moment. But this is the beautiful thing about teams titles. They've still got 2 scores to lock in, and they only have so many sets to do it. So they're going to need to maintain their gap on Torquay. Currently in second place, they've got just a straight across the board around a mid-6 there, 6.83s, 6.6s, 6.9, 6.6. Peninsula with a 7.63, but they've got a couple of 4s and a 1 in their scoreline at the moment. So really looking for a lift here. I think it's Lockie McDonald. He's got a lot of firepower on the back end out here, so we'll see how he goes. And then 13th, of course, in third place at the moment, well and truly within striking distance of Torquay. We've got to make up a difference of around 6 over the next 2 surfers, and that's well and truly doable, especially with a power surfer still to come.
Looks as if we've got yellow here for Peninsula. Lockie McDonald. Beautiful carve out of the top. Just biding his time with this one, really making sure he gets those critical sections. Gets another bonus one here. Really digs into that and gets out of the whitewater. Looks towards the beach, as most do. Are we heading back out or am I coming in? But it looks as if he's paddling directly across the lagoon, so we're not too sure yet.
And he only needs a mid-range score to get up into third and really start to close the gap to Torquay.
Zeph Lampert on this one. Just getting caught a little bit behind. And he should be coming in to swap over with their next surfer, which will be Izzy Norling, who didn't surf, I believe, in the requal or the first heat. So good that there probably was the straight swap for Jar Jar.
Yeah, absolutely.
And here we got Ash Easton for Phillip Island.
They just replaced one Masters goofy footer in Glendon Ringrose with another.
Yeah.
Both of them with similar haircuts.
Ringer, great custodian of the Phillip Island community and ex-CT surfer.
Yeah, absolutely. Held it down on the CT for Victoria for a long time.
Cowbell Warren.
Now, Cale spent a lot of time in the pool, and he is a man that has a lot of passion for club surfing. And you can see that come through in his surfing there. So a good wave from the, it's hard to say Cale Bell Warren from me, but the veteran Cale Bell Warren. He was so young when he picked up the presidency in Torquay, and he just grew as a human through that 7 years. But, God, he bleeds TBC. So great to see him out there in the final. We haven't seen as much of him. There's been a big focus in Torquay on the juniors. That's been a huge focus for the club. So they're often trying to get those young guys in. As we see the replay of Lockie McDonald here, up and riding, a couple of nice turns in the pocket. And then he draws this nice one out to finish it off. So judges are going to like that. Looks like he's going to get a mid-range, around a 4 or a 5, waiting for the last ones to score in.
Here we got Ash Easton for Phillip Island. And like you were talking about with the youth being brought through, all the clubs 13th doing the same. Used to have a really strong team, obviously still very strong, making the final here and a good chance of making the final in the ABB and going up to Newey. But they used to have the Billy Harrisons, the Henry Hutchinses. These crew are kind of in their mid-20s. But yeah, really good to see everyone's going with a younger lineup, and Torquay as well, really focusing on that.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time. I mean, they're a very competitive club, and that's what led, I suppose, to the breakout of Jan Jack Boardriders, a club that sort of harked back to the old social days of board riding. You know, their after parties at the beach hotel are pretty legendary, where Torquay's focusing more on, bringing up the next youth. But that's great. That's what we need. Diversity in surfing is fantastic, and, it has been a big focus of Cowbell Warren for a long, long time. And it's great to see, these things paying off. People like India Robertson, obviously now working with the HPC up in Queensland, but, has had her junior surfing days at TBC, under Surfing Victoria. To see her on the CT now is a huge thrill for guys like Cale.
A few scores coming through. Phillip Island looking like they've created a bit of distance between themselves and Torquay.
Interesting, though, Torquay's going to claw back a little ground here, so it's going to be a mid-6 for Cale, a high 5.
Peninsula surfer here. Maybe still Lockie McDonald?
Yeah, that's Lockie. So he's working in, trying to upgrade on a 5.27.
So they
Looks
have
like he
pegged
thinks-
back a little bit, Torquay. You can see that that's just come through.
Yeah, so they have. The gap's now 4. You got to remember that's a difference of 4 across 2 surfers. So they've clawed the gap back a little bit. More importantly, they've opened the gap out from 3rd place. So Lockie McDonald's going to drop in a mid-5 here, and that's not going to help close the distance on Cale Bell Warren, who's dropped in a 6.37. So as we get through the 5th athlete here, really starting to see, as Chris and I were saying before, the grassroots maths come to the fore as we try and figure out exactly what they need. Here it is, Cale Bell Warren, my old mate from Lips Podcast, comes right back with that first turn. That's going to set him up for a tight pocket there. All Bell Warren in these 2 whipping calves, straight back to the Virginia Beach Open on the WQS, and he'll be happy with that one. I'm sure Connor O'Leary and his WQS mates are cheering out loud for old CBW there.
I was only recently the other day watching that footage from Sunset when he goes over the falls, and they're like, here we go, Cale Bell Warren. And
Cale Bell Warren, yes.
Izzy Norling here for 13th, one of their up-and-coming grommets. Really doing nicely on this one. Recently picked up a sponsorship with Quickie as well, so he's definitely seeking and getting some really good support from his sponsors, Carve, Quicksilver, and rightfully so. Epic goofy footy, you can often see him surfing out at Beacon, getting tubed, laying a bit of rail, so epic to see. And we're getting towards the twilight of this final, 15 minutes remaining.
Yeah, not long to go, and that means not many waves left to go. We're doing a rough count here.
There's not too many
Looks
left.
like there's 4 waves left. So it looks like decision time as to whether you hand over to your power surfer. You see Cale here, probably got a little bit too far back with that one, but it did set him up for that turn there. A really nice tag in the pocket and another one for Cale Bell Warren. Score's going to come in at a mid-range 5 or 5.7, so he's not going to increase. And it looks like he is going to head out again. And speaking of Quicksilver there, of course, one of the iconic families, we were speaking about families, and the Slavin family, of course, is, of course, the Brooks family. Troy Brooks, we had the 50-year storm in memory of the late, great Sean Brooks before. Just been a stalwart family. We talked about Glendon Ringrose holding it down from Phillip Island for the CT and the Victorians. Troy Brooks, of course, spent a couple of years there. Nick Mushcroft from Torquay Boardriders was the other. And now, of course, Nicky Van Dyke has been holding it down for a good 10 years for Phillip Island. It's great to see India Robertson up there as well. And, you know, Zave Huxtable, Tully Wiley not here today. They're over in Hawaii because they're that next generation of Victorian talent that's going to go through, you know, the regional qualifiers, the Challenger Series that we saw this year, so successful, and hopefully following the steps of the Jacko Bakers, the Callum Robson fast track straight onto the CT.
Fingers crossed we see crew like Sage Goldsbury and Willis Droom also follow that pathway, because they've certainly got the talent to do so. Looks as if Phillip Island's got first priority of this set, and it will be Ash Easton on his backhand, the Phillip Island Masters surfer.
He is looking to improve on a 5.9. A couple of nice turns there. He's going to get a bit caught behind there, so I don't know that he's going to improve on that number. That's an important number because it's starting to claw it back for Torquay. Cale Bell Warren, at best, is a 6.37 at the moment. He would dearly love to put his club a bit further into the hunt, and you can see a bit more aggression there from Cale Bell Warren. Good first turn, big second turn. This is an upgrade from the Victorian. He's going to get caught up there chasing the number. The passion was too much for him. Oh, well, not the first time I put the moz on Cale.
He was on the way to the number, and then...
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that, because that was 2 of the more dynamic turns we saw.
For sure.
You don't need to finish the wave if you've done the work on the outside.
So we've got Peninsula's Hannah Trigger on this one. A couple of nice turns to start off for surfer from Peninsula, their female surfer in this final of the ABB Victorian qualifier. Looks as if she might be coming into the shore, and they'll swap into their power surfer, Caden Fowler. And it looks like we've got Izzy Norling here for 13th. Really biding his time there, hitting that right in the sweet spot. Getting another really good whack there. And a third, so 13th really. They're a little bit behind sort of that first and second spot that's going to go through the national final, but they're certainly not out of it. They're not too far away.
No, and look, you know, you can certainly make mistakes with this power surfer, and I think, you know, certainly Peninsula in 13th, still in the hunt for that second place. Torquay haven't knocked that excellent score in yet. They've got a really consistent run of 6s, mid-6s. You can see Cale there, 6.37. He didn't improve that with a 4.5, and like you say, he was on the way in the last one.
He looked knackered. He was walking up the beach puffing. It does take it out of you, this format, I reckon, just having the whole club behind you, watching you. You feel the pressure a little bit, but all our surfers doing an amazing job at putting their best work on show. So this is Hannah Trigger here. Bit of a replay of that one for Peninsula Boardriders.
Yep, so it's locked in as a 5-1-7, so a good score for Hannah. That's made it closer, so a difference of around 4 as you go through the 5th athlete between Torquay and Peninsula for that second. 13th with a little bit of work to do, but all eyes on Peninsula and Torquay. And Phillip Island, 5'9" from their master surfer. That's probably going to keep him out at that the Dusty Martin palm off, just keeping him out in front. But of course, it wouldn't be ABBs, it wouldn't be grassroots surfing, it wouldn't be passion without Cowbell Warren, and he's poolside with Chris Enover.
Yeah, lads, down here with Vice President of Torquay Boardriders Club, Lipped Podcast's very own Cowbell Warren. Mate, how was it out there?
They're making us work for it. This panel wants us to lift. I don't know what's going on.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out here, and it's always, tight battle between you and Phillip Island, and at the moment they've just got the nod on you, but everyone's been showing up today. It's been a great day of surfing. How have you thought the action's been so far?
It's really cool to be at a tag where everyone has waves, and the whole squad has access to waves. It's not one of those formats where you're sending your old boy or your grom or your girl out to get a little 1 foot whitewater. So time pressure is different, but the pool brings its own tweaky pressure. Like, you got crew on the wall yelling at you. I don't know how to count waves. I'm going, is this wave 7? Is this wave 8? But man, I just love this club so much. I just love this club so much, and our goal is to qualify for the national final, first and foremost. But I'll tell you what, it's not a happy drive home if you lose to Phillip Island any day of the week.
Well, there it is, the passion of Boardriders coming through, true and true. Grassroots surfing at its finest. Cowbell Warren leading the Torquay club. Currently in second, they're trying to hunt down Phillip Island. Final is well and truly underway, and we're getting down the business end of things, guys. So back up to you.
Thanks, Chris, and you can hear the passion down on the beach of Cowbell Warren, but that is Willis Droomer. He's chasing a turnaround of around 4 on Phillip Island's Carl Wright to take first place. Similarly, a turnaround of around 4 for Peninsula. And I think that wave of Willis Droomer might have just made it a little mission impossible for Peninsula in 13th. But wow, they're surfing well. Charlie Marnie has just been dropping big numbers all day. He's not even 18 yet, Charlie Marnie, and look at the surfing that he's doing. Amazing performance for the 13th. He dragged him into the final, and now he's keeping him right up there. But this is going to be the number. So a 4.5 from Carl Wright looks like it's going to drop in somewhere around that mark. That means that Willis Droomer is going to need somewhere around an 8 to turn the tide and really start to put that scoreboard pressure onto Phillip Island. I'd be interested to know, but I'm pretty sure there's only one set left. So a 4.5 looks like it's going to drop in. It's not quite finalised yet, but it looks like it's going to be a 4.5 for Phillip Island. Looks like it's going to be around a 6.27 for Willis Droomer. I don't think that's going to be enough. They're going to need a 4.13 increase, which if my maths is any good, it's about a 8.7. So if Carl Wright doesn't improve, it's going to be Willis Droomer chasing down an 8.5 plus here. These are the moments that the pool brings. It's exciting to see. Cowbell Warren's got the passion. All eyes onto the pool as we wait for the final set, I believe.
I absolutely loved hearing that from Wazza. Just the passion in him, and just, that hatred for Phillip Island. Not the hatred, that's probably not the wrong word, but it is a little bit. That rivalry. It's been going for so long, and both clubs are all 4 clubs in this final, very proud Boardriders clubs who all want their chance on the national stage at the ABB National Final.
So that was a 7 from Charlie Marnie we saw. A bit of a consolation prize there. I don't think they're going to be able to bridge the gap to Torquay, but this is the situation as what waves roll through. Carl Wright needs to improve on a 4.53. If he does it by more than the point, Torquay are in second. They're both headed to Newcastle, but Phillip Island want to in. If he doesn't, that's going to leave the door open for Willis Droomer. So big wave here. Talk us through it, Rivo.
Here's Carl Wright. So power surfer for Phillip Island. Nice big whack to start it off. Gets another second jag of the section. And a third. Pumping through, trying to generate some speed. Lays it on rail with the layback. And were we saying you needed a 4 to probably put it within reach?
You need about a 5 to put it out of reach, but it's all going to come down to this. Willis Droomer's, if he puts a 9 out there, it's going to be close. Good first turn, good second turn. He's probably going to need to go to the air. Let's see him wind up here. He does just that, air reverse. He's going to slide out the other way, and he'll finish this wave with a little 360. Wow.
Ooh.
Wouldn't want to be a judge, would you?
Jeepers, it's going to be tight here.
I'm just looking at the numbers dropping in. And wow, it is going to be tight. So
We got Peninsula here.
all event, Phillip Island. And look at this surfing from
Caden Fowler, I
Fowler.
believe.
Wowzers.
Smacks it up on the backhand. Peninsula loving that on the beach, but is it too late?
Might be a little too late. And given what Willis Druma just did, I think he's probably sealed the ticket. It was we watched Charlie Marnie up and riding, and then we're going to break down this set. What a great set, though. Charlie Marnie just misses a beat there. He'll try and force these last couple of turns in, and he will come unstuck. But, wow, if there was a surfer to watch coming out of this event, it's really got to be Charlie Marnie.
Unreal performance from Charlie, the youngster from 13th Beach Boardriders.
So it looks like we do have another set still to go. Right, looking at these scores, doesn't look like it's going to be enough from Willis Druma, and it doesn't look like it's going to be enough.
That we've just heard. So
yeah, so the difference is 866, which is not going to be possible because they've already got 627. So Phillip Island are going to take home the ABB Victorian qualifiers. Looks like Torquay's going to be in second place. So right now the attention's going to go to third and fourth because they'll want that third and fourth. It'll give them leverage into a wild card. So the difference at the moment is around 4 points. So we're going to need Charlie Marnie to drop a 9 here to give 13th a chance to get up into third place and really give them that leverage in the wild card battle. Sound like we're commentating the NFL here, the wild card East.
No, it's what an epic final. We just probably couldn't have asked for much better than this.
No.
Highly entertaining, amazing surfing, sun's out, waves are pumping, as they always are here at Urban Surf. It's never a bad day here, is it, Jimmy?
Yeah, absolutely. We've earned our gauge roads today, though. Lots of surfing. It's not like commentary where you can normally sit there and watch a few waves. Look up, there's another wave. Look up, there's another wave. Massive thank you to the supporters here, Hyundai, Gauge Roads, Reef Tip, Asiona. The Palisades out the front looks pretty sharp, and as we said, Hyundai doing some great thing in the hybrids, and can't wait to see what they do in the e-vehicle space moving forward.
Last set of the final here, Jimmy. So red, Phillip Island, going to do a victory lap here, already securing a spot and the win in the Victorian qualifying round of the Australian Boardriders battle. So they're off to the national final. This is their power surfer, Carl Wright, absolutely laying into this one. Bit of a victory lap here for Phillip Island. Carl.
Yeah, for a bloke that says he doesn't like surfing in the pool that much, he really does seem to like it quite a lot. Maybe he's changed his tune after today. Willis Druma, well, he dropped a bunch of excellent scores on the left, a lot of expectations on him on the right, and he probably would think to himself that the judges have made it pretty hard for him. He's been pretty progressive, pretty tight in the pocket. As we go, the big air reverse there, he won't ride out. But as Cowboy Warren said, there's been a lot of expectations set by the judging panel. They have certainly not rewarded any missteps, that's for sure. Caden Fowler, a 7.87, almost excellent on his last, and he's going to go after an 8. He'll come unstuck, and now that's going to maybe open the door for Charlie Marnie here.
He's going to need a big score.
He's going to need a big score, but he needed that in the qualifying, and he came through with the goods. So
295s, yeah.
295 can deal with the pressure. Here we go, the young man from the Bellarine Peninsula. This has been the turn that he's been doing the damage with, and there it is again. Drives that back foot out up into the lip. Chasing a 9.5 based on the scale. I don't know that he's going to get there. He's going to chase it down the line.
Didn't make it around, but there we got a shot of Carl Wright. Phillip Island's power surfer. They have taken out the Victorian qualifying round of the ABB. So massive congratulations to Phillip Island and their community down there. Super proud area and holding a lot of amazing surfers, as we've seen here with their win here.
Yeah, look, an incredible final there. It was the two big clubs, Phillip Island and Torquay, that are going to go 1 or 2 and head up to Newcastle. But really it's the performance of those smaller clubs, not just the two in the final, Peninsula Surf Riders and 13th in it till the final surfer. Charlie Marnie, a superstar out of 13th in the making, but also those other Boardriders clubs. Port Fairy coming back, Otway coming back, Urban Surf coming back, the guys from South Gippsland at South Coast. That's what it's all about. 9 clubs came here today. 2 clubs are going to head to Newcastle, but I bet you there's a lot of stoked surfers and a lot of grassroots vibe, a lot of passion, and that's what we love about the Hyundai Australian Boardriders battle.
Absolutely, mate. It's been an epic day. So massive congratulations to Phillip Island, and it's looking as if Torquay is going to meet them at the national final. So we're going to throw it down to Chris Enever, who's down there at the lagoon for an interview. Throw it away, Chris.
All right, guys. Well, he said he didn't like going right, but, mate, you well and truly showed up. And, well, maybe the right's your favourite way now because, well, you got the job done for Phillip Island. Well done. How do you guys feel?
Oh, yeah, we're pretty stoked. Tag events can often go not as you plan, but, yeah, we had a pretty good heat. Everyone put a wave together, so, yeah, we're stoked.
Yeah, it really was a rounded performance across the board. Sage Goldsberry getting the highest score of the final. I mean, she's just an absolute superstar for the team. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we rate Sage a lot. She's had to bide her time a bit with Sophie being our women for a few years, but yeah, she showed she's more than capable, and yeah, she blew up.
And the Yankee yourself, the rock of the team, Carl. You brought it home. You took down Torquay, the arch nemesis, and champions of the qualifying event down here at Urban Surf, Victorian Australian Battle of the Boardriders, Phillip Island. Well done.
Thank you, Chris. And as you see, the passion from Phillip Island. They've got another one up over Torquay Boardriders Club. Huge congratulations to all 9 clubs that were here today. Massive thank you to Urban Surf. A hugely successful debut for the surf park in the ABB format. Hopefully we'll see a state round back here again. Rivo, incredible day. Charlie Marnie, Sage Goldsberry, young generation coming through. It's an exciting time for Australian surfing.
Absolutely, mate. And Victorian as well. We've got so many amazing talents down here, and it was also on show here, some amazing surfing, and yeah, it's really been a pleasure to be on with you and Chris, and massive thanks to all our amazing sponsors and Surfing Australia and all the Surfing Vic crew.
Absolutely. Massive thank you to Hyundai, Asiana, Gauge Roads, Reef Tip, and of course, Surfing Australia. You've been watching the Australian Boardriders Battle Victorian State Round. We'll see you in Newcastle for the National Finals.